It's a different feeling to slack off during someone else's working hours. Just like when I was a child going to school, I didn't feel much difference during holidays. But on any day when all the other students are in class and you're standing outside the school, that feeling of relaxation is unmatched. When I really can't sleep anymore, I get up, put on my clothes. The whole room is warm and stuffy. I stretch lazily, then put on my cotton pants, get off the bed, and tightly fasten the warm cotton jacket I just baked on the Kong heating bed. I open the door, and a wave of cool air hits me, cold and refreshing. It makes me feel like my freshly put-on clothes instantly turn icy cold. The sudden rush of coolness makes my chest feel cold too. I'm caught off guard, and my hand quickly closes the door. In just a few seconds, most of the warm air inside has escaped. I can even feel my nose tip turning red. Oh my, it's so cold. Following the small path cleared in the morning, snow is piled on both sides. That morning, I only cleared a narrow path wide enough for one person. If I were a bit heavier, I might have knocked down some of the soft, knee-high snow on the sides while walking. I open the big door, and outside is still a white, snowy scene, similar to the yard. In the middle is the small path cleared by villagers in the morning. The snow on both sides looks trampled, piled, and thrown around, obvious signs of many people walking through. From afar, I see a few children playing, probably having a snowball fight. They bend down to grab snow, moving rhythmically, laughing and joking. Watching them makes me feel a little itchy to join in. Maybe because my bright red cotton jacket is too eye-catching, the children quickly notice. They turn around, whisper to each other, then run toward me. My eyes catch sight of the leader. It's Tiger from Lu Sanyi's family. He's opening his mouth wide, panting hard. His face flushed red, white breath puffing out as he gasps. Seeing her lively expression, I can't help but smile. Jianjia, you're awake? I suddenly feel a bit embarrassed. How does a child know I just woke up from a nap? I quickly change the subject. What are you playing over there? Is it cold? The children seem to be wearing not very thick clothes, and they've been playing for a while. They don't look cold at all. Jianjia, we're playing in the snow. We made some little snowmen. I said mine looks good, and he said his looks good. Come see whose is better? The other children were not as close to Tiger as Jian was, so they didn't open up as much. However, when they heard Tiger speak, they instinctively argued back. I'm the most handsome. My looks, Jianjia, believe me, I look good. I made a little flower, and it's the best. A new round of arguing started again. Jian was impatient with the kids and only used force to calm them down, saying, all right, stop arguing. I didn't see anything. How do I know whose looks are better? That made sense, but only for 3 seconds before it quieted down.
Come with us to see.
It's right outside my house, one of the children suggested. Jian looked back at the small path in her yard and shook her head decisively. I won't go. I still have work to do. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, she heard voices coming from the village entrance. Jian listened carefully. It sounded like an earthquake during morning exercises, with a wild boar-like energy, but that probably wasn't the case. The voices grew closer, and Jian felt the snow beneath her feet tremble slightly. As they approached, it became more obvious, and the children also noticed, turning their heads toward the village entrance. Tiger clung tightly to Jian. Jia, could it be a bad person? One child asked nervously. Hearing that, the others also tensed up and stared intently. The world was covered in white snow, and any splash of color looked very striking and eye-catching. Wow, it looks like the uncle who came to seal the mountain last time.
Jian also saw them now.
Although she couldn't see their faces clearly, their clothing was very distinctive. A group of people dressed uniformly, walking in neat formation. They were running into the village. Yes, it's really them. One slightly older child ran ahead into the village and called back from a distance, I'm going to call the village chief. Since the snow had been shoveled and the adults had gone home to work, most of the people outside now were children. Tiger was about to go back to find his grandfather when suddenly, the group turned a corner and headed straight toward them. The children immediately gathered nervously around Jian, and Tiger clung to her leg, eyes alert. To them, these were still strangers. Jian, also found it strange. Were they here to find her? The leader was someone she recognized, Lin Jingde, who had hunted wild boar with her before. When he reached them, his stern expression softened a bit, even showing a hint of a smile. Little Jian, hello. Captain Lin, are you looking for me? Jian wasn't surprised. Besides the last time they hunted wild boar, she didn't seem to have much contact with them. Looking at her expression, she didn't seem to be pretending. Lin Jingde was momentarily stunned. Jian Jiqing, do you remember the incident when we went up the mountain last time?
Huh.
Up the mountain? Jian blinked and thought about the mountain, then suddenly realized he was talking about the person she casually caught that day. Honestly, what left a deep impression on me that day were the good things we found. I had already forgotten about that person long ago. Yes, I remember. You said, "What is Lin Jingde doing?" His expression suggests he just remembered something suddenly. Jian Jiqing, about the last time, you helped us a lot. He knew our plans and routes very well. Without you, he might have been fighting us in the mountains, and something worse could have happened. Thanks to your carefulness and bravery, we avoided many dangers and saved the country from great loss.
Huh.
What? The country? This is too high level, isn't it? This person is an undercover agent planted in our country by foreigners. He has been secretly working to damage our national development and unity. According to his confession, we've already confiscated the dangerous items they hid on the mountain, and the amount was shocking. Jian Jiqing, if they had succeeded, the harm to the people and the losses to the country would be unimaginable. Jian's first reaction was, what? There really are good things? Although he implied they were dangerous items, she was disappointed she hadn't discovered them earlier. She felt regretful and heartbroken. It was a mistake. She really shouldn't be lazy. Just one moment of laziness, and how much did she miss? Jian's expression changed. Lin Jingde, being so professional, could read her thoughts almost instantly. Although she seemed a bit childish, he still reminded her, Jian Jiqing, according to his confession, there are probably more of their people in other places. Our operation isn't foolproof. You need to be careful and stay safe. In the future, try not to put yourself in danger. Your safety is the most important. And no one can guarantee that the next encounter won't be with a crazy person. What do you think? Jian could tell he was giving good advice and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Captain Lin, don't worry. I will be careful. Lu Weimin finally arrived, panting heavily, leaning on his knees to catch his breath, then straightened up after a while. Captain Lin, coming out in this heavy snow. Is there something urgent? How can we cooperate?
Just tell me.
Lin Jingde thought for the first time that the village chief was too diligent. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Looking ahead, he saw that it was cold, and no villagers had followed them. Only their group was present, the village chief, Jian Jiqing, and a few young children. Lu Weimin noticed the look in his eyes and realized something was wrong. He quickly waved for Huzi to take the children away. Huzi looked around. His grandfather was there, and his sister shouldn't be bullied. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to leave with his friends, planning to find someone to rescue his sister. Before leaving, he glared at Lu Weimin several times, believing he had clearly conveyed the message to protect his sister. Lu Weimin looked puzzled. When had he upset this child? Did the third uncle say something wrong? Village Chief Lu, about the matter after the mountain was closed last time, Jian Jiqing helped us catch a suspect. The confession was serious and could be said to have saved many lives. We came here to thank her. For her safety, we didn't make a big fuss. Since you're here, you should understand. If Jian Jiqing faces any problems or difficulties in the future, you can come directly to me at the station. As long as it doesn't harm national interests or disrupt community harmony, we won't stand by and watch. Lu Weimin's first thought was that Jian Jiqing was a lucky star. They already considered her a treasure of the village, and he agreed happily. Don't worry about that. Jian Jiqing is now one of us in Lajiakan. If anything happens, we will take care of it. We can't do everything ourselves, but we won't be reckless. Rest assured, she's our own family. We will look after her. In his mind, he was thinking, you probably don't know what kind of person Jian Jiqing is. You're saying the opposite. Who's taking care of whom? He didn't say a word but watched as they exchanged words back and forth. After they finished, Lin Jingde handed over a sizable bundle, a piece of paper, and an envelope. Jian Jiqing, this certificate is an award from the military for your brave act. These are not much, just a token of thanks. Our duty is to defend the country. We hope acts of bravery will be passed down, but from my personal perspective, I still hope you prioritize your safety before doing anything else. Yes, I will. I need to keep my life safe to contribute to rural development, she replied. Lin Jingde's lips twitched subtly, as if lost in thought. Are you here just to give me this? No wonder she was feeling cold. I didn't even give her a chance to speak. She was still standing outside in this weather. Her toes and heels were already frozen, and she kept her hands in her sleeves. Luckily, she looked a bit better, though not very presentable. We just happened to be going out for training, so I brought you here, he said.
Come inside and sit down.
Have some water to warm up. In this cold weather, they weren't made of wood. Besides Lin Jingde, who was nearing middle age, most of the soldiers were just 16 or 17 years old. It wasn't polite to leave without even drinking some water, especially since they shared a bond of fighting together. Lin Jingde didn't want to go inside, but when he looked through the open door, he saw a few figures already shoveling snow from the yard. They hadn't finished yet. Jenny felt that his gaze was off. When he turned to look, he wondered, when did these people go inside? Hey, brothers. Thank you for your hard work. You're guests. How can you work before coming inside? Take a break and warm up, he said. A few young men had almost finished clearing the yard in just a few minutes, leaving only a few corners. Jenny felt a bit embarrassed. She had only cleared a small path in the yard that morning. Looking at these tall, long-legged guys, they had already done most of the work in just a short time. Should they just leave? They should at least have some hot water. Did you see how their hands were frostbitten? Lu Weimin was straightforward and didn't mind being polite. He also called Lin Jingde over. This girl is right. You should drink some hot water. Come inside quickly. She liked this small house as soon as she saw it. Look at the repair job. Wasn't it good enough? He asked people to come inside, but really, they could only sit by the kitchen stove to warm up. The place was too small for two grown men to sit comfortably. The room was even smaller, and if they went in, they'd be cramped. Better to sit by the stove and warm up. Before leaving, she added more firewood. Now she put in 2 more sticks, added brown sugar, and slices. The water in the pot quickly started boiling, steam rising, filling the small kitchen with warmth. After drinking a sweet water, they both felt warm all over, even sweating a little on their foreheads. Lu Weimin still feels a bit sad. They don't grow here, but brown sugar is even more precious. Sometimes they haven't seen good things for years, let alone buy them. The children at home have never tasted brown sugar water. You girl, putting in is fine, but why add so much brown sugar? Isn't that wasteful? Simple responds straightforwardly. Is it still wasteful once it goes into the stomach? Being healthy is more important than anything else. She opens the door and calls the others outside to drink water. When she returns, she asks simply, Captain Lin, where are the others? I've made a big pot here. She remembers a group came into the village earlier, but now only a few people are here. Lin Jingde looks at the pot with some frustration. He was wondering why so many people were involved. Turns out they brought them along. They went up the mountain. Oh, I see. Simple says without much thought. Then we'll drink again when we come back. Today was supposed to be a training exercise. Recently, the border has been restless, so they planned to use this training to do patrols. It didn't matter where they trained. It was all the same. But when she said that, Lin Jingde felt a bit embarrassed. Cough, we'll also need to go up later. We should be back in about 3 days. He made a mistake. Simple looks at him, then at the pot, then at the water bottles on their waists. Her eyes light up. Hurry, bring your water bottles. 10 minutes later, a few people go out to find the team, all touching their full water bottles at the same time, thinking happily, little Jian is such a good person. She puts so much sugar in. Wow, I didn't even want to eat so much sugar. It's so sweet. Captain, this water is really good. If we add some meat, it would be like celebrating the new year, wouldn't it? Lin Jingda, you're dreaming. Hurry up. If something really happens, I can make it your new year right now. After sending them off, Simple turns back to call the little kid hiding outside, Huzi, hey Dan, come in quickly for some sugar water. When they hear sugar water, the children can't help but lick their lips. The sugar blocks their parents had hidden away, giving them a little at a time to satisfy their cravings. They've been eating once to satisfy their craving, but the more they eat, the more they want. Thinking about that sweet taste at the time, I felt not only my tongue but my whole body seemed to be filled with sour water, constantly swallowing. However, compared to others, Jiaming was not very familiar with everyone, so whenever she spoke, everyone would turn their heads to look at Huzi. After all, among the children in the village, he was the one Jiaming knew best. Since Jiaming arrived, the children's hidden benefits increased. Sometimes they could share some food. The most direct treats for the children were sugar and meat, and these were both things Jiaming had brought back herself. Jiaming brought back the sugar, and she had caught the pork. But Jiaming was not very outgoing or sociable. She mostly interacted with Lu Sanye's family. Over time, Huzi secretly became the little leader among the children in Lu's village. Now all the kids looked at him. Huzi puffed out his chest a little more. His grandma told them not to always expect Jiaming's treats. Huzi gave his friends a disdainful look. So many kids. How much sugar would Jiaming have to give away? Jiaming didn't notice the kids' glances. She called out and opened the door, then turned to go inside. By the time she had arranged the bowls on the table, there was still no sign of anyone outside. She wondered, had the sugar water lost its appeal? She pushed open the door again and called out, Huzi, come quickly and drink some water before you go play. Kids are always easily startled when facing problems. They forget everything and run into the house happily. Okay, I'm coming. A group of little brothers followed eagerly. The small house was soon crowded and packed. Huzi, looking like a little adult, led his little brothers out. Before leaving, he promised Jiaming's sister, you are like our real sister. Anyone who bullies you in this village, we won't let them get away with it. 7 years old, almost 8 during the new year, with a bossy attitude. The other kids nodded seriously, as if they were making a solemn vow, patting their chests. Jiaming couldn't help but laugh or cry. Okay, I got it. With so many of you backing me up, who would dare to bully me? Right? The children ran away happily, laughing. Jiaming closed the door. During the time it took to make the red sugar water, the yard had already been cleaned thoroughly. Even the snow on the roof had been shoveled away. Anyone who saw it wouldn't think this was a small girl living alone in the yard. Since her work was already done by others, she could now rest peacefully and relax. She went to the shed, hugged her bundle, and carefully carried it into the kitchen, closing the door behind her. Only then did she sit comfortably on the kong, a traditional bed, to admire her rewards. The certificate wasn't the first thing she saw, but she liked it very much. She wished she could hold it and kiss it a few times.
It was her main support in life.
Just like last time, she wanted to place it in the most visible spot in the house to impress visitors. She felt very happy, so happy she couldn't even describe her feelings. She opened the envelope and found 100 yuan and a bunch of receipts. She joyfully counted them, feeling like a mouse falling into a rice jar. She even thought that military receipts might be more popular than regular ones. She wasn't sure if that was true, but she wanted to try and find out someday. Finally, there was a fairly large bundle. It was called a bundle, but actually it was a big canvas bag, army green in color. She unzipped it and immediately saw more army green fabric, almost blinding her with its simplicity. Oh my God! Is this a military coat? Jian Liye was used to this kind of thing. She wasn't unfamiliar with military coats, and her original body even had one. But this one was for her. A brand new women's military coat, perfectly tailored to her size. It was made just for her, not for Jian Liye's daughter. This was very meaningful. Even the young lady felt a little excited. She didn't get off the kong. She just stood up and put on the coat, happily spinning around. It was clear that this coat was specially made for her. It wouldn't fit perfectly, but it was close enough. It was the smallest women's size, but given her current height and weight, it was still quite large. After all, female soldiers are usually adults, and she was still small. She could wear a thin cotton-padded jacket underneath, which would be enough. She happily spun around on the Kong in her army green coat until she felt dizzy and finally stopped. There wasn't anything too excessive underneath. Most of the items seemed to be from the logistics department: a set of army green luggage, a new military water bottle, an enamel cup, 2 canned meats, and 2 cans of yellow peaches. She didn't know what the logistics department based their gifts on, but everything was practical. She simply gathered everything together. It was obvious these were military supplies, probably provided by the military district. The luggage looked much sturdier than what she could make herself. The enamel cup and the one brought by Director Chung looked very similar, only the special supply mark was different. Otherwise, they were identical. Neatly and happily, she arranged the small items on the shelf, then leaned against the wall to count her belongings. After a few months, her lifestyle had diverged a bit from her original plan of living quietly and modestly. However, she had received 2 awards and, along with these trophies in front of her, she wasn't disappointed. She didn't have high expectations, just wanted to live well. When she felt good, everything looked better. Of course, she also had more reasons to be lazy. Celebrating good things was normal, right? Not too much, just a little. She placed some food on the bed table and brought out a big pot of hot pot from the base. The broth was boiling, and the aroma filled the small house. Needing no fuss, she added slices of beef, lamb, seafood, meatballs, various vegetables, mushrooms, and sweet potato slices around her. With her favorite dipping sauces, she took a bite and squinted happily. She hummed to herself, "Ah, these simple days, there's nothing better. So good. Yum, yum." In Beijing, Zhu Yan and Shen Hongjun received another package from Simple. Zhu Yan carried it home, and her mother-in-law was no longer surprised. "Is this another package from that girl you know?" They knew about the tickets exchanged and her job at that time. Later, they also knew about the packages she sent, even helping with the fabric she sent. Since they understood everything from the start, they felt more at ease now. "Yes, it's quite heavy. I almost couldn't hold it. This one was sent earlier, and it got delayed on the way, but it arrived together with the later package. Last time you sent mountain goods, those were good stuff and really helped us. Why are you sending so many things again?" 5 minutes later, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stared at the items on the table in a daze. "Yana, you recognize this? It's a steamed bun. And that piece is meat, right?" Despite the approaching new year, supplies in the city hadn't improved much. The farmers had a hard year, and they hadn't harvested much good food. It was difficult just to fill their stomachs. Farmers had to give a certain amount of grain to the government, which was used to help city residents. This was the historical grain quota system. In simple terms, city supplies were partly allocated by higher authorities and partly subsidized through grain contributions from rural areas. Since rural areas suffered severe disasters, the grain supply was greatly affected, and city supplies often ran out. Seeing that large chunk of frozen meat, Zhu Yan's mother-in-law couldn't believe it. Actually, Zhu Yan was also surprised. "Really? That steamed bun is also made from real grain. Not just this year. Even in good years before, there weren't many chances to eat it. Who would have thought that this year, they could still get some?" She quickly looked over the letter hidden inside the meat and got a rough idea. "Oh my sister is really capable. She even dared to hunt wild boars. This is wild boar meat given to her. And that steamed bun was also made by her. Didn't you say she doesn't know anything?" Zhu Yan was confused. Yes, she was so small and thin before leaving. She was so weak she could barely walk, and a strong wind cut her over. "It's only been a few months, right?" her mother-in-law guessed. "Which village did you find for her?" Hearing this, Zhu Yan frowned. "I arranged for her to go to Lu village. It's a good place, lots of land, good harvests, at least she can have enough to eat." But as soon as she arrived, she was moved to the poorest Lu village. "I was thinking maybe I did a good deed that turned out badly, but now I think this village might be better for her. I remember my sister isn't the kind to suffer quietly. Whether she endures or not, a young girl running so far away, life won't be any easier. In a strange place, she has to work hard and take care of everything herself. Yes, Mom. Look at her. She's not doing well and still worries about us. The old lady was not heartless. She had always been kind to Zhu Yan's daughter-in-law. Don't say much, but that piece of meat weighs at least 5 or 6 jin. That's quite a heavy gift. Now, if we talk about good things, we can't exchange them easily. But buying things in the village might be inconvenient. Check what the supply and marketing cooperative has that she can use but is hard to buy. Buy more if you can. Our family has only helped once, and we shouldn't always take advantage of the young girl. It wouldn't look good if others found out. Alright, I'll go look this afternoon. It's just before the new year, so I can send it out soon. Yes, I'll give you some money and vouchers later. Don't be stingy. This piece of meat will help us all have a good new year. Cut it in half later and send one half to your parents. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a good relationship. Zhu Yan happily agreed. Okay. A couple of days ago, you and my dad were talking about wanting to eat dumplings, right? We still have 2 cabbages at home. How about cutting some meat and making dumplings tonight? The old lady waved her hand. That was just talk. Save it for the new year. We can make more then. No need to bother now. You don't know, your dad has been thinking about that bean bun for 2 years. If he sees it, he'll be happier than eating dumplings. Okay, I'll go buy some sugar directly. Everyone says bean buns taste better with sugar, right? Yes, buy some.
Kids all like sweet things. I'll go get the money for you.
Almost at the same time, Chun Hongjun from the steel factory also received a message from the reception room. Director Chun, there's a package for you. Chun Hongjun was surprised. He had just received some mountain produce sent by Simple Mail not long ago. Could it be from this kid again? Men are strong. He carried it home with one hand and joked with workers along the way. Director, another package? Everyone knew that in recent months, the director had received several packages. It was no secret. What's going on? Another package? Is it from Simple Mail again? Chun Hongjuan's family knew a bit about Simple's affairs. They weren't familiar before, but after moving to the countryside, they became quite familiar with that name. First, she never lacked good things to eat from others. Yeah, you know how this kid is, huh? Yesterday, he just transferred the rent for these months, and now he's received more things. Is this about me taking care of her? Or is she taking care of me? You helped her out, so she's remembering that. This kid's manners are really good. Oh, Lao Chun, this is too much, isn't it? They were both stunned, but Chun Hongjun was more annoyed. After a hot pot meal, he felt completely relaxed. The small room was filled with a strong aroma. Simple was rubbing her stomach, like a lazy kitten leaning against the wall, not wanting to move at all. Then she realized she was sleepy again. She looked at the time, afternoon. It was the perfect nap time. No wonder the sleep god came again. But clearly, she couldn't fall asleep this time. It wasn't that she suddenly woke up, but just as she lay down, still savoring the delicious food in her dazed mind, she heard a loud thud of something heavy falling. And it was quite close. It seemed to be right around the house. The thought made Simple instantly open her eyes and sit up straight, shaking her head to clear the foggy sleep. Within a few breaths, another heavy crash sounded, making the small house tremble slightly. She hadn't moved yet, but she watched helplessly as a large amount of snow suddenly fell outside the window, like an avalanche. This was good. She no longer bothered to roll around on the bed. The messy hair had already been styled, and she quickly put on her cotton-padded coat and pants. She slipped on her shoes and ran outside. She felt that if she hesitated a little longer, she might cause trouble, and it might not be safe for her to stand steadily in this house. Although she knew how to protect herself, after the last close call with a surprise attack from behind, she no longer dared to be overconfident. She gently closed the door, carried the iron rod she kept behind the door for self-defense, looked around the front yard, no outsiders, and tiptoed toward the backyard. The small path at the front was narrow, next to the firewood shed, and the snow hadn't been cleared. She wouldn't normally go to the backyard to use the bathroom, and now there were no footprints on the snow. Clearing a path wouldn't be hard, but making no sound at all was difficult. The snow had stopped falling for over an hour. Sunlight and wind had formed a thin, hard shell on top of the snow. Stepping on it made a creaking sound. Usually, she wouldn't mind, but now the yard was very quiet, and any noise would seem out of place. But nearby was the firewood shed. She quickly grabbed a piece of board and laid it down over the snow. The small house wasn't big, and the distance between the front and backyards was only about 3 meters. The snow in the backyard hadn't been cleared, except for some piled near the wall from the front yard. Looking back from there, most of the yard was covered in white snow, even a little dazzling in the sunlight. She listened carefully, nothing strange. Without wasting time, she stepped onto the board she just laid down. Spreading her weight over a larger area helped distribute the force, making each part of her foot less pressured. This principle has been proven many times. Standing on snow might feel easy because the weight is spread out over a large area, her feet, so her body weight is more evenly distributed. But a high-heel shoe with a smaller contact area would be much harder to walk in on snow. On the other hand, a wooden board much larger than her feet spread her weight even more, making walking easier. The thin layer of hard shell on the snow didn't get punctured by sharp points and supported her steadily. Even when she temporarily extended the wiring, it moved quietly and smoothly. 3 pieces of the board were connected, and she reached the backyard. No need to bother searching. Not far from the base of the outer wall, there's a large, obvious pit. In this white world, it looks like a black hole and stands out very clearly. Next to the house, at the base of the wall, there is another smaller pit. From this side, it appears smaller, but its inside is completely hidden. By now, I didn't even pause. Still holding a metal rod in one hand and a board in the other, I moved forward, first reaching the larger pit. I peeked inside. Wow. A few days ago, I caught someone on the mountain. And now, someone is coming right to me? It's a rough-looking man with a beard, face and hands darkened, wearing clothes that are hard to identify. But the dark stains on his clothes, if I'm not mistaken, are dried blood, and it's been some time. Despite the dirt on his face, I could vaguely see his outline. He looks tough. I thought for a moment, then placed my hand under my nose to check. Yes, he's still breathing, though very faint. I also pulled at his clothes. The fabric, the pocket on his chest, and the faint green color visible in the folds. If I'm right, it's a dull green. I let out a simple breath. This person needs help. Sighing, I got up and moved toward the distant pit. Okay, one is a person and the other is an object. That's fair. There's no one around. I quickly and cleanly packed up the box.
But this pit is even more noticeable now.
It's clear that both the box and the person were thrown over the backyard wall. The sliding marks are still visible, and the box was heavy. There's soil exposed at the bottom of the pit. Anyone paying attention would see this is suspicious. At this point, I didn't want to get my shoes dirty in the snow again. I simply grabbed a large snow shovel from the base and started shoveling snow away from the edge of the pit. I dragged the shovel around the backyard, digging up all kinds of marks and traces, acting like a mischievous kid. It looked like the scene had been deliberately disturbed, leaving no clues. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore and went back to bring the person still alive into the base. Repeating the same actions, I backed out to the front yard. If I had to guess, I might be the first person to mess around like this in my own house. Back inside, I started to worry again. This is a one-person place, only 2 rooms. The bedroom is impossible, so small with just a bed, there's no way to leave it. The kitchen is cramped. Besides the stove, there's only the basement. Moreover, this person cannot be certain of their identity. There's only a 50-50 chance. She wouldn't risk putting herself in danger. There are also dry firewood prepared in the corner, brought in yesterday. Now it is dry, and simply laid on the ground to help move this person out of the base. Let her lie down first. She plans to find someone. This person is like a ticking time bomb and must be handed over. Before being thrown in, he was probably almost frozen solid. If he had waited half an hour longer, he might have lost all his breath. The fire inside the house was replenished with more firewood. In a short while, this person seemed to relax, even slightly easing their brow. But what is the faint red on their neck? Honestly, although she admires him, Simple still hesitates to touch his forehead. There's nowhere to do so comfortably. The only advantage is that he can't move now, so Simple can pretend to be indifferent as she wishes. Is she reluctant to let him pass away just like that, or should she give him some water to drink? Just as she was worried about how to call for help, a savior arrived outside. Big Sister Jian, Big Sister Jian. Simple has never liked Huzi so much before. This kid is incredible, saving her from danger. She was worried about leaving this person alone at home or bringing him back into the base. What if he wakes up? Huzi, why are you here? Huzi, with a few younger brothers, holding small whips and a little ice monkey, excitedly invites her, Big Sister Jian, come play with the ice monkey. This is their favorite toy, even though it's better on ice. Playing in the snow is just as fun. There are only a few such toys in the whole village. Huzi's father, Lu Guangming, is skilled and professional. Other children don't have such convenient conditions. Besides, most families can't even afford to eat well, let alone spoil their children like this. The younger brothers also look at her eagerly. For a moment, Simple feels a bit overwhelmed by their attention. But she shakes her head and focuses on the main matter. Huzi, can you help me with something? The boy, full of enthusiasm, Big Sister, just tell me what to do. He shows great determination. Go call the village chief and tell him I have something very important to discuss with him. Huzi, receiving the order, straightens his little chest. Okay, Big Sister. I promise I'll do it. He turns around and waves his arm. Little ones, let's go. Immediately, like a caged animal being released, they dash towards the village. Honestly, if it weren't for this last scene, I would still think he is a pretty reliable kid. Looking at his small house, Jian was a bit confused. He originally planned to live alone, but who would have thought that sometimes there would be visitors? The village chief hadn't arrived yet, but the people on the ground started to move. After opening his eyes, Jian first looked around the environment, then struggled to sit up. Jian sat on the Kong and heard the noise but didn't stop it. He simply said calmly, "You are still alive. You can choose to give up now or keep holding on." Cheng Chao was surprised. Was that a girl's voice? Did she save him? But he still obediently lay back on the ground, turned his head and coughed a few times before softly asking, "Did you save me? I just moved you from the snow to here, to prevent you from freezing to death in my backyard." How the warmth in the room made people feel cozy, and Jian started to feel sleepy. Not to mention Cheng Chao, who had a slight fever. After saying a few words, his eyelids started to feel sticky. That smile seemed to make him feel a bit more energetic. "Comrade, have you seen the thing I was with?" Jian came over, raised his chin to indicate, "Look, isn't that it beside you?" She liked money, but she had principles about others' belongings, especially if they belonged to someone else. Although curious, she still put it down as it was. Seeing the item, Cheng Chao sighed in relief. If he lost that again, all their efforts would be meaningless. "Comrade, could you please help me deliver a letter?" It seemed Jian noticed that he found it troublesome. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. But I can't show myself for now. Can you help me find Commander Lin of the garrison?" Jian was about to say that no one would write bad person on their forehead, but when he heard the familiar place, he couldn't help but ask, "Commander Lin? Wait, you can't expect me, a young girl, to go alone, right? I'll find someone to help deliver your letter." Then he added, "Don't worry, I won't spread this. I don't want to die. If this gets out that I'm hiding a grown man, I might not survive." Cheng Chao thought that made sense. Just as they were talking, Lu Weimin hurried over. Poor village chief. When he heard something important, he ran over immediately. This young worker had been acting strangely lately. Every encounter seemed to be a big deal, which made his heart race. He didn't think it was a bad thing, but one thing after another kept happening. "Little Jian, what happened?" The simple gate was not closed, so he went directly into the yard. However, he made a sound inside the yard, worried it might disturb her. He gently pushed open the door to welcome the person inside, and the kitchen quickly became crowded. Outside was snowing, and upon entering, his view was limited. Lu Weimin couldn't see clearly and only asked what happened. He heard Jian Dan seem to be talking to someone else. This is the village chief. You tell him and ask him to arrange something for you. Arrange for whom? Arrange what? The kitchen was too crowded. Jian Dan handed Lu Weimin a stool, then went into the bedroom. It was only a few steps away, so it didn't delay the conversation. Lu Weimin looked up after calming down and saw a figure on the ground. Oh, who's that? The person was very dark-skinned, darker than his own son. Cheng Chao sat up with effort, leaning against the wall. Village chief, I am a soldier. I had an accident while on duty. Please help me send a message to Commander Lin of the garrison. His speech was broken and seemed like he might pass out at any moment. After speaking, he looked exhausted. Lu Weimin glanced at the stove, where there was a bowl of water, clearly prepared for him. Without saying much, he picked it up and handed it over. Drink some water. Let me think. Commander Lin, huh? He slapped his forehead and looked at Jian Dan. Hasn't Commander Lin gone up the mountain? Jian Dan was stunned. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? You also made him sugar water, right? Where? I only gave that to Commander Lin. Are you saying that the commander he's looking for is the same Lin commander? Jian Dan remembered that Lin Jingda was often called captain by others, and Lu Weimin also called him that. She hadn't paid much attention. Lu Weimin was surprised. You didn't know? Should I know? I'm not familiar with him. They had only gone pig hunting twice together and once handed over a person. That was their only contact. Strangers sending you things? Isn't that a reward? I was just doing a good deed. While Cheng Chao took a sip of water, the two of them started arguing, drifting far off topic. Their words made Jian Dan smile slightly. She cleared her throat. Sorry to bother you, but can you save a life first? Oh, right. Uncle, can you find someone to help him send a message? And find him a place to stay. He can't just stay here, right? Look at my house. Besides, a single man and woman alone. It's not convenient. Her eyes were sincere, but Lu Weimin didn't understand. Isn't he not supposed to show himself? But he can't stay here forever, right? That made sense. Why not send me home? Okay. No way. The two people spoke in unison.
Why not?
Are you still sticking around here? They didn't know each other, and it was simple and straightforward. She was also inconvenient because there were so many people and he was a grown man. Cheng Chao looked like he was about to pass out again, just like at the beginning. Comrade, I might not make it out of here alive. Do you really want to see me die? The obvious signs of acting were clear. Not only was it simple, but even the careless Lu Weimin was twitching his mouth. This time, he thought Xiao Jiqing was right. Definitely not okay here. She's just a young girl. What's going on? You can't just take revenge after saving her, right?
Ha.
Simple suddenly felt that Lu Weimin was a bit humorous. Listening to this joke, it was still popular even in later times. Uncle, you see things clearly. Cheng Chao indeed didn't think much. He had just warmed up and his mind was still a mess. After saying this, his strength was almost gone. I say, I want to save people to the end. Can I have some food? I haven't frozen to death, but I'm about to starve. Simple was stunned for a moment. Oh, I forgot about that. I was just thinking about you drinking water. Since this person had revealed his identity, whether true or not, and could openly find Lin Jingda, he probably couldn't escape. People like this, Simple admired. Their demands had to be met. She had just eaten hot pot, and whether it could be seen in the light or not, the patient definitely couldn't eat that now. The best thing for him was porridge, but it takes time to cook. Simple thought for a moment, scooped a bowl of washed millet into a pot, added water, then thought again, and threw in a few eggs. She placed a pot fork on top, then took a basin, cracked a few eggs into it, and placed it on top. She took a small bowl of steamed buns from the cabinet and arranged them, covered the pot, and kept the fire under the stove burning. Just adding 2 pieces of firewood was enough. The large pot would take a while to cook. As the fire burned, the aroma of rice filled the air. Not only the patient but Lu Weimin also tried to control his gaze from drifting toward it. Outside, Each household's chimney was also emitting smoke. In winter, the second meal in the countryside was obvious. Lu Weimin couldn't go back now. Since the patient couldn't get up, Lu Weimin stayed to keep him company. Simple placed their tables directly on the stove, cooking a thick, golden millet porridge topped with a layer of rice oil. It looked very appetizing, especially for someone who hadn't eaten in days. Congee, plain white steamed buns, a bowl of egg cake, and a small dish of pickled cucumbers from autumn. Uncle, you can eat some with him. I ate my breakfast late, and am not hungry. This was the first time Ching Chao felt so helpless and embarrassed. Simple food made him swallow his saliva repeatedly. Lu Weimin saw that this was his share too. He wanted to refuse, but since there was a man and a woman, and he had to wait for Lin Jingda anyway, he didn't refuse. He helped the patient wash his hands and face, helped him sit up, set something behind him for support, and moved closer to the stove. Eat quickly. Xiao, Jian's cooking skills are good. Look at this porridge. The congee was golden yellow, and the egg cake was shiny with a layer of oil, smelling so good it made his nose tingle. Most people wouldn't bother eating fine grains, let alone such thick porridge, and a big bowl of egg cake. To avoid making them feel awkward, he set the food down simply and went inside. Uncle, I leave this guest to you. I'm going to clean my vegetables. Although they were close, there was a door between them. Once the door was closed, Ching Chao's face cooled down considerably. He admired how capable he was, voluntarily asking his savior to cook for him. But since he was no longer shy, what was there to hold back? He picked up the bowl and took a sip of the hot porridge. The slightly warm temperature slid down his throat, warming his stomach. After finishing the bowl, he felt like he had come back to life. It was a bit frustrating. He didn't actually have any deadly injuries. Most of his condition was due to cold and hunger, and because he was sensitive about what he had in his hands, he had to be extra cautious. Tired, cold, hungry, tense, and with someone seemingly following him behind, he ran down the mountain with all his strength in the last stretch. He couldn't even move the wooden logs he used to cover his tracks. He was about to give up when he saw the wall, giving him a last hope. Ignoring the dizziness and blurred vision, he moved unpredictably, staggering and crawling to the foot of the wall. He threw what he was holding inside, then used his last strength to push himself in, falling heavily onto the thick snow layer, finally feeling at ease enough to lose consciousness. His hand was still swollen, like a water radish, with blisters on the knuckles, red and purple. His earlobes were the same color, probably painful and itchy. His grip on the spoon was unsteady, but his face showed no abnormal signs. Frostbite is a localized skin injury caused by cold during winter or early spring. The symptoms often occur at the tips of limbs and exposed areas, such as hands, feet, the tip of the nose, around the ears, earlobes, and cheeks. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that frostbite happens because the body's vital energy, yang, is weak and external cold and dampness invade, disrupting the flow of qi and blood, causing blood stasis and blockage. Therefore, in winter, people with cold bodies often develop frostbite symptoms. Since the weather is cold and temperatures are low, and people lack proper warmth, many do suffer from frostbite. Especially here, near the border, even in times of peace, soldiers on outdoor patrols have many more tasks, so almost everyone is at risk. Lu Weimin silently watched the person with their head down, feeling distressed if it were his own child. The ground was covered with corn stalks, and it was close to the stove, so it wasn't too cold. Almost immediately after setting down the bowl, Cheng Chao opened his eyes and then quickly fell asleep again. Hearing some movement, someone opened the door to check and saw that he had finished eating. His face looked a bit better, but since his face was washed and he was severely cold, if he relaxed even a little more, he might develop a fever. Jianli is not an expert in this area, knows a bit about herbal medicine, but doesn't really know how to treat illnesses. However, she does have fever-reducing medicine. Not counting what's stored at the base, during her 2 days in the hospital in Beijing, the doctor prescribed a few pills, which she kept. Her family also keeps some common medicines like the Wanengde and Naijin, a universal medicine, and she has about 20 pills. Uncle, does he have a fever? Lu Weimin sighed. No kidding, He's just frozen badly. I'll go check on him and find someone. Why haven't they found anyone yet? The mountain area is so large, and now it's all snow. Even flat ground is hard to walk on. They need more time to find him. I have some medicine here, you can give it to him first so he doesn't really get a high fever. Lu Weimin, are you being polite with your words? But he still carefully gave the medicine, thankful that Ching Chao, who was burning up with fever, was groggy but not resisting much. After giving 2 pills with 2 bowls of water, he fell into a deeper sleep. However, his hands still clutched tightly to what he thought was important. Lu Weimin wanted to leave, but leaving this hidden danger behind made him uneasy. In his anxiety, his face showed it. Jian Li looked at the person on the ground who was still unconscious. Uncle, if you have something to do, you should go first. Since he's sick, he can't move for a while. When he wakes up, I'll find you then. A delicate young girl and a tall, strong man. Such a clear difference. Although I know Xiao Jian has the skills to hunt wild boars and shouldn't be in danger, Lu Weimin was still quite worried. He was about to tell Xiao Jian to find his wife to come and keep him company. It was getting dark outside, with no lights on, only the flickering sparks from the stove illuminating the faces of the 3 people. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door, followed by Lu Jiaxing shouting. Lu Weimin visibly relaxed and stood up excitedly. It must be Jiaxing who found someone. Xiao Jian didn't answer. The footsteps sounded different from Lin Jingda's usual bold style, more gentle and steady. Before they reached the door, Lu Weimin opened it first. Oh, Captain Lin, you've finally come back. He turned and aimed his gun at his unreliable son. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to find Captain Lin? Lu Jiaxing was also confused, but quickly spoke before his father got angry. Dad, we didn't find Captain Lin, but... Lu Weimin was getting impatient. Then why did you come back? 2 other people stepped forward. Village Chief Lu, don't worry. The captain's training trip is uncertain, so I came to check. I'm Commander Qingjin, Lin's political officer. If you have something to say, it's the same with me. Hearing that he was the political officer, Lu Weimin calmed down a bit. He remembered what Ching Chao had said earlier and hesitated whether to tell him more. They opened the door and exchanged a few words. Before anyone entered the house, cold air rushed in. Ching Chao, who had just cooled down from the fire, shivered and barely opened his eyes. Cheng Jin was led inside, and another person was brought in. The kitchen suddenly became crowded again. Cheng Chao struggled to sit up. Uncle Lin? When Xiao Jian heard the visitor, he went inside, took a candle, and lit it, making the small kitchen clearer. He was a patient. Lu Weimin ignored him and spoke to Cheng Jin. A comrade political officer. This is the person. Look and see if he's one of your comrades.
Life is at stake.
Xiao Jian's youth rescue saved him. We don't know the details, so we can't just keep him here. He's looking for Captain Lin. I thought it would be good to let him identify him. If not, we'll report to the police. If he's really working on something important, we shouldn't delay. There's an empty room at the village office, quiet and suitable for recovery during winter. Xiao Jian nodded secretly. Yes, that's the way to handle it. Whatever it takes, just don't leave him here. Chief Lu, I told you your awareness and attitude are truly different. No wonder the team leader also praised you when he returned. Everyone felt that the other person's voice sounded somewhat familiar. The person underground looked up, and the person beside him lowered his head. The candlelight was dim, but for someone very familiar, that wasn't a problem. With just a glance at the outline, you could tell if it was the person you were looking for. Cheng Chao felt that after sleeping this time, his mind was much clearer, and he felt more comfortable. At least, even with his head tilted back so much, he didn't feel any obvious discomfort. But this person, he's so familiar. Cheng Jin, the political commissar, is more reliable, but he's also quite surprised. Little Chao. Seeing him like this, Cheng Chao was sure. His heart settled steadily, and he smiled with a hint of grievance and dependence, like a child who has been bullied outside and sees a loved one. Little uncle. Suddenly, it became a scene of recognizing family. Lu Weimin and Jian Dan were curious, but mostly wanted to avoid trouble, though they couldn't leave due to the circumstances. As the outside light dimmed, Jian, tired after all the fuss, hesitated and awkwardly spoke. Sorry to bother you. Since you've confirmed the password, is this person okay now? Hee. Could you move him away? Lu Weimin almost floated into the air. This kid, how can he say such things? Can't he be more polite? Quickly, he tried to make up for it. Commissar Chung, you see, she lives alone, and the space is very tight. We had no choice but to put this comrade here. But this isn't a long-term solution. The kitchen faces the door, so there's cold wind and dust, and the ground is cold too. It's better to move him somewhere safe and comfortable. Also, she's a young female educated youth. Chung Jin didn't think much, just was surprised by Jian Dan's straightforwardness. Little Chow, do you think you've completed your task? Yes, I have. I got what I needed, Chung Jin confirmed firmly. Alright, then come with me. It's not convenient for you to stay at the female educated youth's place. I brought some people. We'll go quietly later, so as not to disturb others. But your skills aren't great. You got a young girl to rescue you. His own nephew, Chung Jin felt both caring and responsible. He said what needed to be said, then turned to Jian Dan. Jian Dan, you're an educated youth, right? I've heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you in this situation. I won't be polite. This time is different. I will remember your help in saving me. Sorry for the trouble today. I'll take this kid away now. Simple-minded people are eager for them to leave quickly, but Chung Chao feels a bit reluctant. He keeps glancing toward the stove. Naively, he guesses. Could it be that he's hungry again? That shouldn't be, right? They've already eaten most of the 15 big buns, a pot of porridge, and a bowl of egg cakes. It hasn't been long, just 3 hours? Could sleeping really burn that much energy? If this were at someone else's house, like Lu Weimin's, it would last a whole week of meals. Especially the eggs, he wouldn't even eat that many in a month. Yet, these two have finished it all in one meal. And he's still thinking about food? Chung Jin also notices these looks and quietly asks Xiao Chao, are you hungry? When we go back, I'll ask someone to bring you a meal from the cafeteria. The cafeteria? Chung Chao's gaze is full of silent disappointment. He sighs inwardly, not blaming his little brother. After all, who wouldn't lose hope after such a hearty, filling meal with oil and flavor? He's eaten plain broth and water before, sometimes with a little meat, but he never really looked forward to the food. As long as he's full, that's enough. But now, for the first time, he has expectations for food. Little brother, do we really have to leave? Can I stay here? I'm still injured. Do you really want to bother me now? A young man with a tough exterior and lively expressions, but when he speaks, he sounds pitiful and helpless. Simple almost can't hold back a laugh and quickly turns away. Not only does Chung Jin look strange, but Lu Weimin also blinks hard, trying to suppress the rising laughter. After all this time, he hadn't realized that this kid was like this. Chung Jin's expression is complicated. Has it been so long since they last met that he's lost track of his nephew's changing thoughts? He isn't sure if his nephew has feelings for someone or what. But he's right, it's not appropriate for a young girl to take him in. No matter what, he's a grown man. Without saying a word, he breaks his nephew's fantasies. No, forget it.
Just stop thinking about it.
Come back with me honestly. Chung Chao isn't a child anymore. He understands that his last hope is gone. His shoulders slump, and he stops joking around. Little brother, why did you come so early? At least let me stay for dinner. I understand completely. From the expression, I could tell what he was thinking. Chung Jin was so angry, he almost laughed. He reached out, wanting to scold the mischievous kid, but when he saw the pale lips, the unusually red face, and the frostbite patches on his hand, he held back his anger. All right, let's pack up and go quickly. Don't attract attention and cause trouble for Xiao Jian Jiqing again. It was already dark. The group quietly arrived and then disappeared into the night. Lu Weimin waved his hand and also took his leave. I need to head back too. You should go inside quickly.
Call me if you need anything.
But he couldn't help feeling tired. That girl was too troublesome.
Be careful, okay? Don't sleep too deeply.
He chuckled lightly. What's wrong, uncle? Are you worried about me encountering trouble? Lu Weimin sighed.
Just think about it.
Haven't you caused enough trouble already? When I hear you call me, my heart just jumps up. Xiao Jian reflected for a moment. Although it wasn't her intention, she admitted that her tone had been a bit sharp. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little embarrassed. Don't worry, uncle. I'll be careful and try not to cause trouble. But if someone comes to bother me, don't blame me. Lu Weimin shook his head and sighed as he walked away. His mood was even more unsettled now. Once the door was closed, Xiao Jian was free and relaxed. She tidied up the extra traces in the kitchen. The corn cobs were stacked in the corner. The fire had been burning all afternoon, and the heated brick bed was still warm. She didn't dare to keep it burning any longer. The wooden bed frame at the head of the bed had been raised twice that afternoon. Otherwise, the vegetables stored there would have dried out by now. Cheng Jin, who was returning with the injured, was speechless. On the way, he tried to ask his nephew about his thoughts. But Cheng Zhao straightforwardly said, "Little uncle, her cooking is delicious. You're not willing to leave just because of that?" Honestly, Cheng Jin was surprised. He never expected that reason. Yeah, what else? By the way, little uncle, what are we having for dinner tonight? Cheng Jin wanted to tease him again. He forgot that his usually emotionless, famous for being stoic nephew was actually a food-loving kid in front of him. Whatever the canteen makes, Cheng Jin thought for a moment. Since he was a patient, he could still enjoy a little special treatment. Let me make you some special hospital food. Cheng Chaoxing felt very bored. He had eaten here before, and the food always tasted the same. Thinking about the millet porridge and egg cake at noon made him regret not eating more. He kept sighing while looking out the window. In the evening, he really didn't eat much. He sat staring at his lunchbox with his chopsticks in hand, lost in thought. Cheng Jin found this even more strange. What's wrong? Are you trying to starve yourself? Little uncle, you don't understand. What don't I understand? Do you think I do? Are you still thinking about the meal you just had? Tell me, what delicious food did you eat? Cheng Chao started to answer: millet porridge, steamed bun, eggs, egg cake. Although food was tight now, the Chung family was still well off. They had a big and strong family, and even if they didn't eat fine food every day, occasional treats were not a problem, especially for a wounded person. Why was he so fixated on it? Is it really that good?
You keep talking about it.
I don't know if it's because of the taste or my situation at the time. My craving for food made me imagine things. I remember eating that small bowl of millet porridge, and I felt like I was alive again. Whenever he thought about eating, his mouth would start to water unconsciously, and the first thing that came to his mind was those foods he had at noon. Since Cheng Jin didn't understand, he decided to try again. After all, Cheng Chao was truly a patient. He prepared the same meal as at noon: porridge, boiled eggs, a vegetable, and a steamed bun. He placed everything in front of Cheng Chao. Cheng Chao looked a bit stunned. After taking a bite, he slowly started to eat. Cheng Jin watched him finish and then asked, "How is it?" Cheng Chao sighed directly, clearly disappointed. "Little uncle, it tastes good, but it's not the same as at noon." Cheng Jin didn't say much. His nephew was famous for being picky about food. Now, for the sake of eating, he really had no shame. These people were just passing through, unlikely to have much contact in the future. After this heavy snow, life in the camp became a simple, lazy winter. In short, they were just slacking off. At first, their routine was still regular, but after a few days, it was completely chaotic. There were too many entertainment options in the base, and electricity was still working fine. Once they relaxed, they really let go. They watched movies and TV shows nonstop. By 8 or 9 p.m., they kept going until late at night. Some days, they almost stayed up all night, then fell asleep at dawn when the sun rose. Sleeping during the day doesn't really refresh the body. After a few days of confusing sleep schedules, Simple finally realized something was wrong and decided to adjust her biological clock. Several nights of staying up late had shifted her sleep cycle by several hours. She would only wake up near noon, which made her feel very energetic at night around 8 or 9 o'clock, her usual rest time. Turning over, she didn't feel sleepy. Turning back, she still didn't feel sleepy. She rolled from one side of the bed to the other, making several irregular circles. Her bedding and pillowcases were all wrinkled from her tossing, but instead of feeling tired, she became more alert. Many times, she almost couldn't help but think, forget it, I'll just be lazy. She reached out to grab her tablet from the base, thinking about how she had wasted the whole morning and how she had fallen asleep during breakfast for several days straight. She forced herself to pull her hand back. Her mind grew clearer, but Simple felt more helpless and irritable. Why get so anxious about just sleeping? Finally, between staring blankly and going into the base to work, Simple chose to count sheep. She lost track of how many she counted, feeling like her vision was filled with golden stars, and only then did she start to feel sleepy. The next morning, although her head was still a bit foggy, she felt better than the previous days. She no longer felt her brain was completely blank. After breakfast, her state was almost normal. Simple thought to herself that her body was still young and full of energy and recovered quickly. Otherwise, staying up all night would have meant a few days of rest. She hadn't gone outside for several days. When she finally opened the door, a cold, fresh air hit her face. It was very crisp. Taking a deep breath, her chest felt much clearer. It hadn't snowed in these days. The yard looked the same as when it was last cleaned, with a layer of frost on top. The snow in the backyard was from a previous clearing, but the top layer had hardened into a thick shell. When she stepped on it, it made a crisp and creak sound. There was already some movement among the villagers outside, probably people trying to gather more firewood before the mountain was sealed off. Jian Jiqing. Before she even entered the house, there was a knock on the door. Li Yan's cheerful voice came through. She should be home, right? Did that chimney just smoke? Yes, look, it's still smoking. The door and windows are closed, so you can't hear it. Just speak a little louder. Simple chuckled, turned around, unlocked the door, and opened it. Why are you here? Outside the door, several young educated youths were standing in a neat group. In front was Li Yan, holding up her hand, ready to knock again. Behind her, taking a step back, were Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun. When they saw Jian, they also smiled. Jian, you really can stay at home all day? Yes, I was just thinking of finding you guys to roast chestnuts. You came just in time. Tan Yajun has become more cheerful since she first arrived, showing that her days at the youth station have been pretty good. We haven't gone out much these days because it's too cold. Today looks a little better, so we plan to go up the mountain to see if we can gather some firewood. Do you want to come along, Jian? Jian finally noticed that everyone was carrying baskets, and the baskets had wooden handles sticking out. Looking toward the foot of the mountain, many villagers were also there. Jian nodded. Then I'll go with you. Come inside, and warm up first. I'll go get some things. Li Yan looked at her group. We won't go inside. We'll wait here for a while. Jian and her friends had been inside the small house before, so they knew how big it was. Even with 2 people inside, it was tight. Since there were 4 of them, plus a young male youth who would be leaving soon, there was no need to squeeze in. Jian nodded casually and turned to walk back. Wait a moment, I'll come out quickly after I get the things. The baskets, axes, and ropes for gathering firewood were in the corner of the woodshed. Jian said she would be quick, and she was. She went inside, checked the fire, changed into work clothes and shoes, put on gloves and a hat, locked the door, took the basket and locked the main door. It only took 2 or 3 minutes, and everyone was ready to leave. Jian, were you already prepared? You're so fast. Today was partly sunny, and most importantly, there was almost no wind, which made everyone more eager to chat. Last time I came back, my basket stayed there the whole time. Plus, my room is small, and my work clothes are all out in the open, so it's not very convenient. What have you all been doing these days? This was Chun Jangwo speaking. We helped clear snow in the village. After that, we tidied up the youth station and gathered the firewood we collected recently. If it stays this cold all winter, I think the firewood might not last. Jian, we also built 2 snowmen. Come see them later. Tan Yajun frowned and recalled. This year, it's been colder earlier than the past 2 years. Last year, the snow didn't fall until a few days later, and then the temperature dropped. A few young women, who were sent to the countryside as educated youth, once again felt grateful. Luckily, the three of us moved into one room. Otherwise, with just the little firewood we collected, we'd freeze to death. Haha, it probably wouldn't be that bad. The villagers shared their thoughts. They took advantage of the good weather to gather more firewood, hoping to make their homes warmer. But the villagers were strong men, while these young women were just teenagers, around 18 or 19, and looked quite lonely. Simple was one of the most popular people in the village. At least in the past 6 months, her popularity hadn't faded. When villagers saw her, they greeted her warmly. "Little Simple, are you going up the mountain too? Are you running out of firewood? I can bring you a few bundles when I go down later." "No, no need," Simple quickly refused. "Uncle, I still have some left from before. Everyone help me bring it back." "Really? Little Simple, don't be shy with us. We're rough people, but we can handle this kind of work quickly and easily." Yes, don't worry, Uncle. We're heading over there now." She seemed to be trying to escape quickly, and Li Yan and the others still laughed at her. "Simple, did you get scared?" Looking back, she saw they had walked quite far, and she finally relaxed. She appreciated their help, but she wasn't used to their warmth and enthusiasm. "Hey, I think it's better to use the results of your own hard work." "That's true," she agreed. They weren't walking the villagers' usual path, which was a bit farther from the village. The mountain wind was strong, and the snow wasn't very thick. The ground wasn't covered evenly, and they often saw dry, broken branches sticking out. They didn't bother talking much, and focused on their task. Simple wore gloves, which helped a bit. Li Yan and the others didn't wear thick gloves, so they had to pull their hands back into their sleeves or warm them by hugging their arms after a short while. Sometimes, they jumped around in place to keep warm. Even so, they shivered and laughed from the cold. Chun Jangwo, the only male young worker, was stronger and in better shape. Tan Yajun was used to this, having spent several winters here. She quickly adapted after the initial discomfort. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi took longer to get used to it. The climate here was new to them, and they had to learn to be self-reliant and do farm work in this weather. It was their first time experiencing such cold. But none of them were spoiled. They could handle the cold. The only thing missing was practice and experience. Most of this damage was caused by the strong wind before the recent snowfall. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much left. The villagers are very hardworking. Except when they really can't leave the house, they hardly rest. Did you see them coming out to gather firewood in this cold weather? Far from the villagers, a few young educated youths are quite relaxed. They work while playing, and eventually they start a snowball fight. They've been too repressed lately, so now they're letting it all out. Jian always thought she had the heart of an adult, strong and unbreakable. But when Li Yan called her, she ran over faster than anyone else. Come on. Who's afraid?" They played so wildly that they started sweating without noticing. As the sun begins to set in the west, a gust of wind suddenly blows through. The girls start sneezing, including Jian herself. Tan Yajun looks at the sky. "Oh, is it that time already? No wonder the wind is picking up." Jian turns to look at her watch. "Oh, it's already 1:30. No wonder. The temperature from the sun has dropped, and the mountain wind is howling. The northwest wind is especially cold, and since their clothes are damp, the wind makes it worse. It feels like knives stabbing inside their bones. How could they not catch a cold? All right, let's go down the mountain quickly. Don't be careless and catch a cold." That would be embarrassing to admit. Everyone looks at each other and can't help but laugh. Isn't it true? The people working here are busy, but they didn't slack off. Yet these kids got distracted halfway and ended up catching colds, collectively. If this gets out, they'd be too ashamed to show their faces outside. They each carry their baskets, holding today's harvest, and walk down while joking and laughing. Feeling good. They don't feel tired. The cold air just now has mostly gone away. Going down the mountain is easier than climbing up, especially with snow. Not far along, Li Yan, walking ahead, suddenly slips. When the others look up, they see her and her basket sliding down the side. They only see the basket moving a beat slower. Everyone immediately becomes nervous and quickens their pace. Lee, the young worker. Lee, can you hear us? It is a tilted stone, and looking down, there is the same kind of weeds. The snow on top has not been stepped on by people or animals, clearly showing a scratch. The weeds have been trampled, revealing a long, rugged slide that extends down into the hidden, wild vegetation below, out of sight. Li Yan probably slipped on the stone and fell down accidentally. As fellow educated youths, there is no reason to watch coldly. After feeling anxious, the first instinct was to look at Chen Jiangwo, since he was the only man. But before Chen Jiangwo could speak, Lin Zhaodi was the first to calm down. We don't know what's below. We can't all go down. What about the rope? Let's tie the ropes together. Then, she looked around and was lucky to find a sturdy tree not far away. Let's tie the rope to the tree for safety. Otherwise, with all this snow, it's too slippery. Chen Jiangwo quickly understood and opened the bundle of firewood he was carrying. Chen Zhaodi and Tan Yajun did the same. Jian Dan nodded quietly, good. But this cold wind was unstoppable. He also took out his own rope and handed it over. When everyone saw it, they realized it was long enough. In such a situation, there's no need for extra words. The male educated youths were very responsible. Chen Jiangwo carried the rope and went over. At this moment, it seemed there was a sound from below. Jian Dan signaled everyone to be quiet, and they all crouched on the stone, holding their breath. Sure enough, within a minute, they heard a voice from below. Lin Jiying, Chen Jiying, cough, Jian Jiying, it was Li Yan's voice. Everyone couldn't help but smile. She was safe. Immediately, Lin Zhaodi shouted down, Li Jiying, are you hurt? Wait a moment. We'll tie the rope and come down to help you. Li Yan took a few deep breaths, looked at the people around her, and then shouted again. I'm fine. There are 2 more people down there still alive. Jian Dan, Lin Zhaodi, Tan Yajun, and Chen Jiangwo, who had just tied the rope, were all stunned. Could they really find people in this cold weather? And still alive? They hadn't gone deep. Although they weren't heading in the same direction as the villagers, they weren't far from the foot of the mountain. After walking down for about 10 minutes, they would probably meet the villagers. They looked at each other. Jian Dan adjusted his padded coat. How about this? I don't know if the people below are men or women. I'll go down first, bring Li Jiying up. If she's a girl, I'll go down again. If it's a guy, then Chen Jiying will come. After everyone was rescued, they looked at the situation to decide whether to call for help in the village. Do you think that's okay? Chen Jiangwo wanted to come, but he also understood that issues between men and women are not minor. The people present were fine now, but who knew if someone would come later? It was originally safe, but things could go wrong if they caused trouble. He immediately stated, I have no problem. Lin Zhaodi was confident in her strength and good at work. She might even cause trouble, but she didn't argue and simply nodded in agreement. Tan Yajun also mostly agreed, nodding repeatedly and saying she would follow to pull the rope later. Chen Jiangwo handed the rope to Jian Dan. The rope was very long. Even after tying it on the other side, there was still a large coil left. Jian Dan still tugged the rope lightly to check, is it tied to the tree? Chen Jiangwo looked serious and earnest. Don't worry, I wrapped it several times. I tried 3 times, and just to be safe, I tied a secure knot. All right. Jian Dan put on gloves, carried the coil of rope on her arm, and moved down following Li Yan's footprints. When she felt the rope tighten, she let it out a bit, watching her footing and changing hands as she moved. It wasn't steep and wasn't difficult, mainly because there was a lot of tall weeds and wild plants around, plus snow, which made the grass very slippery. This greatly affected Jian Dan's performance. But this was just the outer area. Chen Jiangwo and the others could clearly feel that Jian Dan's sinking depth didn't seem to be much. The angle of the rope suggested it was being pulled horizontally. Everyone was tense, not daring to touch the rope. Jian Dan quickly found Li Yan, but she was also a bit speechless. Imagine walking down that and slipping all the way to the next. How absurd. Oh, it wasn't just that. They hadn't reached the destination yet. Halfway there, they encountered a trap. Li Yan was trembling at the bottom of the hole, leaning against the edge. Jian Dan was almost struck by a sudden realization. Jian Jiqing, you're here. Li Yan was so happy she cried tears of joy. Her words weren't complete, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had just come down, and her vision was still dark. Jian Dan took a moment to adjust before seeing the situation clearly. She guessed right, it was indeed a trap, probably dug by villagers to catch small wild birds or something similar. It wasn't very big. There was less snow at the bottom of the hole compared to outside, and the snow was all pushed to one side. On Li Yan's side, there were traces on the snow. She had fallen into the snow, which must have been moved over from somewhere else. On the other side of the snow, there are two tilted men, an old man and a young one, who also fell after the snow. They're still unconscious, tightly pressed together. It seems the young man is protecting the old man, but both are badly frozen. Nearby, there is a basket tipped over, with a few medicinal herbs spilled out. However, they are still breathing. Their clothes are messy, and it's hard to tell who they are. It's better to leave this to the village chief. Thinking quickly, I shout straightforwardly, Lin Jiqing, there are two people in the trap. Go call the villagers to come help. I step over, and the weeds crackle underfoot in the snow. There are also a few small bamboo sticks stuck in the ground, not very tall, just above the shoe. Dried blood is visible on them. Is that your blood? Where are you hurt? In just a few seconds, Li Yan has turned red in the nose. When she speaks, her breath forms white mist. It's nothing, it's nothing. I slipped from above and struggled halfway down. The stick pierced my calf, and I cut myself, she explains. It's just a small wound, but my cotton pants are soaked with blood, and the cotton is showing through. Her concern makes it seem like the injury isn't on her own body, and I feel speechless.
Can you stand up?
Li Yan leans on the side for support. Yes, she replies bravely, but when she puts her foot down, she cries out in pain. The tears she had been holding back suddenly spill over. Oh my God, it hurts so much. Is my leg broken? Her basic first aid skills are just emergency measures. She can't see the injury through the thick cotton pants, and the trap isn't accessible. Don't put weight on that foot for now. I'll tie your waist and we'll go up first. Then we'll go down the mountain to find a doctor, I say. Li Yan takes a few quick steps, frowning. How unlucky can I get? I won't be able to walk for so long, she mutters. I quickly tie a rope around her waist. Too much happiness leads to sadness, I reply. Lin Jiaodi agrees and turns to run downhill. Chun Jiangwo and Tan Yajun understand why she's the one to go. When they pull someone up later, Chun Jiangwo, the only male young worker, will be the main force. Tan Yajun, who has been in the village for a short time, probably doesn't know many people. Lin Jiaodi is the most suitable person. Earlier, my loud voice woke up the unconscious young man. He took a while to understand his situation. Just as he was about to be happy because he was rescued, he saw two girls tied together like candied hawthorns. The key point is, they're about to leave?
Leave?
No one woke themselves up, thinking they were no longer alive. Jian was about to shake the rope when a faint voice came from behind. Wait a moment, both of you. Her lips were so frozen they wouldn't move, but the meaning was clear. Jian looked back without any surprise. Oh, you're awake? This time, the young man was stunned. You know we're not dead? Of course, if you're breathing, you're not dead. Wait a moment, go find someone. The person who will rescue you is almost here. The young man was surprised again, thinking they were just watching and not helping, but it was a misunderstanding. He felt a bit embarrassed. She struggled to stretch out her stiff hand and waved it. Merci. After a pause, she sighed at her new voice. Unlike you, my brother, and I would probably freeze to death here. Jian smiled and looked at the injured person beside her. You should thank her. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't know about the trap, and we wouldn't have come down. Before he could say anything else, Jian pulled the rope a few times and held Li Yan with her other arm. With Jian's makeshift crutches, Li Yan, with one leg, easily jumped up and sat on the ground, her eyes red again. Tan Yajun helped untie the rope. All right, are you hurt? Lin Jiqing went to call for help. When we get down the mountain, let's go to the commune hospital to check. Lin Zhaodi was lucky. She ran to where villagers had gathered in the morning and met a few men also heading down the mountain. She knew them all. Without bothering with politeness or greetings, she gasped and shouted, "Uncle!" Two people fell into a trap at the bottom of the mountain. The men on the other side immediately looked serious. Lin Zhaodi quickly added, "They're still alive." 4 or 5 men didn't run away, but immediately put down what they were holding. "Old second, you run fast. Go call Wei Minji, bring some people. We'll follow along first."
Got it.
The man called Old Second turned and ran. Lin Zhaodi, supporting her knee and catching her breath, quickly straightened up and ran as well. "This way. It's not far." Her short legs hurried along, and the tall ones quickly caught up in a few steps. Seeing the path ahead, Lin Zhaodi finally relaxed. It's straight ahead, just past that big tree. The others didn't bother with her. The tall one, in just 2 minutes, caught up with Jian and the others. Today, many villagers went up the mountain to gather firewood. Now they are all returning one after another. When they heard about this, several people quickly handed their belongings to their companions and headed up the mountain. The mountain is a vital part of their lives, but it is also very dangerous. Over the years, villagers have gotten used to this way of life. Whenever someone goes up the mountain, there is always a risk of injury or worse. They have no other way to survive, relying on the small harvest from their fields. If they don't go to the mountain, they will go hungry and starve. They depend on the mountain for wood and water. This is the natural law. Honestly, this doesn't surprise them much. When Lu Weimin and a few others hurriedly reached the foot of the mountain, they could already see shadows above. Lu Weimin squinted at the approaching figures and looked confused. Aren't they supposed to be just 2 people? Why are there 3 carrying someone? The villagers reached the top and didn't need tools. They praised the simple ropes they used and couldn't put them down. Most of the tools in their village are homemade, except for weaving cloth. Right now, their parents are sitting on the kong, a traditional heated bed, twisting ropes. This is normal in the village. Not only their family, but about 80% of the households are doing the same. They are strong and healthy, and with the simple ropes, they quickly pulled the 2 unfortunate people up from below. The first reaction of the villagers seeing the people was, "Wow.
How did he get up the mountain?"
Yeah, and he even came to Lu's village? Is the old man not frozen in this cold weather?" There were a few unfamiliar faces, but Tan Yajun recognized some and was a bit doubtful. "Is that the old doctor from Lu's village?" A man nearby answered, "Yes, that's him. It's snowing heavily, and he's still going up the mountain."
Why?
"Old man, isn't he usually like this after so many years?"
Exactly.
"When he gets obsessed, he doesn't care about rain or snow."
Slow down, slow down.
"It's so cold, and he might have hurt his bones. I wonder if he's injured." Tan Yajun asked Tan Yajun, "Is he the doctor from Lu's village?" Tan Yajun thought for a moment and replied, "He's not exactly a doctor. He's the oldest person in Lu's village, but his status is special. Even the team leader respects him. He is very passionate about medicine, but he treats patients based on his mood. For minor illnesses that come and go, no one dares to bring them to him. Last time I tried to jump into the river and was rescued. The doctors at the hospital said I was beyond help. Coincidentally, I happened to meet him, and that's how I survived." "So, you're still his lifesaver?" Tan Yajun felt a bit helpless. "Yes, no matter what, saving my life is a fact. When I went back, I took all my family's belongings to thank him. But, you didn't see him?" "Exactly, he didn't see me at all. I didn't even get inside his house. I thought maybe it was because of my bad reputation at the time, so he didn't pay attention. Later, I remembered how villagers usually spoke of him. That's just his personality. He doesn't care about things he's not interested in. Even if he helps out by chance, he doesn't care or remember it. What he cares about is his medical skills and herbs. I haven't seen him much over the past few years since I moved to the countryside." She nodded simply, not minding. People like him are everywhere. By now, the second injured person had also been pulled up. At first, I thought he was just passing by, but the men were even more surprised. "Wow, brother, am I seeing things?" Is that really Dazuzi?
Huh. Don't scare people like that.
Dazuzi has been in the mountains for a long time. He would have come back if he could. Wait, is he really the same as Dazuzi? A few villagers gathered around, talking excitedly. Really looks like him, right? Maybe even stronger than Dazuzi. Is that so? Seeing a person who looked like Dazuzi surrounded by strong men, he was so scared, he kept edging closer to the old man. After all the fuss, the old man woke up. He shook his head hard, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, and then looking at the person who resembled Dazuzi. Grandpa, you're awake? The old man nodded gently. Are you from Lijiaten? Oh, it's been so many years. The old man still recognizes us? Grandpa, we're from Lijiaten. Our village youth discovered you two in a trap, so they called us over. Maybe we should go down the mountain now. It's pretty cold, and we don't know if there are other injuries. Let's go back and warm up. Yeah, let's go down first. It's getting cold. They are all injured, but several men are very helpful, each carrying one person. The most troublesome is Li Yan. Her calf is hurt, and the mountain path is rough. She definitely can't walk on her own. After looking around, only Tan Yajun and Jian Dan, two young women, are present. Lin Zhaodi ran away just now, and is still hesitating on the road nearby. After checking the situation, Jian Dan spoke first. I have some strength. I'll do it. She rubbed her hands together, and the village men understood. Hey, you guys are talking about this? No need. We have plenty of these. Wait a moment. At this time, a simple makeshift stretcher was passed over from behind the crowd. It was made of branches on four sides, with some vines tied across, perfectly assembled from local materials. Brother, I think that young woman isn't heavy. Do you think she can hold on? Qiangzi, you're so careful. Enough. It's quite sturdy. Come on, Li Jiqing, don't be picky. This thing works well. I guarantee it will carry you safely down. Li Yan was still stunned for a moment. Was her treatment so good? She quickly waved her hands. No. This is already a lot of trouble for everyone. Honestly, my injury is my own fault. Sorry to trouble you all. Meanwhile, an older man on the back of another man spoke up. Don't say that. We owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, we'd probably have frozen to death here. Kid, if you think about it, you all are our benefactors. Haha, the old man is right. Let's not keep pushing each other. If we think about it, it's fate. If we meet, it means we're destined, right? The weather was getting colder, and they decided to head back quickly. Wayman was probably worried sick at the foot of the mountain. Yeah, right, let's go. As young people, they didn't want the villagers to work too hard. Chun Jiangwo quickly took over the task of carrying the stretcher. Jian Dan and Tan Yajun, with the harvest of 4 people, headed back. Lin Zhaodi, who was still catching her breath after running so hard, turned around and headed back the same way without resting. Is it all over now? Tan Yajun smiled. Yes, Lin Jiqing, thanks to your quick report. It didn't take long after you left, and these men came over. Jian Dan looked around. You ran really fast, huh? Do you feel a bit dizzy or have a stuffy chest? Lin Zhaodi nodded foolishly. Seems like it. It's been a while, and my heart is still pounding. Suddenly, the physical activity increased without a gradual process, and the body couldn't adapt. Tomorrow, and the day after, I might still feel tired and have sore limbs. Remember to drink more water and eat light food these days. You don't need to lie down all the time. Small activities can help ease the discomfort. Not far from the villagers, someone responded, Yes, what Jian Jiqing said is right. We rural folks work in the fields all year round and are used to it. You came late this year and didn't get to do much heavy work. After the new year, and when spring comes after about 10 days of work, you'll get used to it. They didn't think much of it, but to Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi, it was like bad news. Before they could say anything, Tan Yajun, on the other side, raised the firewood in her hand and nodded seriously. That's right. When I first arrived, it was the same. Not long after I came, it was harvest time. Not to mention, on the first day, I followed others to shell corn. They finished 1 round, and I only did a third. The next day, I didn't get out of bed at all. Even Chun Jiangwo, who was helping lift Li Yan, was surprised. But since he was a man, he still felt confident and quickly returned to normal. However, Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi looked utterly hopeless. So funny. Our village has never had educated youth before. Jian Jiqing is the first. She just arrived, right during the harvest season. This year's crop isn't normal either. Hearing this, the villagers had a lot to say, that's right. All summer, we didn't have a moment's rest, fetching water, watering the fields. Later, the water in the small river turned muddy. We had to scoop it out little by little. Hopefully next year will be a good year. As farmers, we rely on the heavens. Yes, next year will definitely be good. Look at this heavy snow. It's fallen so early. It might snow even more this winter. When spring comes and melts, it will seep into our fields, right? That's true. My dad is at home repairing baskets and weaving ropes, and my mom is making shoes for us. Me too. My old folks are busy all the time. I said it was still early, not winter yet, but I got scolded for not planning ahead. My mom said the same to me. If there's time, just do it. It will all be needed eventually. Who knows if there will be other work in between. My old man has started to worry. In a few days, he plans to have someone check the village tools. Those that need fixing will be repaired, and those that need sharpening will be sharpened. This is important work. Some sickles are broken, and I don't know if we'll be able to add new tools this year. Otherwise, working next year will be hard. Speaking of sickles during summer, some were already broken. I think we've broken several hoes, and there are few rakes without broken teeth. The pickaxe handle is loose, and that day, it almost hit me on the head. So, there really is a lot of work to do. There's visible work, but also unseen work. After the snow melted that day, I saw that someone's house on the west side was almost collapsing. If it's not fixed in spring, it could be dangerous. Some people need to repair their houses first. Sigh, talking about others, my own thatched house would have collapsed if I hadn't gone up early that afternoon. Luckily, I went up early. Gossip like this helps them fit into the village and smooth things over. The cheerful Li Yan and a few others also started chatting. Uncle, your life is so busy and full. Haha, that's just how life is in the countryside. When we're busy, there's always a lot to do. A few days ago, I saw some kids playing in the snow. They looked so happy. I was jealous. Our kids are tough. They usually help with chores at home. They don't have much time to play. Winter is their happiest time. But just thinking about her little boy's torn sock, she couldn't smile. Sigh, every winter, his hands and feet get cold. It always happens when winter comes. Your boy's feet got cold too? Mine did. Last night, his mom made him soak his feet in hot water, but he kept complaining about itching. Li Yan imagined how she would look after less than a day outside in the cold. If she were as stubborn as they are, she'd sometimes feel pain or itching and get into a cold sweat. Uncle, I heard there's a neighbor who is in the army in cold places. They say there's a local folk remedy, using frozen potatoes to treat frostbite. Do people here have that tradition? Frozen potatoes? I've never heard of anyone trying that. Oh, maybe it's just a local custom. If there's nothing taboo about it, Uncle, you should try it. Just one potato. It's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, it won't ruin anything. That's true. When I go home, I'll freeze 2 potatoes. If I don't use them tonight, they'll be frozen solid. You see, it's really you folks outside who are more experienced and knowledgeable. Li Yan quickly waved his hand. Not really, I just happened to hear it from the neighbors. I thought it might be useful for everyone, but we'll have to try if it works. Freeze the potatoes completely, then bring them inside to thaw a bit. Once they soften, cut them open. The juice inside will come out. Just apply that juice, but after applying, try not to touch it.
Let it air dry.
Repeat this process 4 or 5 times a day. They say that after 3 or 4 days of gentle freezing, it will get better. Several villagers listened carefully. This thing, well, it's not exactly a disease. Not just children, but even they haven't escaped frostbite. They wouldn't normally take children to the commune or county hospital, especially in winter. But that itchy, maddening feeling, everyone has experienced it. Their only solution was soaking in hot water, but over the years, no one has heard of hot water curing frostbite. Li Yan explained confidently, And those who heard about freezing 2 or more immediately decided to try applying it to their families too. What if it works? Others also secretly thought, we don't have much else, but we do have plenty of potatoes. They're mainly for food, but that doesn't matter. If this method really cures the problem, whether it's a few or dozens of people, it's worth it. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Li Yan was already chatting happily with some villagers who were helping out. Although they couldn't go straight up, everyone's good feelings toward each other had increased a lot. This kid is quite the social butterfly. Everyone admired him. Lu Weimin had already brought some people waiting there. It looked like they'd been waiting for a while. About 10 people kept walking in circles at the mountain's base, occasionally looking up the mountain. If they weren't afraid of losing track of each other, they'd have already gone up. Village chief, should we go higher and wait? It's been half a day, and we still haven't seen anyone. The people up there shouldn't be so slow, one said. The others immediately became anxious. Yes, village chief, there are only a few paths up there. They're probably not coming out with injured people on the small trails. Maybe we can split up and go up a bit. Surely at least one of us will meet them? Lu Weimin was getting a bit annoyed. Day after day, it's winter, and he just wanted to rest. Why does everything have to be so busy? Can't he have a little peace? He spun around several times in place, pressing the snow on the ground flat. After coughing twice, he looked up at the anxious men and sighed inwardly. Then a few men gathered around him. When one of them turned around, he faced the mountain directly and happened to see a few black dots. They all exclaimed in surprise. They're back. They're back. Hurry and go meet them. He immediately ran forward, and the others turned their heads quickly. Their hearts sank at once. Oh, finally they're back. Lu Weimin suddenly appeared, sweating all over.
Go now, go now. Don't shout at me.
You're all good people, only I'm the bad one, so I'm in no rush. A few men smiled but didn't say much. They understood Lu Weimin's personality well. Village head. Where should we take this person? The villagers probably won't go inside now. If we're not careful, they might be outsiders. It wouldn't be right to take them to anyone's home. Lu Weimin sighed.
Didn't he know?
He thought for a moment and asked, did the educated youths find him? Yes, the person who reported the news said it was that quiet girl educated youth who later stopped talking. We can't take him to anyone's house. The village office is cold now. Let's take him to the educated youth's place. There are quite a few rooms empty, just pick one. Go home and call someone to build a fire, boil some water, and ask Lao Chen to come see if it's okay. If it's really serious, it's really serious, make it warm. We'll send him to the hospital tomorrow. Lu Weimin felt like his hair was about to fall out. It was hard one to settle in for winter, and as long as no wild beasts came down the mountain, it should be the safest time. Who would have thought something could happen now? Village head, compared to Lijiaten, our village is quite honest. Please don't get angry with them now. It wasn't about excusing the educated youths, it was mainly because the villagers also went out, and they didn't really violate any rules. At most, they went a bit farther, but they also saved 2 people, didn't they? Lu Weimin folded his arms and walked a few steps down to the foot of the mountain. The figures above were already faintly visible. It was clear that the 2 sides had met and were exchanging the injured. Do you think I'm unreasonable? Merits and faults, what's right and wrong. I can tell the difference. Yes, no problem. Are you worried about getting angry? He looked up again, yes, they were coming down quickly. He turned around and left. I'll go back and have my son and daughter-in-law bring some corn stalks over to build a fire first. The house where the educated youth stay is probably frozen through, and some are burning firewood. A few of the educated youths probably don't have much firewood left. All right, call construction to go with you. Just hold on to the pile in front of the village office. They also need to fetch water, so it's good to have someone go with you. This person has already run quite far away. Okay, village chief. Jian and Tanya are carrying most of the harvest, while Lin Zhaodi carries the lightest 2 bundles. Mainly, Jian and Tanya are worried some villagers might have ideas, since you ran away, but didn't do much, and you're not tired. It's just a show of effort. A few men are carrying 2 injured people. Li Yan on the stretcher is chatting happily with some others. When Lu Weimin said they should be sent directly to the educated youth house, she was actually the happiest. Oh, it's nice to chat for a bit. Uncle, I want to tell you. Jian and the others are speechless. It feels like they're old friends. Are they about to become sworn brothers? When everyone entered the educated youth house, an empty room was already beginning to smoke with cooking fumes. The door wasn't fully open, but the warm yellow light coming through was obvious. They directly sent the two frostbitten patients inside. Li Yan naturally was taken back to the female educated youth's room. The heated bed had been on for a while, so it was warm, but definitely not heated thoroughly. The old farmers could feel the dampness underneath, and the room also had a warm air. It wasn't dark yet, and the light was still okay. When they entered, the room suddenly darkened, but after a few seconds, vision returned. Earlier at the foot of the mountain, it was noisy, and Lu Weimin didn't look carefully. Knowing they weren't from his village, he just pointed toward the educated youth house. Now, inside, the injured were lying on the bed. When he got closer, he saw clearly. Wow, old man Lu. Is that you? The old man warmed up a bit, took off his frozen cotton jacket, and exhaled. It was good to see someone he knew. Oh, I've been frozen here, thinking I was going to be left there forever. Then, he turned to find another person. Gongzi, how are you? Still alive? Lu Weimin looked over and was stunned. Is that De Juzi? Yeah, that's my grandson, Lu Gang.
Just call him Gongzi.
The person, suspected to be De Juzi, Lu Gang, looked at Lu Weimin with a polite, unfamiliar gaze, like meeting a stranger for the first time. There was no sense of familiarity at all, which made Lu Weimin feel uncomfortable.
Gongzi, just call Uncle Weimin.
Lu Gang obediently called someone, then turned to look at the old man. Grandpa, I'm fine now, just a little sleepy. The old man reached out to check his pulse. Warm enough, have some hot water, and then go to sleep. They all knew each other, so the old man didn't mind being polite with Lu Weimin. Recognizing the old man, Liu Gong's shock could be put aside for now, but Lu Weimin couldn't just walk away without saying anything. He called his son over quietly and gave a low order, go home and bring some cornmeal. Lu Jianian nodded, pushed open the door, and went outside. Someone brought in water, drinks and washing water, everything needed. They weren't polite. Each drank a big cup of hot water and washed their hands and face, then felt better. The old man kept sighing. Oh, finally, I've survived. Lu Gang helped the old man lie down on the kong, a traditional bed, while he moved to a side to make it easier to take care of him. Lu Weimin's worry came back. Uncle, how old are you now? Why don't you think things through? It's snowing on the mountain. Young people don't go up there much. Why take such risks? Listen, I don't mean to be rude, but if you really fall and get hurt, just imagine, what if no one comes down from there for days? What would you do? Would you just wait to die? It's almost freezing tonight, Uncle. And why didn't you bring more people? Just you alone. Lu Weimin still felt uneasy looking at Lu Gang. It reminded him of Lu Deju, who had been on the mountain for over half a year without any news. No one knew if he was alive or dead. Just him? If something happens, can he really take care of you? The old man didn't speak at first, knowing he was in the wrong. He kept nodding and making excuses. When it came to Lu Gang, he wasn't happy. What are you saying? My grandson is amazing. He's saved me several times. This time, I slipped and fell, but he pulled me up. The snow was slippery, and I kept sliding down. When I fell, he even cushioned my fall underneath. Look at me. Fell so deep, but I'm fine, huh? Then he remembered his grandson. Gongzi, your little leg is a bit hurt. I'll give you medicine. Don't stand and walk around too much lately. You need to rest well. All right, if everyone thought he was okay, Lu Weimin didn't say more. Oh, and what about the kid who fell in? Do you want me, the old man, to step in? Lu Weimin was about to ask about the situation over there when he noticed some young workers in the kitchen cooking. At the door, Lin Jiaodi pushed it open and looked inside. Soon, Li Yan's voice was heard from inside. My ankle is just swollen, and my calf has a little injury. It shouldn't be anything serious, right? Hearing this, the old man thought for a moment. A swollen ankle could be a sprain, a twist, or even a fracture. We need to see it in person and not take it lightly. He considered them his lifesavers, so the old man was more patient. Wait a bit. Once it warms up, I'll go take a look. While they were talking, old Chen, who had been muttering, arrived. Seeing Lu Zhen, he was surprised. Why are you calling me when he's here? What are you thinking? Do you think I can see better than him? The old man was well known in the nearby villages for being a medical expert, almost like a master. The locals worshipped him, and now he was being called over to treat an injury? Was Lu Weimin trying to trick him? Lu Weimin didn't know what to say. He hadn't paid attention to who the injured person was just now. Usually he was not good at talking, so he said nothing. Can I get down to the ground? There's another injured person in that room. Go check on her, Lu Weimin told Old Chen. Old Chen, a bit confused, was led to the female young worker's room. Although they were careful about gender privacy, the medical situation and the presence of other young workers made it understandable. The injury to your calf is fine, but your ankle is badly bruised. I'll help you massage it, give you some medicine, and you should apply it several times a day. But you absolutely cannot get down for a month, Old Chen said. Before they could reply, Old Chen started chatting. It's just good timing, nothing to do now, so you can rest and recover properly. If this had happened a few months earlier or later, it would have caused so much trouble. Yes, uncle. I hope I won't be limping forever, Li Yan said. Old Chen, massaging her leg, replied, That depends. The doctor has given instructions, but whether you follow them is up to you. Li Yan cried out in pain. Uncle, be gentle, please. Be gentle, she begged. A few young women couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. Old Chen remained calm. Stop moving around. If you keep twisting it, it'll hurt more every day. Over time, it might even cause you to walk with a limp, he warned. Then just do it. I'm not afraid of pain, Li Yan said bravely. She was willing to endure it, covering her mouth to keep from making noise, worried that Old Chen might get annoyed and leave her untreated. After treating the calf wound, there was half an hour left. First, there was screaming, then groaning, and occasional cries of pain. Old Chen said that today was over, and when he finished tidying up the tools, Li Yan had just changed into her clothes, which were already soaked with cold sweat again. She spoke weakly. Uncle, is it all healed now? Can I just apply medicine tomorrow? Old Chen was straightforward. I'll come to check tomorrow afternoon. After telling Lu Weimin and others, he was about to leave. The cornmeal porridge in the kitchen was ready. Although it wasn't very dry, after drinking a hot and brown sugar drink earlier, having a warm bowl of porridge now made her feel comfortable from head to toe. Both of them repeatedly said they were fine and didn't need company. Seeing their exhaustion, Lu Weimin decided to leave with his people. Seeing that everything was fine here, Jian suggested saying goodbye. Tonight, you watch over her. I'm going back. Today has been quite tiring. Why don't you stay here with us for the night? Jian replied, I haven't been home all day and the house is cold now. I'd have to light the stove again when I go back. Jian waved his hand. No need. When I went back to get the brown sugar, I already lit the stove and the firewall. It should be warm now. You all rest well. I'll go wash up. I plan to sleep in tomorrow. Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun looked outside. It was still okay, not completely dark yet. All right, then let's leave early. Once it gets dark, the roads will be slippery and unsafe. Yes, that's what I think too. Li Jiqing, you should take this time to rest well, or you'll regret it when spring comes and you're busy. Li Yan nodded repeatedly, already frightened earlier. Yes, I'll be careful. It's going to be hard for Lin Jiqing and Tan Jiqing, but I can't do the underground work. I can do things that don't require going underground. If you need shoes or something, give it to me, I'll do it. Also, the villagers said they're making ropes. Should we do that too? Just give it to me, I'll handle it. Jian smiled. All right, it's not about trying to get a bargain. It's a fair exchange. As long as they don't cause trouble, that's fine. The house finally had some warmth, but the fire was almost out. Jian casually added a few more logs, closed the curtains, took a hot bath in the base, threw his clothes into the washing machine, and only then came out. Over there, I drank a bowl of brown sugar water and a bowl of thin porridge. The soup was almost clear. I can't say if I was full or not, but my stomach was definitely empty now. Still, I couldn't stand having my mouth idle. I thought for a moment and took out a handful of chestnuts, tossing them under the stove as a snack. I also grabbed a small stool to sit by the stove and keep warm. Big pieces of wood burned well, turning into glowing red coals. The chestnuts quickly shed their green shells, making crackling sounds and releasing a sweet aroma. I'm not sure if I was hungry or just craving, but I used a hook to pull out a chestnut. I didn't care if it was hot, and I started peeling it happily. I was satisfied once I tasted the sweet, fragrant flavor. I couldn't help but say, this natural taste is the best. After finishing all the roasted chestnuts, my now somewhat empty stomach was truly filled. I felt quite content. After a busy day, the cold was especially noticeable. My small, young body was a bit tired. I ate and drank enough. The bed was warm, and after washing up, I lay down completely comfortable. They say wives and children love the warm bed, and this warm bed really is comfortable. Unlike a couple of days ago when I was up all night, I almost fell asleep instantly this time. I didn't wake until the next morning, opening my eyes to see faint sunlight through the curtains, feeling a bit dazed. A warm bed is great, but the temperature isn't stable. The night before, the heat stored in the fire wall and the bed almost completely dissipated by late at night. You could say I woke up early because I was cold. I touched my cold, icy nose and then my head, and suddenly I felt cold air all over again. Wrapping myself tightly in the quilt and curling up didn't help because the warm air inside the quilt was almost gone. It happened some time since I started heating the house. Waking up cold every morning felt very cruel, especially for someone lazy like me. It was even more of a torment. Reluctantly, I pulled the thermal underwear I had stuffed under the quilt last night into the bed. I muffled myself inside, wrapping up tightly. Only then did I have the courage to lift the quilt. Sure enough, a fresh breeze came in, cool and indeed very cold. Even with thermal underwear, I shivered in response. I didn't care about anything else. I hurriedly grabbed my cotton pants and put them on. Oh my, it's way too cold. The firewall and the fire under the stove had indeed gone out, and even the ashes were cold. They lit the fire on both sides with corn stalks, then placed small branches on top, followed by a larger piece. They added water to 2 pots, which were steaming hot around the edges. Inside the house, the cool air started to warm up a bit. Simple as it was, they finally felt a little relief. At least it was warm now. This routine was repeated almost every morning, and no one else did it quite like this. The water in the pots was hot, and Simple didn't cause any trouble. Early in the morning, a light meal was quite nice. In a small pot, she put some rice and 2 eggs. After thinking for a moment, she took out 2 salted duck eggs. She also placed a steamed bun on a cloth cover, just a simple breakfast of refined grains. The eggs and salted duck eggs were from the farm. This year, the village didn't raise chickens or ducks, so she couldn't exchange the eggs for anything. She had to eat her reserves. She was still growing, so she couldn't afford to lose out on nutrition. After tidying up, she remembered her talk about making shoes yesterday. She looked down at her shoes, made by Grandma Lu. They fit well, and she had several pairs. Some were her own, others borrowed to give to Zhu Yan. Most were a bit larger, fitting her feet's growth. At her current pace, she thought she'd have enough shoes for the next 3 winters. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in the house went out. Luckily, it wasn't for long. The vegetables on the stove had grown quite big and still looked firm, with no obvious signs of decay. The leaves just looked a little wilted. Simple didn't want them to die yet, so she quickly sprayed water on them to save them. She pulled back the curtain, letting sunlight in. The warmth from the firewall had also increased. Simple finally took off her thick cotton coat she'd been wearing all morning and rolled up her sleeves to clean. After a day of being idle, she knew that in the countryside, burning firewood and working the land, plus the unsealed windows, created a lot of dust. Cleaning thoroughly gave her a real sense of achievement. When she finished, the water in the basin was noticeably murky. Looking around at the clean and bright room, even the shelves by the stove were spotless, free of dust. Simple felt happy and clapped her hands. Oh, this looks so much better now. Early in the morning, Lu Weimin sent his son out. After all, he was the ancestor of Lu village. He didn't have any serious grudges with that troublemaker. Each leader managed a village, and every year, they competed over planting and harvests. The neighboring villages often had disagreements. No one really liked the other. From when he was young until now, even as a grandfather, Lu Weimin still had that fighting spirit. They kept their rivalry alive, but they also kept their distance. But rural folks were straightforward. Everyone knew their place, and no one dared joke about serious matters. Just before the appointed time, the village chief of Lijiaten, Lu Jixiang, staggered into his home, looking very tired. The road was covered with snow, making walking difficult. He looked like he had run all the way here, his body covered in snow, his chin bleeding, and when he breathed, white smoke came out. Old Lu, is what Jianxi said true? Then he coughed repeatedly and took a long time to catch his breath. Lu Jianxian was not in good shape either, and he entered the house a few steps behind. He was fine when he left, not running, but now he couldn't slow down. At first, he still had strength, but later he was just being pulled along by the other person. The area is large and sparsely populated. The distance between the two villages is not very far, about an hour's walk. Even running, it would take at least half an hour. Lu Weimin couldn't stand watching them and felt quite annoyed. Only this much effort? You're already panting so hard after just a little distance? Look at yourself. You're in your 30s and they're in their 50s, yet you're so far behind. Isn't that embarrassing? Lu Jianxian felt wronged, but didn't dare to say anything. Wang Hohat heard the noise and looked in. You're here? Jianxi, just set the table. Dolly, go ahead and serve the food. Lu Jixiang was sitting on the edge of the kong, a traditional heated bed, just catching his breath. When he heard this, he was surprised again. Have you not eaten yet? At mealtime, visitors aren't usually welcomed, especially for a village chief like him. Normally, they finished their 2 meals around 8 or 9 o'clock, and they knew he had come, so why hadn't he eaten yet? Lu Weimin rolled his eyes.
Don't start with that.
Isn't this for you? Do you think you can eat after all this and then come over? It's said that the person who knows you best isn't your teammate but your enemy. That probably means the same here. Lu Jixiang sighed in relief and smiled. You really know me. Don't say I didn't warn you. This old man, earlier this year, picked up someone and liked him. Since then, he's been with him every day. After that, he stopped telling me when he went up the mountain, and the villagers didn't follow him anymore. Now I can't keep an eye on him. Before, I still had some idea what he was doing, but now it's all gone wrong. And the worst part is, I don't even know when something happens.
Sigh.
Wang Hohat brought in breakfast with son Dolly. It wasn't anything fancy: cornmeal porridge, a small basket of dried cornmeal, some steamed potatoes and sweet potatoes, soybean paste, and a few homemade pickle vegetables, all laid out on a table. Even Lu Jixiang, the village chief, was a little surprised and felt quite honored. Old Lu, isn't this a bit too much? Are we really going to eat so much early in the morning? Usually, in normal years, Lu's family is stronger than ours. The land is richer, and the harvest is better. But this year, with the drought, even fertile land is useless without water. This year, Lu's family went up the mountain to harvest, and they gathered much more than us. Naturally, they have more supplies and are less stingy. Of course, it's also possible that Lu Weimin is showing off a little. What's so special about this? You've been working all year, and now that winter is coming, shouldn't you eat more? Even oxen rest after a year of work, right? Lu Jiaxiang thinks he's just pretending to be bigger than he is. After all, this is a trick they've used over the years. This year's situation isn't much better anywhere else, and their neighbor is no different. Everyone knows each other well. Who doesn't know who? But he accepts the gesture anyway. Seeing Wang Guohua not showing any regret, Lu Jiaxiang feels a bit relieved. If someone's wife isn't welcoming, that would be bad. Usually, the husband makes the decisions, but when you visit someone's home, no one wants to be met with a cold face. Big brother, Eat quickly, don't be polite. There's nothing special here. Eat up, then you'll feel warmer. After all, they were so tired yesterday and froze badly. When they go to bed in the morning, they're still not fully awake. If you go too early, they might even complain about that. Lu Weimin also sits down. Eat first, don't rush. I've asked someone to watch over the bed, so they can rest properly. After eating, Lu Jiaxiang feels warmer and more relaxed. He starts chatting about home, mentioning the old man who was brought back. That was in spring, or maybe early summer. The old man and a kid from the village went into the mountains, and they happened to find someone still alive. It was this Lu Gang. Later, Lu Gang started living with the old man. The old man was firm. He was too old to let anyone else stay with him. When he finally agreed to take someone in, we didn't dare say anything. Over time, we saw that he was okay. At least he could stay close and keep the old man company. Having someone there made us feel better. Well, this person seems to forget everything about the past, has no memory at all, just like an empty shell. The old man just says whatever he wants, and he listens very obediently. It's been almost half a year now, and he's been doing quite well. The old man is always with him, and I heard he's saved the old man several times. Our village is quite close to him. Who would have thought that the old man would still go up the mountain in heavy snow? Are you sure it was the old man going? Lu Jiaxiang waved his hand. Of course. We all know the old man very well. We know his personality from big to small in our village. He's just someone who cares so much about medicinal herbs that he doesn't think about anything else. Tell me about this Lu Gang. Honestly, in our village, when summer just started, there was a guy named Dazuzi. He went up the mountain and never came back. Yesterday, I saw something that really startled me. He looked exactly like Dazuzi. Dazuzi was also an unlucky person. His father went into the mountains last summer and never came out. Only his mother was left. Usually they get along, and he's grown up now, but he's still very obedient. Life isn't too bad for them. But his mother is quite confused. When her husband was around, she was a bit better and could be controlled. Since her husband left, it feels like no one can control her anymore, and she just does whatever she wants. Any food at home, whether it's wild vegetables or fruits she picked up the mountain, or if she's lucky enough to catch a small wild chicken, she always sends it back to her family in your village. She says she's worried her nephew might go hungry. In our village, Lu Jiaxiang was surprised for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, I see now. During the harvest season in autumn, there was a time when the old man was arguing with that family. It was probably the old man, but anyone else would have caused trouble too. That was the first time I saw the old man so angry. He even argued back with that family right then and there. Since then, whenever they see each other, they avoid each other, and they're all too scared to approach. Lu Weimin thought for a moment and guessed it was probably the same person. Hey, Lao Lu, what about Dazuzi and his mother now? How are they doing? Lu Weimin shook his head straight away. They're no longer working as laborers. What else can they do? Just work. During harvest going up the mountain, they're doing fine. They're keeping up well. As long as she doesn't send them away again, this winter should be okay. Lu Jiaxiang's eyes moved as he leaned in closer. Lao Lu, don't think I'm being unkind, but I think when we talk about these two people, it doesn't really matter, right? Lu Weimin looked back at him, took a moment to sip his porridge, then spoke. Who said they are related? They're clearly from different villages. Why try to link them together? Lu Weimin isn't stupid. Now, the second lady is doing well, taking care of herself and living with passion. If Dazuzi really comes back, who knows if she might go back to her old ways. That would make Dazuzi's life even harder. Isn't it better for everyone to stay happy and separate? And besides, who can be sure they're the same person? Hey, you're right, old Lu, very wise. Lu Weimin snorted, finished his porridge in one gulp, then picked up some pickles and half a dry piece of bread, ready to leave the table. Lu Jiaxiang also put down his chopsticks, rubbing his stomach. Talking made him eat more, and the dry food in the small basket was already half gone. Cough, old Lu, I didn't bring any grain, just snuck a good meal. Get lost talking about that with me. Knowing Lu Jiaxiang was anxious, Lu Weimin left the table with him, taking the remaining dry food with him. Let's go. It's about time to wake up. Lu Jixiang didn't argue anymore and happily followed. Yeah, I'm coming. The two old men walked slowly from the village to the youth camp, shivering from the cold. When they entered the house, the fire under the stove was burning brightly, though the person tending the fire was not there. The smell of porridge was in the air, and there was some movement inside. Lu Weimin coughed. Old sir, we're here? The old man's reply was strong and clear, at least to Lu Jixiang's ears. It sounded familiar.
Come in, I'm starving.
Hearing that, Lu Weimin decided not to go inside. He pushed the door open for Lu Jixiang, borrowed a curtain from the youth camp, and put the dry food he brought back into the pot. It had cooled down on the way, but still simmered gently. He checked the fire, then pushed the door open. Old sir, how are you? Did you sleep well last night? Lu Jixiang seemed to have finished catching up, but his mood was low, probably upset, so he sat silently aside. Very good, very good. You, kid, are surprisingly thoughtful. Before you even woke up from the cold, someone came to build a bed for you. That's a full night's sleep, comfortable, really comfortable. Lu Weimin also smiled and looked at Lu Jiaxiang's pale face. His mood was quite good. That's fine. You've had breakfast already. How about we eat now? Really? I thought I smelled corn porridge. I was worried I was just hungry, Lu Jiaxiang said. Of course. When you came to Lu village, you're one of us, like family. I should treat you well. Maybe he rested well, because the old man looked happy and let Lu Gang help him wash his face, clean up, and get dressed. His carefulness was almost too much to watch, but the old man seemed to enjoy it. A usually quiet and stern old man suddenly looked kind and gentle. Lu Weimin found it a bit strange, but seeing Lu Jiaxiang acting as if it was normal, he realized it wasn't the first time. Gongzi, check here too. Yes, right there. Oh, that feels good. Gongzi, you go too. Use the hot water. Wash well. When we go home, we can take a bath. Okay. The two village chiefs watched like they were watching a show. They saw Lu Gang and Xiao Tuo Luo taking care of washing his face, dressing, and preparing porridge and chopsticks. The pickles were placed nearby, dry food was handed to him, and it was almost like feeding a child. It was so careful. It was better than how his own wife took care of their children. Lu Jiaxiang had seen these two acting so sweet in the village and couldn't help but grimace. Look at this, just look at this. Lu Zhan was very relaxed, eating dry food, rice porridge, and pickles happily. He had no serious injuries. Lu Gang had a twisted ankle, but for people used to climbing mountains and bumping into things, it wasn't a big injury. He wasn't worried. After the meal, they cleared the table and leaned against the bed. Jiaxiang, what are you here for? I'm here to pick you up. Actually, Lu Jiaxiang hadn't expected so much. When he heard the news, he was scared and didn't think much. He almost ran out with a coat in one hand and Lu Jianxi in the other. When the old man asked, he blurted out his answer and then froze, realizing he had come alone. Lu Weimin became the responsible one. Old man, there's not much work in the middle of winter. If you're not in a hurry, why not stay here for a few days to rest before going back? Lu Jiaxiang immediately opposed. No, that's not possible. Old man, he's from our Lu village. Don't even think about it. Lu Weimin knew that these two weren't badly hurt and didn't need special care outside. So, he didn't see the need for anyone else to look after them. It's just a habit of teasing each other. Oh, so something did happen after all? That's not. I didn't notice. You said you came to pick someone up. Are you planning to carry them back? In the end, Lu Weimin still showed off a little. Lu Sanyi drove a bullock cart to Lu Jiatun and took the two patients back. Before leaving, he checked on Li Yan. As for saving lives, of course, there should be thanks. They say heavy snow blocks the mountains, but it's not that bad yet. Especially since soldiers often come here for drills, the road is almost worn out from all the footprints. She's been here less than half a year, and it's the first winter she's experienced in 2 lives. She's quite interested. She also made steamed buns and was thinking about other things. She remembered what she saw on TV about rural winter life. What do people usually do? Oh, and there's the famous frozen vegetables, frozen dumplings, frozen meat, frozen pears, roasted sunflower seeds, peanuts, and potato slices on the stove lid. Thinking about it, there are actually quite a few interesting things. Her room's Kong, heated bed, is connected to the big kitchen stove. But in the corner of the room, there's a small stove. If she doesn't want to get up and go to the kitchen, she can add wood directly to this small stove. However, it's small and can only burn things like corn husks. Corn husks burn easily, but don't last long. There aren't many simple firewood storage spaces, so she uses more outside. Usually the small stove inside just keeps a pot of water warm, or for washing hands and face, it's convenient. This small stove, by the way, has never been used properly. Thinking about it, she took the water kettle and set it aside. She used a hook to lift the iron lid of the stove and placed it over the kettle's spout. She went to the wood storage, brought back a basket of corn husks, grabbed a handful, and threw them into the stove. The cold air and the flickering flames inside the stove danced together. After several minutes, the fire finally caught, and the corn husks burned until they turned bright red. That was the best kind of fire. Seeing this, she added 2 more handfuls, then went to the kitchen and took out a few potatoes. She didn't wash them, just sliced them thickly with a knife and placed them on the hot stove lid. White smoke rose, and with the small barbecue started. She used a small spatula to test it. Soon, the side of the stove lid started to crackle, so she flipped the slices over. The other side was much better, almost cooked with just a slight change in color. She had learned from experience how to lightly char a few slices. There are no seasonings, but when I eat it, it tastes naturally sweet and fragrant. The outside is crispy with a slight crunch, while the inside is soft, warm, and sweet. The more I eat, the more I like it. Soon, the plate was filled with various potato slices, both raw and cooked. Later, someone simply sprinkled barbecue seasoning on top. Eating too many snacks made her unable to eat anything for lunch. She leaned against the bed, holding her stomach full from overeating, feeling sleepy when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Dazed, she pushed the door open and was awakened by the wind. She tightened her cotton jacket and hurried to the door. Coming.
Who is it?
When she opened the door, she saw a big, bright smile. She immediately took a few steps back. The person quickly reached out to help her. Hey, Jian Jiqing, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? She steadied herself and looked carefully for a while, trying to see if she recognized the faint outline of someone familiar. Are you the person from that day? The person with the big smile nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's me. Do you remember me? Honestly, she didn't recognize him. That day, he was unshaven, covered in dirt, looking half dead. The person in front of her was clean, sunny, and always smiling, so it was hard to connect them. She only recognized him by the faint outline she remembered. So, she honestly shook her head. I don't really know him. Ching Chao's smile froze. Behind them, 2 soft laughs sounded. Cough, little Jian Jiqing. She leaned out from the door and looked out. Captain Lin, Commissar Cheng? She blinked, finally snapping out of her daze. What are you guys doing here? It was just late morning, and outside, many children were still playing. Some had already started looking over. She didn't want the noise to attract attention, so she decided to open the door wider. Why don't you come in? Ching Chao, feeling a bit wronged, led the way, followed by 2 smiling adults. The small house was crowded with a few people. The big stove's fire hadn't gone out, so it wasn't cold. She simply squeezed inside, poured hot water into cups for everyone, and placed them on the stove. Drink some water first. My house is small, so just make do with these small stools. After eating the potato slices, the smell still lingered in the room. Lin Jingda and Cheng Jin didn't say much. Cheng Chao, however, sniffed loudly and looked around. Seeing this, she couldn't help but ask, have you eaten? Just as Lin Jingda and the other person were about to eat, Cheng Chao suddenly blurted out, no. Mainly because his stomach made a few loud noises in response, and the 2 adults immediately wished they could disappear into the ground. Jian Jiqing, it's okay, we'll leave soon. The 2 adults strongly refused, while the mischievous child looked stubbornly at Jian. Honestly, Jian is also a kid, and she really couldn't understand what this older, mischievous child was thinking. Actually, I haven't eaten either. I was just toasting potato slices on the stove here, and I accidentally ate enough. If you don't mind, I can make some for you? This was just a simple question. She's a kid, and her snacks are fine. You adults don't want to eat here, and she probably wouldn't feel comfortable either. There was actually another layer on the stove lid, but the fire underneath wasn't added, so it was slow cooking. Jian's stomach was still empty, so she only had that left. The two adults naturally felt embarrassed, but then there was this big mischievous kid. The kitchen was small, so Lin Jingde and Cheng Jin sat on small stools, while Ching Chao stood by the door, and Jian sat on the edge of the bed in the inner room. If you ignored the door in the middle, it was just one space. Moreover, given the current conditions here, with two adults in front of her, Jian was still just a kid. There were no outsiders, so she didn't feel so restrained. Cheng Chao didn't know why, but he felt incredibly relaxed here. When he heard this, he immediately went to the stove lid. Without even a spatula, he just grabbed a piece and threw it into his mouth. The next moment, he shouted hot but couldn't bear to spit it out. Delicious, delicious. Before Lin Jingde and the other could feel embarrassed, he had already taken half of the stove lid. Lil Jiqing, what did you put in these potato slices? They're salty and not salty. Jian couldn't bear to watch anymore. Is this someone capable of going up the mountain alone on a mission? Today, he wasn't dressed properly. Maybe to hide his unruly behavior? If you like it, you can toast some more. There are potatoes next to the stove, a knife on the bed edge, and a plate of seasonings nearby. Cheng Chao was someone who didn't know what politeness was. He immediately pulled over a small stool and wholeheartedly started acting as a barbecue chef. The two people just a step away were already stunned. Lin Jingde looked helpless, and Cheng Jin, his uncle, covered his face, ashamed to face anyone. He kept tugging at Cheng Chao's clothes from behind. Xiao Chao, that's enough. They're guests, after all. I know, uncle. I know we're guests. Cheng Jin sighed. Do you remember why we are here? Do you remember you have a task later? Cheng Zhao hesitated with the shovel, then slowly turned around. We are here to give thanks. Yes, to give thanks. What are you doing? You haven't paid back the last favor, and now you're embarrassing yourself again? Cheng Zhao forced a smile. Ha, little uncle, am I too hungry? Don't forget, I remember everything. Reluctantly, he looked back at the potato chips just placed on the bed, feeling regretful, and stood up. He crossed his little uncle and went to the door to get something. Jian Jiqing, I can't repay your life-saving kindness. He paused, and Cheng Jin's heart suddenly tightened. This kid usually doesn't act logically. Is he up to some mischief again? Luckily, Cheng Zhao only hesitated briefly. Well, you saved my life. These things were brought here by my little uncle, so they might not count as my sincerity. How about this? You take them for now. When I have time, I'll come to be your little brother. Everyone says a life-saving favor deserves a life in return. I probably can't match your skills, so I'll be your little brother and run errands for you. That way, you won't suffer too much. It was so simple. He threw the two big bags of stuff onto the bed, making a loud noise, clearly a lot. But his offer to become a little brother surprised Jian. Still, Cheng Zhao looked back at his own uncle. How about I compensate you with my little uncle? Stop it. No. Shut up. Jian was startled. Cheng Jin turned pale, and Lin Jingde, watching the scene, was also shocked. This kid was a bit too much. A beating was probably unavoidable. Fortunately, after 3 rounds of rejection, Cheng Zhao, though disappointed, didn't say anything more. You don't agree? I get it. My little uncle is quite popular at home, but he's old now. I understand you. So, it's settled. I'll come next week. Jian felt like he was hearing things. Settled on what? What are you coming for? To be your little brother? I'll leave some work for you, and when I come, I'll run errands for you. It was confirmed, this kid was definitely not normal. Jian couldn't help but look at his parents. So, aren't you going to do anything? Lin Jingde's face was dark with anger. His own soldier was this kid? His reputation. Cheng Jin was speechless. He was almost 30 and nearly handed off his nephew, who was just a 15-year-old youth, to someone else as compensation? Isn't that absurd? Lian waved her hand casually and said, No, Jian Jiqing. It's just this kid talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I'll handle him quickly, so he won't bother you anymore. Lin Jingda also stood up and quickly added, Jian Jiqing, these things are just our way of showing thanks. You don't need to worry about it. As I said before, if you need anything, come to my base and tell them you're my niece. Someone will take you to see me.
Me too.
If you look for me, it's the same. This kid can be ignored. He's not reliable at all. Finally, Ching Chao didn't get to eat the last few potato chips. His young uncle pulled him out by the collar, and he kept staring at the stove lid with a fixed look. This time, they didn't send him off with a simple gesture. Knowing it was his own reckless child, the two didn't stay long. They grabbed the disobedient kid and quickly disappeared outside the door. Jian Jiqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, Cheng Chao's words were unpredictable, one sentence after another, without warning. He even sold out his uncle. Until they left the village, he couldn't escape his uncle's grasp. 2 large canvas bags were packed full, looking like they had a lot of things. Jian Jiqing opened them one by one. Sure enough, the entire bag was filled with food. Most of it wasn't stuff that the commune or county supply stores could easily get. The quality was clearly expensive. There were various fruit and meat canned goods, milk powder, biscuits, malt extract, candies, and mostly pastries. Oh, and some meat, not fresh but frozen. From her perspective, she couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. Jian Jiqing was worried that the other bag might be just as crazy. Luckily, inside was a small military uniform, a woman's style. Whether Jian Jiqing liked it or not, in this era, that was definitely the most popular style among young women and brides. Many people reportedly wished to wear a military uniform as their wedding dress on their wedding day. It was a complete set, top and bottom, a military coat, a cotton hat, and small boots. Jian Jiqing was surprised. Where did these men find such clothes, and how did they manage to be so thoughtful? The 3 of them only stopped at the village entrance. Cheng Jin was almost speechless. Xiao Chao, are you just missing this one bite? Even a girl who is several years younger than you, a young educated girl, isn't as childish as you. Look at yourself, you're still a little brother?
Can you endure it?
Do you know that you can't compare, so you sell your own uncle? There was no longer the bright spirit from earlier. He looked a bit sad. Little uncle, I like her, he said. The 2 parents were startled and exchanged a quick look. Before they could advise him, he continued, Little uncle, she feels warm, just like home. Jing Cheng suddenly fell silent, breathing more softly. Everyone says the Jing family in the capital is powerful, but who knows that now only the 3 of them, uncle, nephew, and himself, are left. His second brother is in the Northwest Military District. He did everything he could to bring this only nephew close, to protect him. Over the years, with parents, older brother, and sister-in-law gone, home became just a name, an illusion. There were only 3 of them, yet they never gathered together. The boy was longing for warmth, for someone to care and worry about him, like the simple millet porridge last time, or the casual moments now. Jing Cheng stepped forward and patted his nephew silently. Lin Jingda softly said, Don't think too much. We're still here, and our contact with her won't just end like that. We'll keep in touch. After a moment, Jing Cheng nodded, Let's go. It's almost time for the gathering. After seeing them off, the 2 of them silently walked back. He never had a childhood, and he's always been quiet, especially about trivial things. Last time, he was reluctant to leave. I thought he might have been frozen or confused for a moment. Today, he's so cheerful again.
What do you think that means? How old is he? 18 this year, right?
Look, over the years, from when something happened at home until now, it's been more than 10 years, right? When did he ever show such emotions? He's always mature beyond his years. Actually, Jinga, do you think it's a bad thing? All these years, he's been too repressed. He keeps everything inside, afraid to hurt you, so he doesn't tell you much. And with others, he can't say everything either, so he's always holding back. Jingo, he's still just a kid. Jing Cheng's voice almost cracked with emotion. How can I not know? Now the situation is getting more tense. I dare not contact second brother easily, afraid someone might catch a hint. He's always been easy to get along with, and I thought that he had forgotten everything from the past. After all, he was so young back then. Just now, when he talked about the feeling of home, I suddenly realized we haven't truly had a home for so long. That faint memory, he still remembers it. That's too cruel for him. It might have been better if he had forgotten everything completely. Lin Jingde feels he understands the situation but isn't sure how to advise. This young educated youth is a good person, just like I said earlier. Our connections are important. Keep in touch and visit often. A few days after their first interaction, simple information was placed on the desk. She's also quite unfortunate. The older generation were capitalists, donated all their property, and only left a son. He sacrificed himself, and his wife left too. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When a person dies, the tea cools. After the funeral, the former fiancé came to insult her and even got physical. If the young girl hadn't been clever, called for help, and brought reinforcements, who knows what could have happened. She's smart and decisive, signing up to go to the countryside. Otherwise, it would be bad. Lin Jingde shook his head. I heard that the situation in Beijing is getting more chaotic. Old Lin, when do you think these hard times will end? Lin Jingde belongs to a family with deep roots, not affected for now. Don't worry, sooner or later, the dark clouds won't cover the sun forever. With that, the conversation shifted, and Simple no longer felt sleepy. She packed up her things. Thinking for a moment, she took a few unremarkable items, put them in a basket, and headed to the village. Last time, she didn't do much, but Lu Weiman had been busy talking about it. Now it's already past 3 o'clock. Most families have finished 2 meals, and it's just the right time, avoiding meal hours so neither side feels awkward. Sure enough, when they entered the yard, the kitchen was still steaming. Sun Dalian was washing dishes and pots in the warm kitchen. Seeing Simple, she hurried to greet her. Simple, come in quickly. Mom and Dad, Simple is here. After dinner, the children played on the Kong, heated bed. Lu Weiman sat on the edge of the Kong. Lu Jianxi sat on a stool, and Wang Hohat was on the Kong making shoes. She had just placed a small basket nearby. Come over and sit. This Kong is warm. Simple didn't refuse.
Hey.
Lu Weiman, knowing her well, looked at the basket she carried and once she was seated, asked, Is there something you need? Wang Hohat, angry, picked up a needle and threw it. Old man, can't you speak properly? Little Simple is just here to visit, not for anything else. Simple chuckled and quickly reached out to stop Wang Hohat from throwing the yarn ball outside. Auntie, don't say that. Only my uncle understands me. I'm lazy, so I must have come for something. But it's nothing serious. Uncle, last time I saved someone, right? Just now, they came back with some things saying they wanted to thank us. It's all food. They really treat me like a child. But you said I'm only one person. How much can I eat? I just brought some over for Black Egg as a snack. Also, last time, you and I weren't busy and didn't waste much time, and Construction Brother also got tired because of it. Hearing this, Lu Weiman and Lu Jianxi understood what was going on. When did he come? Is that person okay now? Lu Weiman, knowing the situation well, asked. He waved his hand casually. It's fine now. Just now I saw he seemed busy and in a rush, so he left quickly. He's probably very busy, so I didn't ask much. Now, Lu Weiman felt relieved. All right, as long as it's okay. But you need to remember, don't pick up everyone you see. This time it was a good person, no problem. But next time, can you guarantee that everyone you meet isn't up to no good? That's true. She was simple and didn't argue, just nodded obediently. I'll remember. I'll be more careful in the future. Then she handed over the basket. Here. Bring these over for Black Egg to try. She sat down after entering, almost forgetting the items. A jar of fruit preserves, a jar of meat preserves, a pack of biscuits, a pack of brown sugar, a bottle of malted milk, and a pack of fruit candies. All these things were packed tightly in the basket, full to the brim. Placed on the Kong, heated bed, They were very noticeable. Lu Weiman and the others initially wanted to refuse. You girl, are you treating us like outsiders? What are you doing?
Exactly.
Little simple, you're a young girl from the countryside. You shouldn't do this. If you have any issues, your uncle should handle it. Wang Ho-hot, not knowing the full story, advised along with the old man. Lu Jianxi looked at the basket's contents in surprise. Was this gift too heavy? How much help was this? Simple pushed the basket slightly. Annie, I don't see myself as being distant. Uncle, this isn't my stuff. It's a thank you gift from someone I helped last time. Jianxi should remember. He even went to find the person. Hearing this, Lu Jianxi recalled it. Oh, that day. He wanted to say something, but turned to check on his father first. Lu Weiman looked at the items again and confirmed, Isn't this yours? No, you didn't bring everything, did you? No, I didn't. Hee, don't worry, I kept some for myself. This is for Black Egg as a snack. I've been watching the Black Egg for a while now, seeing him and his grandparents and father moving around. I'm craving it, really craving it, but the parents haven't spoken, and I didn't dare to make a move. I was hiding behind Wang Ho-hot, secretly watching. In a quick moment of conversation, I looked up and met those bright little eyes. Even though my mouth was watering, I held back from making a sound. It's obvious that at this time, they often can't even eat proper meals, let alone snacks. I guess this kid has never really had snacks before. His eyes were glued to the basket and didn't move away. Uncle, auntie, brother construction, it's getting dark soon. I'll leave first. I also need to visit the Jiqing camp to see Li Jiqing. Wang Ho-hot looked at the old man. If he doesn't refuse, then he's agreed. She saw the child's eyes clearly, but this wasn't just a few cookies or candies. She dared to take some, but since there were so many, she still had to consider the old man's opinion. Lu Weiman nodded and didn't say anything about not taking them. Let's go, let's go. Don't run off somewhere without a reason this time. The 2 people we rescued yesterday are fine now, and third master took them back. Don't be careless. Just because your legs are good doesn't mean you're fearless. Those 2 are also experienced mountain folk, and yet they still had trouble. Uncle, are those 2 really from Lu Village? Lu Weiman's lips started to curl up unconsciously. After so many years, he was proud to show off a little in front of them. Humph, yes. Feeling proud? If it weren't for running into you guys, I wouldn't even know if they could be found now. He waved his hand and headed out, thinking to himself that his lips were almost curling up to the sky. Through the window, he saw the door close, and the simple figure disappeared. Black Egg slipped out from behind Grandma, lying on the Kong and staring at the basket, drooling at the smell. Old man with so many things, is it okay to just take them? Lu Weiman glanced at him and then at his eager grandson. Leave it.
Wow.
Black Egg understood perfectly and cheered loudly. Then he looked eagerly at his grandma. He knew that once his grandpa agreed, how they divided the rest was up to his grandma. Wang Ho-hot also felt sorry for her grandson. Seeing that the old man agreed, she didn't hesitate. She tore open the paper package. Black Egg's eyes widened, and he licked his lips. Grandma, what is this? These are cookies. Just as Lu Xiao entered the house, she was handed a cookie. She was caught in a dilemma. Should she take it or not? She hadn't eaten one before, but as the aunt, she couldn't just food from the kids. Mom and Dad, I don't need it. This is a snack. Keep it for Black Egg. Lu Weiman has 1 son and 1 daughter. Lu Xiao is not married yet, and his grandson is just a little kid. The old couple are not the kind to be harsh on children. Try some, all of you try some. After leaving the house, they casually strolled to the youth commune station. The girl youth's room was warm, and a few people were sitting on the Kong, a traditional bed, talking. Simple youth, come in quickly and warm up. Li Yan, who was unwell, looked lively and was joking with them. Simple didn't hesitate and sat on the edge of the Kong. Li Youth, it seems you're fine, no big problems? Li Yan was indeed tough. No big deal. After taking medicine, I feel much better, no pain anymore. They don't want me to move. Lin Zhaodi looked a bit helpless. The doctor said it takes 100 days to recover from a sprain or a broken bone. Why do you insist on getting up so soon? Tanya Jun also said, yeah, in the middle of winter, we're just staying warm on the Kong. How can we let you, a wounded person, go out and work? Hee hee, I just can't sit still. Normally, I'd be lying on the Kong all day without moving. Now I don't know why, I just can't stay put. Simple smiled. Rebellious, the more you're told you can't do something, the more you want to do it. They chatted and joked as the sky darkened. They didn't work or turn on the light, just leaning against the wall talking. Time flies so fast. It feels like we just arrived, and now the new year is coming. Yes, this is the first time I'm not celebrating the new year at home. Me too. I have a neighbor who's been working in the countryside for 3 years now, including this year. She's never gone back once. Do you think we can go home for the new year next year? After a moment of silence, no one spoke. It was a topic no one wanted to mention. Finally, Tan Yajun sighed, let's wait and see. There will be a chance. I've never gone back either. When the new year comes, I just watch others celebrate with their families. That first year, I couldn't stand it. I just cried. From the start of the lunar month until the little new year, I cried almost every day. Sometimes I'd cry all day long. When the new year was near, it was even worse. I'd think of what others were doing, and I'd feel left out. They used to tease me, saying I was homesick or that I was a kid who hadn't grown up. Later, during the new year, I realized they weren't much better off than me, haha. Lin Zhaodi also remembered past New Year's. Our family during the new year, my mom and I would be busy together. There was lots of good food, especially meat. My brother loved meat, and my mom would try to make him several dishes to satisfy him. However, it was also the busiest time, cooking, preparing dishes, tending the fire, gathering firewood. There was so much to do and more cleaning and chores to handle. Lin Zhaodi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Back then, I didn't understand. My mom was kind to me, and Yenyu. She said working was to help me grow, to trust and like me. I was naive, believing everything she said. I worked hard cooking and preparing food, while they ate. I could only pick at the leftovers or the vegetable soup. Then, like a hardworking ox, I'd go clean up the battlefield. At that time, not only they but even I thought it was only right. Actually, when I went to the countryside, I volunteered. My mom told me everything was good and fine. She said if I gave my work to my younger brother, I wouldn't have to worry about anything after I arrived. They'd find a way to get me a job to go back, just a formality. But after more than a month, I received a letter that changed everything. It started with scolding me for having no conscience, not even a polite question. She told me to send all the grain back. She said I, as a girl, could eat anything to fill my stomach. When I asked in my reply, I found out that my brother had taken over the work for over a month and had caused 3 accidents. The factory directly fired him. I worked hard to get that job, did my best for 2 years, and then it was all gone when it was in his hands. I hated it so much I wanted to ask her directly if I was really her biological daughter. Later, I realized Jian Jiqing was right. I need to take care of myself first. If I don't care about myself, how can I rely on them? I might really starve to death. Li Yan was a bit better. I grew up living with my grandparents. I didn't think much about going home. But look, the few of us, plus Qin Jiqing, came from different places. That's fate. It's not easy. Out of the vast north and south, only we ended up in Lijiaten. Actually, isn't it meaningful for us to celebrate the new year together? After celebrating with family, there will be many more chances. But for us, who knows? Think about it. Aren't we all from different parts of the country? In summer, Jian Jiqing was alone, then we added Zhaodi and the others, then Tan Jiqing joined. So, next year, will it still be just us? The person who contacts home the most is Tanya Jun. She gently shakes her head and says, things are better here. Many cities are becoming more chaotic, and many schools are no longer holding normal classes. My neighbors and my parents' colleagues, quite a few of them, have either volunteered or been sent to the countryside. People are just going to work normally, but we have to be very careful every day. We don't dare to talk much, and after work, we don't go anywhere else. We almost run straight home. On the way, more and more people are maintaining order. Sometimes, if someone speaks loudly, they might get beaten. Last time we went to Anji County to buy a big jar, It didn't seem so tense here, right? I remember we even argued about it. Tanya June nods and says, yes, we are in a remote area, so it's much better. Li Yan's mood comes and goes quickly. She says, hey, look, I'm telling you with this situation, next year there will definitely be new young people coming in. It won't just be us. I guess the young people's village won't be as peaceful as this year. The others nod simply, understanding quite well. Maybe so, but don't be too pessimistic. When there are more people, it can be lively. Hearing this, everyone's mood becomes a bit more somber. Li Yan immediately says, hey, what are you all doing? I'm asking if we should celebrate the new year together. What are you talking about? A few girls forcefully bring the topic back. Okay, let's celebrate the new year together. We've never celebrated the new year alone. Do you know what we need to prepare? When they mention this, the girls become interested. Lin Zhaodi gets up, lights the kerosene lamp, and places the stove table.
Come on, tell me what you have.
I'll write it down so we can prepare in advance.
Food.
How many dishes should we make? We should eat better than usual for the new year, right? Of course. In the north, we eat dumplings for the new year. Seems like there should be fish and lots of meat. There might not be fish, but we have meat. Last time, the young people killed a pig and divided the meat. We still have quite a bit.
Right.
Should we also make some sauerkraut? Will it be sour by then? Sauerkraut will be sour soon. In about 3 or 4 days. It should be ready to eat. That's great. Everyone says dumplings with sauerkraut are delicious. We can try making some then. We can also make some with cabbage. Yes. I don't think I saw sunflower seeds at the supply store this year. The harvest wasn't good this year. There's less of everything. But I think we can ask around the village. Maybe some auntie grew some. That's a good idea. I'll go ask in the village tomorrow. What else is there? Sunflower seeds and peanuts. Oh, and we also collected chestnuts, hazelnuts, and pine nuts from the mountain. Later, we can ask a woman how to roast them.
These are such good snacks ready-made.
Really? That means we have quite a few things.
Haha, yes.
It turns out we haven't been wasting our time these past days. Now we can use everything. What else? Can we buy firecrackers? That might be difficult. Do you know how to cut paper window decorations? We need some festive atmosphere for the new year.
Haha, yes.
This is our first new year outside and the first time we celebrate together. We must prepare well. Although it feels like time is moving fast, it really is. Before we know it, the new year is here. Since we planned to celebrate together, we didn't insist on doing something special. After all, it's just one day. How we spend the rest of the time is up to us. They prepared some dishes. They simply caught a fish, which they said they found during a walk. The girls were very happy because it was a dry year, and they rarely saw fish at home. Tan Yajun and Lin Zhaodi helped with cooking. Chun Jengwo fetched water, poured it, and lit the fire. Li Yan, who couldn't move around much, just sat on the kong, a traditional bed, doing small chores she could manage. There weren't many people, so there were no conflicts. At noon, they cooked sauerkraut with lots of meat inside. On top, they placed a ring of plain cornmeal pancakes. The small green vegetables looked fresh and appealing. There was a big fish, a plate of braised pork, a cabbage salad, and a can of food. 5 people, 6 dishes. After eating, they didn't rest long. The girls started preparing minced filling, using sauerkraut, cabbage, and meat. Although there weren't many people, they made sure to have everything they needed. They didn't have white flour, they didn't stretch the dough. Tan Yajun exchanged for it, even though it was a bit dark, but the pure wheat aroma was still strong and delightful. The filling for the sauerkraut was learned from an older woman in Legiatin. Just add some lard, and it's ready. Smell it! When it comes to things she liked, Tan Yajun and Lin Zhaodi were very involved. Chun Jengwo helped fetch sauerkraut and ran errands inside and outside the house. As for Simple, she was just there causing trouble. Actually, her cooking skills are SOSO. She's a young lady who loves watching cooking shows, but her skills are like a roller coaster. Wavy and unpredictable. I like this host's cooking. I can seriously prepare the ingredients, cut the vegetables, and follow your steps from start to finish. But once my interest fades, I become indifferent and stop caring. So she never really plans her portions carefully. By the way, Jianjiqing, why are your small greens so much bigger than ours? The young female worker, Jiqing, was eager for simple vegetables at the start of winter. She also made a wooden trough similar to Lu Guangming's. When she returned home, she dug the soil, watered the plants, and prepared everything carefully. She took good care of them, but the growth was always a bit slow. Every time they visited the simple vegetables, they would complain at least once. After returning, they became more attentive, but the plants still didn't grow well. They stayed steady without much change. Simple didn't know why. After all, she truly grew these plants herself, unlike others who had spiritual springs or special methods to revive plants. She only used the trough and didn't cheat in any other way. She pondered for a moment, then said, "Maybe your vegetables are under too much pressure?" "You're just talking nonsense," Simple said seriously. "Maybe it's true. I eat alone, but you have several people here. Maybe there's pressure that scares the plants away." They joked and laughed. Winter days are short. A few people leisurely wrapped dumplings, snacked, and chatted about everyday life, watching children run past outside. Spring festival is the happiest time for kids. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I'd look forward to the winter break, wondering if my parents bought meat, candies, or new clothes. But most of those were just dreams. There would be meat, and candies would be bought, but only a few bites ever made it to their mouths. Do families always gather for the new year? The meat mostly belonged to Grandpa and Dad. Among the children, only a few boys could get a few slices. The girls were happy just tasting some minced meat or broth. The candies were the same, girls never really got any. As for clothes, they didn't even think about it. The family focused on earning money first. They could only wear clothes others couldn't, sewing and altering them over and over. Still, she was happy, feeling like she had new clothes, which made her feel beautiful. Chun Jangwo is the only boy in the family. He doesn't receive the obvious special treatment that the girls do. When the female worker mentioned this, he also spoke up, "Compared to you all, my family is pretty well off. I have an older brother and 2 younger brothers. I am the middle child. When I was a child, things were okay. My parents were busy, so my older brother took care of me. Whether we went to my grandparents' or my grandmother's house, my brother had food, and I could also have a bite. Later, my older brother grew up and started school, and then 2 twin brothers were born. Suddenly, I became the oldest, always the youngest before. I had to be a big brother and take care of the kids, but I didn't really understand how to do it. Maybe my older brother's good example set a high standard, or maybe I was too naive before. My mom started to feel that I was deliberately not taking good care of them. She became more and more unhappy with me. If they fell or cried, it was my fault. Even when there were no adults at home, if they were thirsty or hungry, it was because of me. I remember that although my brothers didn't like me as much as they liked my older brother, they still remembered I was there. They didn't favor me too much. But during those years of caring for my brothers, repeated dissatisfaction and strange criticism made them start to dislike me a lot. Whenever my brothers cried, I was the one who suffered. Later, I asked my older brother, "Am I really your parents' child?" As we grew up, they found jobs and wives for my older brother. Then, the food supply in the city started to decrease day by day. Coincidentally, my sister-in-law's family neighbor mentioned going to the countryside, and my mom found out. My mom felt sorry for my 2 brothers who couldn't eat enough. That night, she told me, "Go to the countryside. There's plenty of food there, and you can fill your stomach. Look at how things are now at home. If you get too hungry, I'll feel sad too. If you go to the countryside and work hard, you'll definitely be able to eat well." I was naive then, and didn't think much. After all these years of feeling ignored, suddenly this opportunity came. I thought, wow, my mom really cares about me.
I can eat well.
I saw this as a good chance, and my mom was the first to think of me. The day before I left, I saw her secretly cooking with my 2 brothers. That's when I realized how foolish I was. My mom clearly told my brothers, "Don't worry. We have enough food at home. I just don't like him wasting food. Now that he's volunteering, he'll get extra help. After I leave, I'll cook big meals for them." You don't know, at that moment, I didn't feel too sad. Instead, I had a feeling like, so it is as I expected. That was how I felt. Actually, my family is not poor. Both my parents work and my older brother has also started working. It's just me and my two younger brothers at home. We don't make much money, but it's not like we are completely struggling. She told me about going to the countryside that afternoon. I had just been accepted for a permanent job at a factory. If I hadn't gone to the countryside, I could have been earning money by now. At that time, I didn't know what I was thinking. I thought about it again and again, but I didn't tell her. When I heard them talking, I understood more clearly. I stayed calm and said nothing. During dinner, everyone was at home. I called her and said, "Mom, I received the notice to go to the countryside. Please give me my subsidy so I can prepare things." She got nervous, but my dad was there, so she didn't say much. Since I asked, she must have known everything. Reluctantly, she gave me the money. She looked at me angrily, and I guess she planned to take it back when my dad wasn't around. I was very upset at that moment, so I ignored her. I took the money and went to see my classmate, selling him my spot. He helped me prepare things, and they were sent here by mail. After I arrived here, I sent 2 letters back home. I never received a reply. Does anyone care about me? Last time, I mailed some local products, but I only wrote my dad's workplace address. I did everything I could, and now I don't care about anything else. Do boys also get treated like this? Yes, I never thought about it before. Other families are so strict about boys and girls. I was thinking, luckily, my family only has boys. Now that I think about it, it seems to have nothing to do with gender. If I don't like something, I don't like it. So, when something happens, I'm the first one to be blamed. It seems we're all the ones not welcomed at home. Even the 5 fingers are different lengths, that's normal. And the one in the middle is usually the most overlooked. Chun Jangwo chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yeah, I'm just a fool. I never realized it. I happily gave people things I thought were good, excitedly. But they all see me as the big fool. Thinking about it, going to the countryside was also a way out for me. Especially after I understood my place, I felt like I had made a clear decision. I feel pretty relaxed now. Do you think your family is still thinking about us? Chun Jangwo was very sure. I definitely don't expect that. They have 2 precious children at home. They don't have the energy to worry about me, the rebellious son, who's 800 miles away. Lin Zhaodi was also unsure. I have a younger brother at home. Right now, my mom is probably trying to find ways to make food for him. She might remember me soon. After all, I usually do these chores every year. As she finished speaking, she sneezed several times in a row. The people making dumplings paused and then burst into laughter. Lin Jiqing, you really have a way with words. She shared a New Year's Eve meal of dumplings with the young people, kept it simple, and returned to her small home. The small room was warm like spring. On the Kong table, there were her favorite snacks and fruits, along with her favorite comedy shows. Spending the holiday alone felt quite pleasant. Of course, if she ignored the faint feeling of sadness and loneliness in her heart, she had a good New Year. The next morning, children from every household ran around the village. This was the happiest time of the year. Not only was there meat and oil in the dishes, but also other tasty foods at home. During this time, parents would generously take out cookies, candies, pine nuts, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Everyone played happily, and parents were very patient, speaking gently even when scolding. Although Jiandan was far from the village, because of Huzi and Heidan's friendly relationship, many children had interacted with her and weren't strangers. They all gathered courage and came in groups to visit and give New Year greetings. In rural customs, on the first day of the New Year, visiting children were expected to bring some snacks. Jiandan was prepared for this. She had a small basket and a larger one ready. Huzi and Xiaohua were almost the first to arrive. Xiaohua rarely came over, and Jiandan teased the children. Before they left, she gave them a big handful of candies and a couple of sunflower seeds. Her small bag was instantly filled. When the children left, they couldn't stop smiling, clutching their hands tightly. Other children who arrived a bit later didn't get as much, but still left with heavy, full hands, not empty-handed. After the New Year, spring arrived. Unknowingly, Jiandan's first difficult year since crossing over had passed. Spring quickly went by in the blink of an eye, and Jiandan felt like it was almost over in the blink of an eye, just in time for the busy planting season. Of course, this spring busy period wasn't just about working in the fields. It also meant gathering various wild vegetables that sprouted during this time. After a long winter, even with frugality, almost every family faced shortages of green and yellow vegetables. So, wild vegetables became an essential part of villager supplies. For some families, they were even a lifeline. Following the team on time and punctuality, working the land, and finishing work for several days, the busy pace left Simple with no time to think about anything else after a long winter of rest. When it comes to work, the few people in the youth village understood more and learned faster than she did. After work, Simple had just arrived home when Li Yan and a few others came over. Simple, do you want to go up the mountain? Simple was stunned at that moment. Up the mountain? Is your firewood running out? Li Yan didn't expect Simple to react like that.
You?
Simple, wild vegetables are coming out. Want to go dig some? Simple rubbed her head in realization. Oh no, being away from people for so long, her mind wasn't working well. Okay, wait a moment.
I'll go right now.
Right after work, she didn't even change clothes. She grabbed a basket and a small shovel and headed out.
Coming.
I was confused. Are there many wild vegetables now? Li Yan and the others weren't very familiar either. They followed a village ant. Simple, wild vegetables are just starting to appear now, and they're still tender. If you steam some with a little cornmeal, it makes a delicious snack. The young workers were curious too. Auntie, are wild vegetables coming out so early here? Coincidentally, Sun Xiang, the daughter-in-law of the third grandpa, and Lu Daliang, Lu Weimin's daughter-in-law, were with them. They knew the young workers well and explained proactively. Here, yes, it's really cold in winter, but spring brings many good things. Now that it's warming up, wild vegetables start to sprout. On sunny slopes, they come out early. On shaded slopes, they stay until night. In a few days, when planting and weeding begin, there will still be fresh wild vegetables until June. Right now, we have motherwort, willow shoots, shepherd's purse, and other greens. In a few days, there will be small garlic, stinging nettle leaves, wild spinach, mountain eggplant, fragrant cedar shoots, old buds, and mountain celery. Soon, elm tree seeds will fall, which taste great. You can eat them as snacks or steam them into cakes. The flavor of elm seeds is wonderful. After it rains, mushrooms will also appear. We can go pick them, dry them, and store them for winter stews with small chickens or send them home. That would be quite good. Simple had seen these in books and on TV, but in real life, she hadn't experienced them. She remembered that when she went up the mountain before, she only occasionally paid attention to useful herbs. Hearing this, she found it quite interesting. Sister-in-law, are all these edible? Yes, they're all good things. When it's hard to find fresh vegetables, these are lifesavers. Without them, many people might have gone hungry. Many people came over after work, but none of them went into the mountains. They stayed near the place where they usually gather firewood in autumn, which seemed to be the safe area accepted by the villagers. A few simple-minded people quietly followed along. Older sister-in-law, later you need to teach us how to recognize which wild vegetables are edible. I'm afraid I might bring back a bunch of weeds. Sun Xiang smiled quietly, without saying anything.
We've grown up in these mountains.
We know what can be eaten and what can't. Later, just follow us. Since they often interacted, they were quite familiar with each other. Sun Xiang didn't mind being straightforward. Li Yan kept praising and joking, and in no time, they reached the hillside. There were many villagers, but the mountain area was large, so there was no fighting or crowding. Sun Xiang and Sun Dalian led a few young workers to a quiet spot. At first glance, there was a lot of tender green plants sprouting from the ground. The two of them didn't bother with anything else. They put down their baskets and started digging. To them, anything edible that could fill their stomachs was considered food. Seeing their serious attitude, they didn't ask much. They took shovels and followed behind, watching what they were doing and comparing plants on the ground to find matching ones. Fortunately, they hadn't forgotten about them entirely. They were just excited for a moment, and then remembered. Feeling a bit shy, they introduced the plants to them. This is watercress. Right now, it's the most common. It's still tender. If you cut it up and put it in porridge, or if you're willing, add an egg to make soup, and drizzle a drop of sesame oil when it's ready. It's very fresh. This is dandelion greens. They're just sprouting now, not very big, but the tenderest at this time. Just dip them in sauce to eat, and they're delicious. The girls were almost lying on the ground, eyes wide as they looked for plants. Sundalian said beside them, "Since you just arrived, it's normal not to recognize them. Get to know them first. Don't dig up the wrong ones. Some look similar, but that doesn't mean they're edible. If you mess up, it could be dangerous." Okay. A few simple-minded people nodded and looked over the plants. Older sister-in-law, is this it? I think this one looks the same. They didn't want to delay, so they thought the plants looked similar enough and went to dig elsewhere. During their break, they brought the plants over to Sun Seong and Sundalian for inspection. Dandelion greens are easy to recognize, and mistakes are rare. Even the simple ones knew them. Compared to the chaos with the wild vegetables, the confusion was much less, mainly because there was an experienced old farmer, Tan Ya-jun. She looked over the work, and after that, she made very few mistakes. This shepherd's purse and wild chives are really tender. It feels like they might break if I pull too hard. Right now, they're just sprouting and are the tenderest. Wait a bit longer, especially for the shepherd's purse, which grows quickly. Tomorrow and the day after, they will be bigger and older. The tender ones will become fewer. This wild chive can be used in porridge, soups, or even dumplings if you're willing. All good ingredients. As she spoke, her speed in gathering didn't slow down at all. Li Yen and the others admired her greatly. Tan Ya-jun, you're so fast. I don't think I even saw clearly before you already dug it out. That's nothing. You should look at the villagers. Hearing this, everyone turned around suddenly and was startled. The women who had been working in this field just moments ago had already run about 30 meters away. Their focused, busy expressions made the three of them seem insignificant in comparison.
Exactly.
For villagers, crops are part of their food supply. When it's not enough, they rely on the mountains for help. In spring, there are wild vegetables. In summer, mushrooms and wild fruits. In autumn, mountain goods. And in winter, firewood. The mountains are like a treasure chest, a lifeline for the villagers. Unlike the drought last year when they first arrived, this winter had plenty of snow, and spring was full of vitality. The saying "a good snow means a good harvest" was true. The greenery on the mountain was just a corner of the whole area. Even in the fields now, green sprouts were already poking out, waiting for the land to be tilled and planted. Really look, not only here but further up the hill. Everything seems green too. That's natural. The sunlight there is better, so the plants grow well. But it's also more dangerous up there. I heard there are venomous snakes. With good rain this year, it should be a harvest year. Yes, the mountain is so lush. Digging the land these days really wore me out. Do you think farming will be even more tiring in a few days? Tan Ya-jun was the most experienced and had the most say. Turning the soil takes effort, but planting isn't too bad. Some people fertilize, others plant seeds, and some water. I feel the back and waist get the most tired because I keep repeating the same movements. I remember feeling like my waist was about to break. But don't worry. You'll get used to it slowly. When we first arrived, we had no strength for anything. Now, after a whole day of turning the soil, we can still come up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Yes, this habit is really scary. I always thought I wouldn't be able to keep going, but I actually managed to persist for so many days. Yeah, don't you feel like you're pretty strong too? Maybe a little. I can't believe I can support myself now. It's amazing. The villagers' food supplies are running low. The main food now is thin cornmeal porridge, enough for each person, and a sweet potato. Following the villagers' advice, I added an egg into a wild vegetable salad and made a soup without any oil or water. Surprisingly, a few people found it very satisfying. Keeping things simple and natural is never a waste. Besides, I just turned 16 after the new year and am still growing. I don't want to be short. Every day, I eat different foods to boost my nutrition.
I have to eat well.
If I don't, I won't grow properly. According to normal growth, I still have at least 10 years before I can go out freely. That means these crucial years of growth are here. I can't wait any longer. Meat and vegetables must be balanced. Today, I also ate some wild greens with tasty sauce. That's real good eating. After finishing plowing, the farm manure has been spread. Soon, it will be time to start planting. At dawn, the bell for work rang. I've heard it many times. I still instinctively frowned for a moment before getting up. I put on my work clothes and gloves that I specially found, ate a quick snack, and then went outside. My conditions are pretty good, except for one thing, my location. I live at the village entrance, farther from the work site than others. I have short legs, so I need to leave about 10 minutes early every day. At the village office, Lu Weiman, Lu Igua, and some village officials were already there. Over the years, farming has a fixed routine. After a few words of encouragement, everyone started working. The work was simple. I was grouped with Sundalian, which shows they're taking care of us and letting her lead. Other groups already had people digging holes, planting seeds, covering them with soil, and watering. It all looked easy and not tiring. It seemed like everyone was eager to get started. I, Jingdan, had the same idea. I followed Sundalian with a basket of corn seeds. Each of us took a row. I watched her and followed her instructions, pinching seeds with my fingers and tossing them into the holes. As I moved forward, I tiptoed and covered the holes with soil. It looked simple, but once it was in their hands, the seeds didn't listen anymore. In this pit, they scattered a handful of seeds. Then in the next pit, they only threw one seed. So they had to stop and redo their work. After checking the seeds, they found that even their feet weren't obedient. Sometimes they added soil, sometimes they removed it, or it was crooked. Sundalian completed her task in one step, but they needed at least 4 or 5 steps. After finishing these 2 pits, Sundalian had already gone 10 meters ahead. The others were speechless for a moment. What else could they say? They should hurry and follow her. Sometimes practice makes perfect, but other times, being busy just makes things more chaotic. Right now, they were the latter. They kept thinking about not making mistakes, but their fingers refused to obey. They threw fewer seeds into one pit, then in the next, they threw outside the pit. They had to bend down and pick them up, repeating the same actions over and over. These repeated actions made them dizzy and exhausted. Honestly, it wasn't hard or tiring, but as beginners, their coordination was poor. Sometimes they did things wrong, sometimes right. Sundalian was already back at the end of her row, heading back, while they were only halfway through. The waterers behind them quickly caught up. Their fingers were stiff and uncooperative, and the basket of corn seeds on their arms was getting heavier. As the sun rose higher, their voices sounded like they were smoking. Sundalian greeted them as she approached. "How's it going?"
Got it now.
For experienced farmers, this didn't even need teaching. It was simple, but they still felt shy. They understood how to do it, but couldn't keep up. It wasn't that their hands were faster, but their feet were slower. Sundalian noticed this too. "Don't worry. We've done this many times. We can do it with our eyes closed. Take it slow first, don't waste the seeds. I'll finish here and come back to help you." She spoke and then walked several meters ahead. The young workers behind watched her in awe. They couldn't help but look down at their own hands and feet. Was this different from others? Tan Yajun had done this before, so she managed to keep up. Chun Jangwo, being a man, didn't do the same work as them. Only Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan, moving slowly like snails, were still working. When they reached the end of one row, others had finished 2 rows already. They didn't care about that. They just sat down heavily on the ground, staring at their hands, trying to get their movements in sync. Only then did their hands loosen up a bit, but their fingers remained stiff. "How's it going? Are you tired? Don't say anything. I'm thinking about how simple it is." Before noon, I still had to keep working. This time, things went smoothly, both faster and more efficient. Passing villagers would often greet me. I was so simple that I started blushing. As more people came, I stopped caring. With a small face, I would smile at anyone who spoke to me, regardless of whether it was awkward or not. By noon, after finishing work, I could accept villagers' teasing without blushing anymore. Li Yan and a few others found me, and we headed back together. "How's it going? Are you used to it?" I felt a bit hopeless, but I replied, "It's okay. Much better than this morning." During harvest time, my strength was useful, and I thought I could quickly adapt to spring planting too. But I was wrong. This wasn't a job that relied on strength. Even if it was physically demanding work, Lu Weiman wouldn't assign such tasks to a 16-year-old girl like me who just finished the new year. That would be too cruel. Although it was early spring, and the midday sun was quite hot, we started work early in the morning and had a long break at noon. I hurried home to rest. I needed to rest. My small body couldn't handle the afternoon work otherwise. I refused Li Yan and the others' invitations and quickly went home. As soon as I entered the house, I threw myself onto the kong, a traditional heated bed, and let out a deep sigh.
Ugh.
I'm so exhausted. Since there was already cooked food, I didn't bother to cook again. After eating, I went straight to the base and took a hot bath. It was very relaxing, almost to the point of falling asleep in the tub. The effect was noticeable. In the afternoon, I managed to work a little longer before feeling tired. I heard about my efforts during lunch, and Lu Weiman came to check on me in the afternoon. He saw that I wasn't as discouraged as they said, and that I still had some spirit left. He was relieved. Before leaving, he reminded me, "Jian Jiqing, take it easy. You're still young. Don't let yourself grow too short."
What?
That comment hit a nerve. That night, I rewarded myself with a big meal. I didn't care about anything else. My height was the most important. I had enough to eat and drink, and I wasn't going to let myself grow short. If that was the case, I might as well just give up. Here, we didn't grow rice, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, or sorghum. These were all grown in dry fields. Besides potatoes and sweet potatoes, which needed to be cut into pieces and sprout first, the other crops had similar methods. There wasn't much technical skill involved, mostly repetitive actions. After this busy period, the land gradually became covered in green. People took off their heavy clothes and wore light summer outfits. During this time of training, a simple study about digging wild vegetables became clearer. The few people working alone had no problem. Just as they were happily digging and seriously studying their food, Lu Weiman came over with a worried look, clearly upset. A few others gathered around to look at him. "Uncle, we didn't cause any trouble, did we?" Chun Jangwo also came over. The busy spring made his skin look healthier. "Village head, do you have any instructions?" Lu Weiman stared angrily. "What are these kids talking about?"
Get ready.
"I'll go pick up the new young worker soon."
What?
They were all surprised. New young workers in the season? "Village head, why are they coming now? Isn't it too early? Are they just coming to dig wild vegetables with us? We only arrived last winter."
It's been just a short time.
Lu Weiman was worried. The current young workers were obedient. Last winter, they contacted Lu Jiaqing often. When he heard about the lively young workers from Lu Jiaduan, he got a headache. "How do I know? I just got the notice to pick them up. What else can I do?" Hearing this, the others thought the village head was unusually blunt today. After some thought, they decided to be honest. Chun Jangwo quickly said, "Village head, don't worry. We'll be ready when you go to pick them up." Lu Weiman's face looked a bit better. That's enough. As long as you understand." Before leaving, he turned back with a stern face and warned, "No matter how many come, you guys stay calm. Don't cause trouble. If you do, I won't be nice either. Village head, we've been here for more than half a year. Don't you understand us yet? We're obedient." Lu Weiman almost laughed in anger. "You think you're pretty confident, huh? Obedient?" Chun Jangwo, now more familiar, talked more. "Haha, uncle, look. We're here now. Isn't this our home? Since we don't have elders around, if we don't listen and work hard, what happens by the autumn? We'll have no grain, right? If you invite us to your house for a meal, you can't refuse either, right?
Get lost.
If you starve, so be it." The ox cart clattered out of the village. The young workers looked on with sighs. It's only been a short time. The third batch of young workers, right? Yes, I know there will still be more, but I was still surprised how quickly it happened. Li Yan sighed again, this time. She wasn't sure how many would come, or if they would be easy to get along with. Tanya Jun is the most experienced. They are all from different places, with different personalities. You should be mentally prepared. But as we said before, when the weather gets warmer, we will move back to our own rooms.
Or will we?
Tanya Jun, Li Yan, and Lin Zhaodi all have good personalities. They got along well during this winter and spring. If it weren't for this sudden matter, they would have forgotten they each had their own place. Li Yan immediately exclaimed, Huh? Not living together anymore? Not splitting up? Lin Zhaodi nodded. I think it's better if the three of us stay together. We don't know how many girl-educated youths will come this time. If there are more, we might have to share with others. And they're all strangers, so we don't know their personalities or habits. It could lead to problems. We've lived together for so long, and I think it's been good, eating, working, talking, all in harmony. The three girls looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter, so it's settled, we won't move. When it gets hot, and if there are still empty rooms, we'll think about it then. What do you think? I agree. Okay, Jian Jiqing can vouch for us. Jian smiled happily. All right, I'll testify that your friendship will last forever.
Haha.
Chun Jangwo sighed softly. I feel like our peaceful days are coming to an end. Right now, there are only 4 people in the educated youth courtyard. The girl-educated youths cook. Chun Jangwo handles outside work and physical tasks, like fetching water. Basically, Chun Jangwo takes care of that, but the girls aren't pushing all chores onto him, mainly because they're not petty. Things are pretty balanced now. Adding or subtracting people is inevitable. Suddenly, everyone's mood dropped. Jian was picking wild vegetables on the side and felt the low atmosphere, but he didn't say anything. After all, this is the normal for the next 10 years. He thinks Chun Jangwo is right. This quiet time probably won't last long. All right, you guys, the new educated youth will arrive soon. Even if you don't like them, don't show it so obviously. Isn't this something we already knew? It's just happening earlier. Li Yan sighed. Half a year in the countryside, and I've already become an old, educated youth. So, if you say that I am only 16 but I am actually older than you? The group thought about it and started laughing. How do we eat these wild vegetables? Li Yan looked at them, a bit stubborn, and said, Is this the last meal we're having together today? Will we still eat with them in the future? They really didn't know much. Most of their ideas came from movies and stories from later times. There's no strict rule about this, but most groups cook together, especially when using tools like iron pots. If everyone cooks together, they share one meal. If they cook separately, each person needs their own supplies. For many young workers, this cost is not small, so they prefer to save money and make do. Initially, all the young workers in Legiate ate from one pot. But as conflicts grew, they had to split up. Cooking together takes longer because, say, 10 people share the chores, taking turns. When it's busy farming season, it's easier to cook separately. Those cooking alone have to rush to prepare food after work, while those cooking together just need to ensure it's their turn on their busy days. The rest of the time, they can rest more. Just like a few days ago when there were many people, they cooked more food each time, but it took several days to take turns. The schedule was long. It depends on how each person thinks. Also, the new young workers probably don't have their own pots. Even if they don't cook with us, they'll likely use ours. Jian is nodding nearby, agreeing. Yes, these are just scenes from stories. Sighing for the umpteenth time, the group had to put down what they were holding and start cleaning the room. It's not that they're very eager, it's just that it's morning. From their last experience, the new workers usually arrive around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. With all the chores, by the time they remember to tidy up, it's already dark. Of course, accidents could happen, but they hope everything goes smoothly. Although tomorrow is a day off, they know it won't be quiet. They plan to tidy up a bit, so they can be quicker when they arrive. They're not moving in immediately, but they don't want to cause chaos when they get there. They've enjoyed a peaceful half-year, and they don't want to change too much. They didn't call Jian simple because Jian can't stay simple forever. Also, Although Jian is very capable, they still see her as a child. Simple didn't say they were completely just standing by, but they helped pour water and sweep the floor. They didn't know how many people would come, and they didn't tidy up much. Even if there were 7 or 8 young men and women, and they cleaned 4 rooms, that was enough. After finishing this, it was almost noon. Li Yan wasn't in a good mood. Lin Zhaodi and Chen Zhengwo felt a bit better, but not much. Qing and Tan Yajun, who was in a decent mood, felt a little helpless. What should we eat for lunch? Did we only make some wild chive and shepherd's purse? Simple thought for a moment. Didn't we find a nest of wild eggs? Let's cook them with the chive and shepherd's purse, add some cornmeal, and make a few pancakes. He raised his chin to signal to Li Yan and the others, let's just call it a small improvement. When new young workers arrive, it won't be convenient or proper for you to cook extra meals. Tan Yajun thought for a moment and nodded, that works. I'll find the eggs, and once the water boils, I'll cook some cornmeal porridge. That will be enough for a meal. Right, I'll go light a fire and make them a bit annoyed. I'll just eat here for lunch. Tan Yajun smiled. Oh, if you say so, how many times have we all freeloaded off you? We're eager for you to eat here every day. You haven't come often before, and now with more people, it's actually more convenient than before. Simple waved his hand, no worries. Anyway, you 3 live in a separate room, and it's mostly just Chen Jiqing's side that's lively. Behind him, Chen Zhengwo, carrying firewood, also looked a bit sad. Finally, you remember me? The young women suddenly burst into laughter, forgetting him entirely. Chen Jiqing, you should be happy. No matter what, there will definitely be male young workers. You'll have friends. In the past half-year, someone had been joking behind Chen Zhengwo's back, following the young women around all day. There was no helping it. He was the only brother, after all. Now he was used to it, but if someone suddenly tried to change his partner, he wouldn't be used to it. Are my friends you all? Are you planning to abandon me and go solo? His tone was full of longing, making everyone giggle. Don't worry, if we fly, we'll fly with you too. They cut the wild chive into small pieces, added 6 or so wild eggs, poured in 2 bowls of cornmeal, let it sit for a while, then added a little oil. They cooked it slowly into small pancakes, crispy on both sides, with the aroma of eggs mixed with the fresh scent of chive. They drank a bowl of hot cornmeal porridge and everyone's stomachs were full. After eating, they sat in the yard, basking in the sun. In Anji County, Lu Weimin had just received new young workers. He shook his head and planned to complain to Lu Sanyi later. Third uncle, look at this bunch, each one worse than the last. See that guy with his face almost pointing to the sky and eyes rolling back? He clearly isn't the type to work quietly. I need to tell everyone, especially his own kids. Don't follow his bad example. That male young worker, Li Jianya, with his greasy hair, looked like he had just been combed with oil. He just wanted to show off his charm but forgot that the train would take 3 days and nights. As expected, on the first day, he could only sit straight, afraid his precious hair oil would get rubbed off. It didn't take long. By midnight, he couldn't hold on anymore and leaned back to sleep, completely exhausted. The air in the train was messy, and by the next morning, his hair was greasy and tangled. If he was someone who liked to stay clean, he could have washed his hair on the train since there was water. Short-haired boys find it easy to manage, and it wouldn't be cold in the season. Hair dries quickly, and they'd feel fresh and neat. But he couldn't do that. He was too proud of his hair oil, so he held on until they reached their destination. Before getting off, he even used his hand as a comb to style his hair, though he didn't look in a mirror, probably never thought about styling his hair that way. Now, he looked at Lu Weimin, Lu Sanyi, and Niu Che, all with their chins raised high. The old man said something, but Lu Weimin didn't know what to say and looked away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He checked the list, 6 young workers, 3 men and 3 women. Wang Hongmei, Su Hong, Tang Chui, Li Jianya, Wang Cheng, Lin Dongfang. All right, everyone is here. I won't say much more. Your destination for going to the countryside is Lijiaton, Yangyang Commune, Anji County, Linbei Province. From now on, follow the rules at work and rest. Remember, every grain of rice you eat is earned through your own labor. The girl from the nearby youth brigade wanted to say something, but Lu Weimin raised his voice. I know some people come voluntarily, and some are reluctant. I don't care why you came, but once you're here, you must follow the rules. Don't do anything against policy. Of course, if you don't want to work, that's fine. The work points are just food. As long as you can ensure you have something to eat, I won't interfere with your decision. If anyone doesn't want to go, they can go to the youth office now and arrange to return to the city or change places. I won't stop you. This was a strong warning. The few youth brigade members looked at each other, but didn't speak. Even Wang Hongmei, who usually talked a lot, surprisingly kept quiet. The journey from the county town to the commune was peaceful. Once they arrived at the commune and saw its conditions, they thought about how the villages below must be even worse, which made some of the youth brigade members feel uneasy. Village head. How much further? Lu Weimin glanced ahead. Almost there. This is the commune. There's a post office, a supply store, a restaurant. If you need to buy something or pick up mail, you can go now. A couple of people plan to get off the bus. Lu Weimin looked at the sky. You have an hour. Hurry up and come back. With that, everyone got off the bus, carrying their luggage, though not everything was packed perfectly. Some things were missing. Back at the youth brigade courtyard in the village, it was already afternoon. Hearing the sound of the ox cart, a few people, who had been relaxing, suddenly jumped up. Is it here? It's here. Oh, why am I so nervous? Chun Jangwo strode out confidently. Li Yen and others opened the doors of the rooms they had prepared. Lu Weimin stepped down from the cart and took a deep breath. But seeing the state of the youth brigade members, he looked concerned. Without saying much, he handed the people over to Chun Jangwo and followed the ox cart. Chun Jangwo felt a bit confused, as if he had taken on a new task. The village head was no longer there, and the new youth brigade members quickly returned to their usual selves. Li Jianye started fixing his hair, and Wang Jiancheng looked like the older brother. He didn't say anything. Lin Dongfang, who clearly came from a well-off family, was dressed neatly without patches. His energy was good, and he looked much more lively. He carried his luggage and looked around the youth brigade courtyard, relaxing the frown he had earlier. Su Hong, also a young lady, carried her luggage off the ox cart. Her big bag almost made her stumble, but she managed to steady herself. Tang Chui was dressed like an ordinary person, similar to Lin Zhaodi from before, but her gaze didn't look very friendly. After getting off the car, she looked around, at the outside, the yard, the rooms, and the few people in front of her. Wang Hongmei was shocked and open-mouthed. She didn't expect the conditions at the youth village to be so good. Seeing Chun Jangwo, she quickly forced a smile and said, Hello, I'm a new youth. My name is Wang Hongmei. Chun Jangwo was also a lively young man, clean and neat. This past half-year had made him more mature, and he was better at judging people than before. Hello everyone, please go ahead and introduce yourselves, he said. It wasn't cold outside this season, so Chun Jangwo didn't invite them inside. Seeing everyone carrying big and small bags, he explained, This is the youth village. We are a few who came here last year, so we're a little ahead of you, less than a year. I'm Chen Zhengguo. This is Li Yan, also a youth. This is Lin Zhaodi, and Tan Yajun, also youths. There's also Jian, a youth who doesn't live in the youth village, but will meet us at night. A few years ago, Legiatin didn't have any youth assigned to go to the countryside, so for now, only these 4 of us live here. The space is quite large. We cleaned these 4 rooms in advance and prepared them for you. Of course, if you don't like them, you can choose your own rooms. There are plenty of rooms, so you can decide whether to live alone or with others. There's no rush. What I want to say is that cooking and heating here all require burning firewood. You need to go up the mountain to gather wood, and for water, there's a well in the village, but you have to fetch it yourself. Right now, the 4 of us cook together. You can join us or cook with others. But please don't make a fuss over small things. In the eyes of outsiders, all of us youths are the same. Today and tomorrow are rest days. First, go choose your rooms and tidy up. After you're done, I'll take you to exchange grain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hongmei couldn't wait and asked Comrade Chen, Can I cook with you? Chen Jiangwo was confused. What? What did she mean? Did I not make it clear? It's us, meaning us. Together, all of us? Go tidy up first. If you have questions, feel free to ask me anytime, he replied. Huh, she's ignoring you, Su Hong, who had just recovered, immediately mocked. Over there, the male youth Lin Dongfang had already chosen a room and went inside with his luggage. Big brother Wang Jianqing also nodded at Chen Jiangwo, picked up his large bag, and went to the room nearby. Lin Dongfang entered the house and closed the door, clearly refusing. Su Hong, don't come here throwing your princess tantrum. Chun Jiqing means well. Chen Jiangwo's temples throbbed. He had never felt so annoyed. All right, comrades Jiqing, aren't you tired after this journey? Go find a room to rest. I just said our youth brigade compound is one whole unit outside. Does all this noise look good? Li Jianya also carried his luggage and found a room next to Wang Jianqing's. There are only 4 cleaned rooms. Sure enough, Su Hong's luck was bad. She chose a room that hadn't been tidied. As soon as she put down her luggage, dust flew everywhere, making her cough and rush outside to the yard. Chun Jiqing, what does this mean? Is it favoritism? Why is my room not cleaned? At this moment, Wang Hongmei also came out, but just to annoy people. You see, life is like this. I've kept everything spotless. It's easier that way, isn't it? Next door, Tang Chui didn't make any noise after entering. Instead, she quickly started cleaning by opening windows and doors, even borrowing a basin of water from Lin Jiaodi. Don't worry, I'll return the water after I've used it. Lin Jiaodi didn't really need the water, just one basin wasn't a big deal. Inside, Su Hong was either tidying up or practicing martial arts. When Tang Chui came out with a basin of dirty water, dust in the room made Su Hong cough violently. Frightened, Tang Chui almost poured the water on her. You're bullying people, she yelled and stomped her feet. Li Yan and others watched from the window, enjoying the scene. Hey, was it like this when we first arrived? Seems similar, but they're way more impatient. What is this junk? Why is it so dirty? Wang Hongmei kept fanning the flames. Su Jiqing, it's obvious you're just a lazy princess who doesn't do any work. Doing this little chore and complaining about dirt and tiredness. How can that build a rural community? Su Hong stormed out and slapped Wang Hongmei hard across the face. Can't you keep your mouth shut? Always spouting nonsense? Wang Hongmei was stunned for a few seconds. After reacting, she didn't back down and rushed forward. Su Hong, you've gone too far. I'm fighting with you. Su Hong refused to show weakness, scratching and hitting, all while trying to look at her face and hidden spots. Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah! You wicked woman! Let go of me! Let go!" Su Hong, I tell you, you don't have to act superior or look down on anyone. So, what if you're good? You're still just like me, coming to this big countryside. Let go of me. My face. Li Yan was completely stunned. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, they were fighting among themselves. Wang Hongmei was still shouting, using all kinds of rude words, making it very embarrassing to hear, even in the countryside. You shameless rich girl, you have no manners, always so picky. Chun Jiangwo couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Wang Jiqing, watch your words. At the same time, Su Hong slapped Wang Hongmei on the other side of her face. Are you going to keep yelling?
Keep shouting.
If you shout again, I'll hit you again. My family is honest and poor. My grandparents were heroes. Who gave you the right to slander the descendants of heroes? Wang Hongmei, come here. I'll take you to the local police station, and the officers will check the truth. Wang Hongmei's lips trembled, and she reluctantly closed her mouth, touching her face and making a cc ha-ha sound. She wanted to say something but looked at Su Hong with fierce eyes, afraid to speak. After a while, she silently went back into the house. Seeing this, Su Hong let out a deep breath. Bah. What is this? If I'm not good, you think you can get better? Try provoking me again. Whether it's the police or the youth office, I can go there anytime. I don't believe it. My grandparents sacrificed everything for the country, and their descendants are still being slandered? In broad daylight, isn't there any law anymore? Wang Hongmei, I'm not afraid of trouble, but you better control that broken mouth of yours.
Don't force me to sew your mouth shut someday.
Wang Hongmei's back as she closed the door trembled noticeably. On the first day, less than an hour after arriving, chaos broke out. Chen Zhengwo's forehead was pounding, and he regretted taking on this mess more and more. Li Yan was stunned. Oh my, what a big scene. Tan Yajun was used to it and not surprised. Lin Zhaodi looked around the two rooms. From the looks of it, they don't seem to have just met. Could they know each other? It might be, but it doesn't seem like they just met. That girl, the daughter of a capitalist, said some harsh words. However, she is quite mean-spirited. Also, did you notice? Both of them got into a fight. The three young workers who came with them and the girl named Tang Chui didn't come out to stop it when they heard the noise. I guess they didn't have a quiet moment on the way here either. Li Yan sighed. Suddenly, things became so lively. I think I'm a little uncomfortable with how fast everything is moving. Maybe things are happening too quickly? Lin Zhaodi pursed her lips. Do you think this is about doing something? Or about speed? But after this, I guess there won't be many quiet days. Jian didn't care about all that. After lunch, she went home and took a long nap on the warm bed. Knowing that dinner was at the youth workers' place, she could guess the general situation. After her nap, she filled her stomach halfway. When she thought it was about time, she quietly headed over. They're close friends, so they don't need many rules. But today, since there were outsiders, Jian also wanted to save face. She picked a small wild chicken, which she had found a few days ago on her way up the mountain after work. It wasn't fat at all, mostly bones, but with some potatoes it was still a decent meal. She wanted to take only half, but after weighing it, she realized it was only about 2 or 3 jin. Cutting it in half wouldn't make much difference. Jian is a girl just turning 16 after the new year. She's still a young worker. It's good enough that she brought out such a dish. Today, some of the older workers brought out their own food. Jian was just playing along. If she kept fussing about everything, people would see her true nature. Jian usually doesn't like to be picky about these things. But since she came to Lu's village, she hadn't had the chance yet. In the afternoon, she returned to the youth workers' yard. The place was lively again. The 4 rooms she cleaned in the morning were busy. The 2 rooms next door were open and it looked like people were living there. The water splashes in the yard showed signs of recent cleaning. Jian hurried straight to the girl's room. When she reached the door, she heard voices from the backyard. Li Yan and others, rolling up their sleeves, came around from behind. They were happy to see Jian. You came so early? Jian, wait a moment. We'll wash our hands, then start cooking. Jian waved the things she was holding. Do you still have potatoes? There's no meat left, but I can make some soup for you. Jian Guichen carried firewood into the yard, looking at the little wild chicken that seemed very familiar. He placed the firewood in the kitchen, then looked at it again for a while. Is this the wild chicken from last week? It's still alive? Jian Guichen casually handed it to him. Yes, it's quite hearty. That's why it's lasted so long. Jian Guichen picked it up and weighed it, with a hint of doubt. It feels lighter now. Yan Yekshukkled. That's not my fault. I don't have experience raising chickens. I just remembered now. Jian Guichen's voice suddenly rose. You haven't fed it all this time? His shout was heard not only by people in nearby rooms, but also by Li Yan and a few others who had just come in to change clothes. Over the past half-year, they had become familiar with each other, so they spoke more casually. If I didn't feed it, then I didn't. Its stomach is cleaner that way. Li Yan simply stepped closer to look. Is it really the same chicken from that day? Jian Jiqing, how did you forget about such a breathing thing? The female young workers heard the noise and stood at the door. Seeing them joke and chat, they didn't dare to interrupt. Meanwhile, the door to the male young workers' room opened. Lin Dongfang walked out confidently, with a gentle smile. Is there anything I can help with? The young workers had just met each other. The only unfamiliar person was Jian Jia. Hearing the voice, she looked back, nodded, then continued talking with Li Yan and the others. As a result, Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya who followed behind Lin Dongfang, didn't say a word or show their faces. You just say, chicken soup, if you want it, just get it. Li Yan quickly agreed. Yes, Jiqing Tan and Zhaodi, you two handle the cooking. I'll go dig out some potatoes. Tan Yajun and Lin Zhaodi were decent cooks, and Li Yan knew her own limits well.
All right.
By the way, who was it that mentioned picking mushrooms the other day? Maybe we can exchange some? We should add some mushrooms to the wild chicken. That's the real flavor. Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan looked at each other. Was it at the village office last time? That seems to be the village chief's daughter-in-law, right? Or am I mistaken? I think so. I'll ask around. If we have some, we'll just exchange them. Lin Zhaodi said, then headed outside. Jian Wuchun took the wild chicken. Li Jiqing, Tan Jiqing, go boil some water. Later, a few of us men will clean up. We can't just watch you work. We'll wait for the ready-made stuff. This was a bit too obvious. Several young men from the countryside stood to the side, silent. Lin Dongfang quickly picked up the conversation, saying, Yes, Comrade Chun, we are newcomers here and not familiar with much. If there's anything we can help with, just say so. The other two quickly added, Right, Comrade Chun, I saw you carrying firewood just now. Were you collecting firewood? Next time, can you bring some for us too? Chun Zhengwo glanced at their faces and replied, Sure, no problem. He then looked at the three young women at the door of the room and raised his voice slightly. Simple sister, since you brought some good food, we'll just borrow some chicken soup to improve our meals. You don't need to bring your grain. We brought some for you. Otherwise, we wouldn't feel comfortable eating. The three young women who had just entered the kitchen quickly exchanged glances. Okay. Thank you, Comrade Chen. Tan Yajun and Li Yan also responded one after another. Yes, simple sister, put your grain aside for now and take it back later. You prepare the dishes and we'll handle the staple food. What's there to argue about? Exactly, hee. Thanks to you, we get to enjoy the chicken soup. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Actually, for this first meal, it didn't matter much. Although the older young men couldn't eat full meals every day, last year's mountain produce and wild boar meat were plenty. They weren't lacking in oil and fat this winter. But Chun Zhengwo just wanted to say it out loud, so they would understand. Lin Dongfang's expression remained unchanged. However, Wang Jiancheng, the older brother figure, looked a bit embarrassed but didn't say anything. Li Jianya was still combing his hair and glancing toward the kitchen now and then. The young women at the side, hearing this, were displeased. The first to get angry was Wang Hongmei, who had just finished a fight. Comrade Chen, what do you mean by that? Wasn't this meal hosted by you older comrades for us newcomers? We traveled thousands of miles to support rural development. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Chun Zhengwo frowned and was about to speak, but Lin Dongfang chuckled. That's a really bold face. You came to support development, but the older comrades aren't? Except for your parents, who has so many shoulds? Who is obligated to support you? Or do you come to the countryside not prepared for hard work, but planning to enjoy yourself? Wang Hongmei's face turned pale. You're talking nonsense, I didn't. Oh, then what right do you have to demand others do this or that for you? He doesn't put in much effort but still expects a lot. Isn't that enjoying life? Chun Zhengwo looked at Lin Dongfang strangely. His mouth was quite skillful, hitting the mark every time. Wang Hongmei's face flushed. She opened her mouth several times but didn't say anything. Tang Chui's eyes moved between Chun Zhengwo and Lin Dongfang, with an unclear meaning. If you want to talk about what should be done, you should go to the county, the commune, or ask the village chief. Ask them what is the right thing. Coincidentally, just as he finished speaking, a small figure appeared at the gate of the youth village. Looking at Lin Dongfang, who was speaking, the child scratched his head in confusion. Chun Zhengwo pursed his lips, almost laughing, and called out, Hey Dan, come in quickly. Why are you here? Are you looking for us or your sister Jian? Everyone in the village knew that Jian's closest relationships were with the village chief's family and Lu Sanye's family. Compared to Jian's familiarity with Lu Sanye's family, Jian visited the village chief's house less often. But Jian was very close to He Dan, like a loyal little brother. He Dan, 6 years old, already spoke clearly. He handed the basket to Chun Zhengwo and said that today there are many people, so the vegetables might not be enough. This is garlic seedlings that Aunt dug up for you to eat. Hearing the sound, people in the kitchen also poked their heads out. Compared to the busy two chefs, Jian was just a bystander. So, he simply came out. Hey Dan, why are you here? Are you bringing me something tasty? The new youth workers, including Lin Dongfang, heard this. The familiar tone and closeness were very obvious. When the child saw Jian, his smile became much more genuine. He immediately ran over with his basket to Jian. Jian Jia, look, Anne dug up garlic seedlings. Aunt said you like to eat them. Among the wild vegetables on the mountain, Jian liked this one the most. It had flavor and was good with rice. In just a short time, she had learned several ways to cook it. Tan Yajun poured boiling water over the wild chicken. Chun Jangwo began plucking the chicken, teasing the children with a sour tone. Oh, so this is for Jian Jia? Heidan nodded without hesitation. Jian Jia likes to eat. Li Yan reached out her salty pig's hand and pinched his small face. Your Jian Jia really didn't spoil you in vain. Wait, didn't Sister Lin go to your house just now? Lin Dongfang also squatted down. The two men, with their big hands, quickly turned the skinny little wild chicken into a white, featherless chicken. Heidan nodded. Sister Lin is behind. Hee, I ran fast. Please do not seek praise too openly. Simply pour out the small garlic, cover it, then put a small dish of leftover bread from lunch inside. Hand it to Black Egg, and let him carry it.
Sure.
Let's go. Head straight home. Is your grandma cooking too? Black Egg still doesn't understand. He takes the basket, which isn't empty, and his eyes light up. Yes, sister.
I'm going home now.
I'll come back tomorrow to dig vegetables. He knows Sister Jian never lets him go home empty-handed. Lin Jiaodi also carries her basket back and looks around. Why is Black Egg here? He just left his house and was in front of me. Oh, I couldn't catch up with him. Tan Yajun takes the mushrooms and teases. Of course, she's adding more dishes for Sister Jian.
Ha!
Lin Jiaodi nods as usual. Oh, I thought so. His mother is calling him to come home for dinner. It's unclear what the young female educated youth are thinking. Lin Dongfang and a few others help a little, but the three young women just watch the fun and then go back inside. The small chicken is almost cooked, but no one is around. Li Yan mutters, what's going on? Did a few ancestors come? Do we have to invite them to eat? Since they won't be together later, keeping it simple doesn't matter. It's just gossip. Are you planning to cook together? Li Yan looks very displeased. Tan Yajun sighs. When we first arrived, Chen Jiqing told them, but nothing's decided yet. Probably after dinner, they'll talk about it. Honestly, my first impression of this meal isn't very good. Lin Jiaodi pours the mushrooms into the pot and boils them, then covers the pot tightly with 2 halves of a wooden lid. The aroma of chicken and cornmeal makes everyone's stomach growl. The people in the kitchen involuntarily breathe in deeply. The smell of meat is still the best. Outside, Chen Jiangwo also notices and starts setting the table, arranging chairs. Lin Dongfang, perceptive, comes over to help, then goes back inside to wash his utensils. He also takes out 2 cans of food and hands them over. Chen Jiqing, since we're new here and unfamiliar with everything, thank you for your warm hospitality. I'll add some dishes now. Chen Jiangwo looks at the cans. One is meat. Usually, unless through special channels, such canned meat only comes from the military. He silently accepts it. Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya look surprised, then quickly go back to their rooms. Soon, one takes out a piece of cured meat and the other a jar of pickled vegetables. Chen Jiangwo doesn't hesitate and takes both, then heads into the kitchen. In the kitchen, a few people looked at each other, not greedy for the small amount of food. They simply took their plates and went outside to the table to pour out canned food. Dinner is almost ready. We can't make cured meat today, so we'll do it tomorrow. Tonight, we'll add this canned food to the meal. The pickled vegetables taste pretty good, crisp and fresh, much better than ours. The expressions of several young educated youths eased considerably. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaodi lifted the lid of the pot, and a strong aroma immediately spread throughout the yard. Even the 3 young women hiding inside the house couldn't sit still. Su Hong took a can of yellow peaches, Wang Hongmei grabbed a few pieces of cake, and Tang Chui's face darkened briefly. She went inside and brought out 3 pieces of peach pastry. This table was specially made later for them by Lu Guangming. It was big enough. There was a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms and potatoes, scrambled eggs with wild chive shoots, spinach, pickled garlic, a plate of canned meat, a plate of canned yellow peaches, some small pickles, and a basket of freshly cooked, mixed wild vegetable pancakes. The table was full. They simply bought the chicken, and the eggs and spinach were exchanged with village women by Li Yan. The women's own land was late in planting, and the crops hadn't grown yet. The wild chive shoots were picked by themselves, and the small garlic came from Haidan. This table represented their own efforts. They hadn't eaten so well all spring, let alone the 6 new young educated youths who had been traveling on the train for several days. Despite the delicious food, Su Hong and Wang Hongmei only exchanged a few glances and didn't start fighting, fearing they'd miss out on the food. The first batch was simple. The second batch included Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, Chen Zhengwo, and Tanya Jun, who was transferred in the middle. Including today's 6, Le Jiaten now had 11 young educated youths. Actually not a small number. Watching everyone act like hungry wolves, Chen Zhengwo decided to hold back his words. Instead, he summarized briefly, "Today's meal is to welcome you, the new young educated youths. The main dishes and vegetables are supported by us old educated youths and villagers. You've all been busy for several days, so eat first. After dinner, we'll discuss other things." Immediately, chopsticks flew wildly across the table. A few simple people sat close together. Although they had prepared for the situation, quickly grabbing a few bites into their bowls, they still underestimated how tempting the food was. The large table, and they themselves, had oil stains splattered on them. As a result, a few of the older educated youths, after a busy time, just gnawed on a large pancake with some pickled vegetables. The only person with a better appearance was Lin Dongfang. After eating, he felt very embarrassed, not knowing he was so clumsy and snatching food. Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui kept burping and didn't want to put down their chopsticks. Su Hong finished early and, patting her chest, also teased others. "Eating like you've never seen food before, isn't that shameful? You're not ashamed? You act like you haven't eaten at all."
Who are you talking to?
"Is it you? Weren't you the one flipping the entire plate just now?" A few people suddenly felt a tightness in their chests and, at the same time, moved back slightly on their stools. Chen Zhengwo didn't pay attention to them and looked at everyone. "Our team of educated youth is growing bigger. I understand that we all come from different places, with different customs and habits, so we don't have many special demands. To avoid more conflicts, you can form your own groups. Whoever cooks together just needs mutual agreement." Originally, he wanted to suggest choosing between 2 options, but Chen Zhengwo skipped that and moved on. Earlier, when a few people ate together, it was polite and cooperative. Suddenly turning into a rough crowd was hard for everyone, including Chen Zhengwo himself, who is a simple man, to accept. As for the kitchen utensils, they were bought together by a few of us old, educated youth. If you need wooden ones, Lu Sanyi's family in the village can exchange them. When you arrived, the person who brought the carts was from his family. If they don't have what you need, tomorrow is a rest day, so you can go with the carts to the supply and marketing cooperative to look around. Take this time to quickly get everything you need. The recent farm work isn't very busy, so you can adapt. And I believe the village head will have arrangements for this. But I want to say one more thing. We educated youth are a united group. The relationship between the educated youth from Le Jiaten and the villagers is very good. Your foundation is quite solid. As everyone saw earlier, that kid called Haidan, who is the village chief's grandson, relies heavily on the educated youth and doesn't reject us for now. No need to go into details, but just know that most of this community support is thanks to the efforts of the educated youth. You may not appreciate or be grateful, but please, don't trample on it or waste it recklessly. Finally, we are educated youth. Our task is to support rural development, not to enjoy ourselves, complain, criticize, break the unity between the educated youth and villagers, or damage internal relationships. Last year was a severe drought, and the educated youth from Lijiaton was lucky enough to go through it together with everyone there. This year is clearly a good season with smooth weather. Whether facing difficulties or not, things are much better. Everyone is doing quite well. I won't say much more. Everyone is an adult. Since you are going to the countryside and have already gone, no matter what happens at home, you should have the ability to support yourself. Don't spend the whole year earning just enough to fill your stomach. Now that we are here, how to live in the future depends on each of us. Regarding cooking, it's quite lively. Wang Hongmei, forgetting how Qin Jiangwo once ignored her, brings up the topic again. Qin Zixing, can I cook with you? Not worried at all about Qin Jiangwo betraying her, she simply stares at him with bright eyes. Qin Jiangwo responds seriously. Wang Zixing, our habits and tastes are different, so it's not suitable for us to cook together. Besides, I'm just sharing someone else's meal. Hearing this, Li Yan immediately straightens her chest. That's right. Qin Zixing, you should find someone else to cook with. Or you could cook with others since you've been together all the way, you know each other well, and it might help you adapt to group life faster. A few new young workers look at each other with disdain, but it's clear that the older workers won't agree. They really have no other options. Lin Dongfang speaks calmly. Don't count on me. I'll cook alone. Wang Hongmei's eyes light up again. You? Lin Dongfang pretends not to see her and turns to Qin Jiangwo. Qin Zixing, I have something to ask you. Are you free? Glancing at Wang Hongmei's angry expression, Qin Jiangwo happily gets up. Sure, come to my room. Li Yan and others stand up to clear the table. Su Hong and Tang Chui quickly help. Wang Hongmei, still angry, feels embarrassed but can't just watch. She reluctantly picks up 2 bowls. Before she takes 2 steps, her hand slips. Crash. The bowls break. Li Yan and the others immediately look upset. They put the dish basin on the table. Wang Zixing, what do you mean? This is our youth camp's property. You're deliberately damaging it. Are you unhappy with the youth camp or the policies? We can help you report to the youth office, but please don't use our valuable property to retaliate. Wang Hongmei is stunned. She really wanted to help, but suddenly her hand slipped. No matter how unreasonable it seems, breaking the bowl is a fact. She feels heartbroken. I didn't have much money on hand, and I didn't do anything. 2 bowls were taken away, and she didn't get anything either. A few people quietly laughed behind the kitchen door. Isn't this just a paper tiger? It only scares people. She wanted to say she didn't do it on purpose, but others saw her as just making excuses. The few young people from the countryside looked at her with disapproval, clearly saying, Wang Zixing, how could you be so careless? In the end, Wang Hongmei reluctantly agreed to replace the 2 bowls the next day. Only then did Li Yan agree, and Lin Jiaodi still felt sorry. How could she be so careless? Those 2 bowls were bought just before the new year. They usually took good care of their belongings, and in the past 6 months, there had been no chips or cracks. But today, 2 bowls broke suddenly. Not feeling sad would be impossible. Tomorrow I will watch her. She has to return it. Li Yan sighed deeply. Just look at how they fought over the food during the meal. The chopsticks flying everywhere, almost spitting saliva into the bowls.
Stop it.
What happened just now was one thing, but replaying it in her mind was another. She suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach and quickly stopped her. Don't say any more. No, I can't. I just managed to eat this little bit of rice. Don't make me from disgust. Li Yan and the others weren't that delicate, but they really felt uncomfortable. I'm really glad that Qin Zixing spoke quickly just now. If we hadn't stayed out of it, I'm afraid I couldn't even finish a meal. With her like that, my small fist is itching to do something. Clenching her small fist, Li Yan looked brave and determined, and a few young girls giggled happily. Haha, I think we might be jumping the gun. Today is just the first day, and there are many days ahead. We're all in the same yard, and it's not like we can solve everything just by splitting up. Tanya Jun also sighed. Yeah, we're all young workers, and we live so close. We see each other every day, so it's hard to say what will happen in the future. No worries, I'm here. I don't believe they'll want to split up from the start. Lin Jiaodi and the others looked worried. Simple and pure. They just enjoyed watching the show. After all, she was several hundred meters away. Besides working, she probably didn't have many chances to meet them. Plus, she wasn't the type to swallow her anger silently. The work was almost finished, and the sun was about to set. Li Yan had already washed some pots and was boiling water to prepare for washing up. They said a simple and quick goodbye. All right, you all pack up and rest early. I'm going back now. By the way, are you going to the commune tomorrow? Tan Yajun asked. I'm going to mail a letter and want to see if I can buy 2 more pairs of gloves. In a few days, I'll need them for weeding. I don't have anything else to buy. Li Yan and Lin Jiaodi both said they would ask Tan Yajun to help bring the gloves, so they wouldn't go themselves. Jian Jiqing, do you mean you're going too? Then it's perfect. We can go together tomorrow. I think those new young workers will all go. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Jian stood up and headed outside. Okay, then we'll go together tomorrow. I want to check the mail too. This season isn't too cold, so the bed doesn't need to be heated much. But there's still some early spring chill, so it needs to be warmed up every day. When they got home, they lit the stove, added some firewood, and the warmth was enough. The fire was only out for the afternoon. After the new year, Jian's wooden bed frame in the house was no longer used. It was originally for keeping some greens fresh during winter. In spring, everyone's vegetable plots and gardens became busy, and Jian adapted to local customs. Some seedlings needed to be started in greenhouses first, grown until about 4 inches tall before transplanting outside, which increased their chances of survival. That's how it is now, but some people don't bother, so others stay diligent. Some even do this as a business. When the time comes, they grow various seedlings in their greenhouses, and once they're big enough and the season for transplanting arrives, they take them straight to the market. Many people buy these ready-made seedlings because it's very convenient. Of course, at this time of year, there are none available. Each household sets up a small plastic shed in their garden, using 10 or so bamboo poles about 1 meter long, bent into half circles. A plastic sheet covers the top, and the edges are pressed into the soil, leaving just an opening for entry, watering, and ventilation. These simple sheds are used to start seedlings early. Inside, they plant eggplants, peppers, persimmons, cucumbers, and bok choy. These seedlings need patience because the weather here is still cool until it warms up outside. Even now, when it's time to plant corn, the weather isn't warm enough yet. These vegetables also have their growing seasons, so they can't just wait endlessly. So, starting seedling cultivation early is very important. In some years, the spring is early and many hardworking housewives begin planting seedlings even before the Lunar New Year. At that time, it was still cold outside, so they placed the seedling pots inside the house, on the kong, heated bed, windowsills, or cabinets. Many families kept almost everything inside except for sleeping areas. This process is simple and natural, but of course, I had no experience with it in my previous life. Last year's cabbage and radishes performed exceptionally well. I didn't expect to master this skill quickly. I had already told Grandma Lu that I would bring her seedlings. I planned to wait until they were ready, then plant them directly in the ground. Grandma Lu saw that I was capable but still inexperienced in farming. When she heard about my plans, she immediately agreed and explained in detail what to plant in the backyard and garden, what to plant first and what to plant later. She knew some of the basics, but as a beginner, I didn't understand all of it. Grandma even planned to bring her daughter-in-law to help during the planting days, but she hadn't told me yet. I didn't know this, and I was worried about the backyard. It's so big. What should I plant there? The farm has many things, but many can't be shown openly. Thinking about my purpose for coming to the countryside, I sighed. Since I plan to stay here for more than 10 years, I must do everything myself. There's no point in talking about loving rural life. Life then and now are very different. Earlier, it was about survival. Now, it's about retirement. The environment and mindset are completely different from what I imagined. I can only comfort myself that I am experiencing an early retirement life here. The next morning, I was awakened by the alarm clock. I struggled to open my eyes, feeling groggy for a while before realizing, oh, today I need to go to the commune. I regretted it. Why did I agree to get up early and go there? I thought about it and had no choice but to leave my cozy bed, painfully get up, shake my head, wash my face with cold water, and wake up fully. In this season, the sky is bright early in the morning. Although it's only a little past 4, it's already very light outside. The hardworking villagers have already gotten up and started working. Just standing at the door, I saw several people heading down the mountain. I took a quick look at myself and had a brief moment of reflection. Is it too bold of me? But that thought quickly passed. I can eat enough, so why not? The world is big, and eating is the most important thing. Seeing that there was still time, I simply boiled some water, made a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, and prepared a few small buns. After finishing the porridge, I felt more alive, and even the morning chills seemed to fade a bit. Jian Ziking, are you ready? Just after I put down the bowl, Tan Yajun's voice came from outside. I nodded in response, grabbed my small basket, locked the door, and headed out. Tan Yajun still had a bit of moisture on her temples, and I immediately smiled. Did you just wake up? Tan Yajun also smiled. I was thinking of getting up early, but last night, a few of us talked too late. If Lin Ziking hadn't called me just now, I might still be sleeping. I locked the door, and the two of us turned side by side toward the village entrance. When it's time to rest, I really don't want to get up. Especially when I have to get up for something important, right?
Exactly.
If there's nothing urgent, I'd probably wake up early enough to start working on time. But when there's something to do, I just can't get up. I carried my basket, feeling a bit tired and lacking energy in the early morning. My spirit was quite low. I just regretted it earlier. It's so hard one to rest, so why torture myself by waking up so early? Isn't it better to sleep in? Little lazy girl. An old man pulling a bullock cart passed by and heard this. Seeing Jian looking weak and tired, he felt a bit sympathetic. Wasn't yesterday your day off? Why are you so sleepy? What work do you have? Call Uncle Guangming and let them help you. Hasn't the garden been turned over? Come up quickly, sit here. Jian sat on the right side of the old yellow ox, near the front of the cart, like a co-driver. Tan Yajun naturally sat close to her. It's not appropriate to ask someone to help with work, but Jian accepted the kindness. Third master, the garden has been turned over, but when it's time to transplant seedlings, we'll still need Grandma San and Annie to help. I don't know how to do it anyway. The old man pointed at her with his whip and laughed angrily. You don't know how to do it, but you're still so confident? Jian chuckled. Then I'll learn to plant cabbage and radishes. I can't just plant a whole garden of big cabbages and radishes, right? Oh, don't worry. I'm so smart, I'll learn it right away. Lu San wanted to say something, but then he thought, this is just a kid of 15 or 16, still without any support. Suddenly, he swallowed his words and said nothing. He just felt that Lu San's gaze was a bit strange, but he didn't think much of it. Third master, are the seedlings in the garden almost moved outside? Did my third grandma bring my seedlings? Of course she did. She had gone in several times to check, but it was just casual chat. At this moment, the ox cart arrived at the village entrance. Waiting were not only new educated youths, but also a few villagers. Jian and Tan Yajun looked and saw 6 new educated youths, all neatly lined up, none missing. But that Lin Dongfang was so far away. What does that mean? He nodded slightly as a greeting. Jian quietly whispered to Tan Yajun. An old man stopped the cart. Everyone going to the commune, get on the cart. Jian suddenly realized that the tall-legged young man, Lin Dongfang, had already sat behind Lu San. The others, a bit slower, also got on the ox cart one after another. Soon, the cart was full of people. After leaving the village, Jian joked softly, Third master, your cart can be called the special cart for educated youths. The old man hummed, think so? Whose family has the leisure to keep running out? Going out costs money, you know. The other new educated youths, seeing how familiar and close Jian was with the driver, couldn't help but feel envious. A few female educated youths looked a bit jealous. Tang Chui glanced over and asked, Jian Jiqing and that old man driving the cart seem very familiar, right? Talking so close? Next to her was Wang Hongmei, and on the other side was a village ant. They didn't think much and smiled happily, of course. Not only third master, but everyone in our village is very close to Jian Jiqing. The new educated youths who just arrived don't know. Without Jian Jiqing, our village last year wouldn't even know what it was like. Tang Chui's eyes flickered. Annie, wasn't Jian Jiqing here since last year? You're all so familiar? Yes, did you know her before? Besides, she's just a young girl. How much help can she be to the village? Could it be that Wang Hongmei also chimed in? Yeah, she's just like us, a youth sent to the countryside. She should be part of our group. Being so close with villagers, isn't that breaking the unity of the educated youths? No, it's just. Someone nearby pulled her and made a gesture. Oh, that's not it. Jianxing came for the first time last year, but after she arrived, she helped the village a lot, so everyone there was grateful to her. She is still young, and in our eyes, she's like one of our own children. That's why she feels so close to us. Tang Chui didn't seem disappointed or anything else. After hearing this, she lowered her eyes. Su Hong looked on silently, continuing to stay quiet. Wang Hongmei remembered 2 more bowls, but didn't feel like arguing anymore. The few male educated youths looked over with interest. Li Jianya first shook his head and wiped his face, then looked at Jian Dan with a meaning he didn't quite understand. Wang Jianqing didn't say anything. He just glanced and then looked away. Lin Dongfang also looked over with some surprise but didn't hide or dodge. Even when meeting Jian Dan's gaze, he just nodded lightly without any shame. Jian Dan kept talking, thinking to herself about what these people meant, especially Tang Chui. Her words seemed to be provoking and testing, very obvious. But maybe she didn't realize that the Annie's thoughts weren't following her lead. It's fair to say that the villagers now had a kind of filter for her. The old man didn't turn around but heard everything. His face unconsciously showed a bit of coldness. The young girl was their Lu family's benefactor, and they would definitely protect her.
Sit properly,
the old man whispered. Jian Dan nodded and immediately held tightly onto the middle of the wooden cart's handle. Tan Yajun quickly reached out to hold Jian Dan's basket. In the next second, the ox cart jolted quite a bit. The front was not affected much, but at the back, especially at the tail, the bumps were quite strong. Several people nearly flew up and then heavily landed on the cartboards. It felt like a roller coaster, so sudden and frightening. Their faces turned pale, and after the bump, Tang Chui and others started clutching their chests and pretending to be sick. Wang Hongmei came out chattering again. What's with this rough ride? The old man didn't say a word or turn around. He just raised the whip again, and Wang Hongmei immediately quieted down. Lin Dongfang, behind the old man, watched everything and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was amusing. Luckily, he was quick and grabbed the cart side when he heard the bump. From this, it was clear that Jian Dan held a special place in the villagers' hearts. She didn't seem very close with anyone, but the aunties in the same cart all defended her at the same time. That bump earlier, wasn't it a clear act of revenge? It is well known that no matter what kind of vehicle it is, the most uncomfortable part during a bump is usually the back of the car. Especially here, I took another look at the 5 people at the rear, all of whom are new young workers who arrived yesterday. The ones who spoke harshly earlier are also here. This is interesting. The others quieted down, and the old man slowly lowered his whip, continuing at his previous pace, stopping again at the usual parking spot by the roadside. Exactly 12 o'clock, we head back now. I'll wait here for you. If you're late, find your own way back. He spoke calmly, neither too fast nor too slow, neither cold nor warm. A few women were used to this routine. Third uncle, we'll go ahead first. We'll come back after eating. Simple and Tan Yajun also jumped down from the cart. Third master, we're going to the post office and the supply and marketing cooperative. Do you need us to bring anything? The old man looked up. Go quickly. I'll wait here for you. Simple looked around and pointed at the corner of the wall ahead. Third master, there's a big tree over there.
Park the cart there.
When the sun comes up, it'll get really hot here. The old man didn't say much but turned his old yellow ox and made a turn. Two young girls happily skipped forward, while Lin Dongfeng followed leisurely behind with his long legs. The commune was small, and everyone's destinations were pretty much the same. Simple looked back without asking much. The post office was nearby, so they went there first. Tan Yajun put her letter into the mailbox. Simple checked her own letter, then the two headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. At the entrance, Simple paused. Cheng Chao. Standing ahead was a tall guy, the one who had been picking things in the backyard earlier. He looked neat and spirited. Seeing Simple, Cheng Chao's excitement was obvious. Jian Jiqing, what are you doing here? Simple pointed beside him. Just buying some daily necessities. Are you resting? Cheng Chao hesitated, a look of slight grievance on his face. He scratched his head. I'm here to buy stuff. Then go inside, Simple said. Cheng Chao's ears turned red. I forgot my money and tickets. I was thinking about going back to get them, but I'm worried I won't make it in time. What a scatterbrain. Simple grabbed him and pulled him aside. Are you buying things here? I have money and tickets. Take these first. Don't delay. She took out a handful of tickets she had, still plenty left, and handed them all to him. Here, take these. Use them first. When you have time, you can pay me back. I won't leave the village, so I won't need them. Program was filled with colorful money and tickets, and Cheng Chao was at a loss. For the first time in many years, a young girl tried to give him money. Although there was no romantic meaning, he couldn't quite understand what he felt. No, you don't need to give so much. Simple noticed that Cheng Chao wasn't very experienced with these matters and quickly picked out a few bills. This one we'll use for dinner later. Keep the rest, and go buy some things quickly. I see you're in a hurry, don't delay. Although Cheng Chao was speaking to Simple, he kept glancing at his watch. He was too shy to say anything, but Simple had already noticed his carefulness. At this moment, it was best not to tease him. Go quickly. We'll be back soon. After hesitating for a few seconds, Cheng Chao's sense of responsibility took over. He put on a serious face. Jian Jiqing, I won't be polite anymore. When I get back, I will find time to take you home. He didn't wait for Simple's reply and quickly entered the supply and marketing cooperative. No matter the era, this kind of clothing was a sign of privilege, especially during special times. Soon, he came out carrying 2 mesh bags, nodded to Simple, and headed toward the end of the street. Simple didn't mind. After buying things, she met up with Tan Yajun. Have you bought everything? Tan Yajun weighed her basket and checked off items as she listed them. Li Jiqing's gloves, my envelope, our soy sauce. Everything's here. Is it almost time? Although they left early, the ox cart moved slowly. By the time they reached the commune, it was already late morning. There was queuing and shopping, and they were busy. Now it was close to noon. Tan Yajun and the other old educated youths didn't have watches, but knowing Simple had one, she confirmed with her. Simple glanced at it. There's still time. I want to buy a few buns. Do you want to come? Tan Yajun and the others were always frugal, so Simple didn't even mention going to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Why bother? If they were happy, fine. If not, it was just a scar. Besides, she didn't need that extra food. Tan Yajun and her friends also enjoyed Simple's relaxed company without pressure. Okay, I'll buy a few too. When we get back, it will improve our meals. The 2 young girls happily headed toward their next goal. Simple bought some buns, vegetable buns, and steamed bread, packing a few. Tan Yajun packed a few buns too. Since it was about improving their diet, they went all out, choosing the more oily options. Knowing Simple was lazy and preferred not to cook if she didn't have to, she was surprisingly accepting of this. As she took the items and turned around, she seemed to see a few familiar faces. Jingdan didn't pay much attention and simply carried the basket out the door, placing it into the back of the cart. She strolled back to the ox cart. The old man was sitting under the shade of a tree. When he saw them return, he looked up at the sky first. Why are you back so early today? He asked. Jingdan chuckled and placed the basket on the cart. She took out 2 paper-wrapped buns and, like the old man, sat down under the shade of the tree. Here, come back and eat with you. After so long, The old man wasn't as polite anymore and gladly accepted. He opened one of the paper packages and wow, what a sight! White buns, shiny and fresh from the oven, still steaming. The smell was so tempting. Tan Yajun sat in the shade of the ox cart, while Jingdan and the old man sat by the roadside, each holding a fragrant bun wrapped in paper. After a short while, Lin Dongfang arrived first, carrying a sizable parcel, and handed the old man a paper bag. "Lord Liu, sorry for making you wait here at noon. These are the buns I just packed. Please have some first." The old man was a bit surprised. Besides the young workers, it was the first time someone brought him food. But since they didn't know each other well, he politely declined. Lin Dongfang glanced at Jingdan but didn't say anything or insist. He simply packed the items away. Jingdan didn't notice that the midday sun was warm and cozy. After eating and drinking, she felt a little sleepy. Her head bobbed up and down, occasionally startling her awake. She could stay alert for a little while, then drift off again, feeling fuzzy and drowsy. During this time, she had already dozed off several times. Half asleep and half awake, she was confused. Even when she had to get on the cart, she was still yawning and had tears in her eyes.
Ugh.
Tan Yajun moved closer and leaned on her. "How can you be so sleepy?"
she asked.
The old man sat back in his driver's seat. So young but lazier than me, this old man." A few new workers returned one after another. Tang Chui's lips curled unconsciously, feeling secretly excited. She thought about how she claimed to have a good relationship with the villagers, but she knew she was just fooling them. How could villagers really take a young worker like her seriously? Look at how they spoke, no politeness at all. They openly disliked her laziness. Just wait and see how she tries to argue. She looked at the people ahead, then quickly lowered her head to hide her thoughts, secretly hoping the conflicts would intensify. She enjoyed watching the drama unfold. A few others put the purchased items on the ox cart, swinging their hands as they walked. Jianli leaned on Tanya Jun, and Wang Hongmei opened her mouth to ask, "Tan Jiqing, what's wrong with Jian Jiqing? Is she feeling unwell?" Tang Chui spoke with a hint of excitement, quickly causing a fuss. Jianli, feeling dizzy, could still hear the old man's words. She closed her eyes and retorted, "Spring tiredness and autumn fatigue, you know. Besides, I'm still growing." The old man was instantly amused and pointed at her. "Can you say that again with a straight face?" Tanya Jun could tell that Lu Sanyu was joking with Jianli, but the new young people couldn't see that. They had made 2 trips on the old man's cart yesterday and today. The most obvious thing was that the old man was serious and stern, making everyone think he was genuinely angry. They froze in place, unsure how to react. Tang Chui even sarcastically said, "Jian Jiqing, people are doing this for your good. We came to the countryside to support rural development, to shine and contribute in this vast land, not to indulge in comfort. Your kind of thinking is wrong. The old man sees through your true nature. How can you use your age as an excuse to avoid work? And as for spring tiredness and autumn fatigue, that's just nonsense. You, as an educated youth, should believe in science. Why do you still believe in baseless folk rumors?" A gentle breeze blew, and suddenly the area around the ox cart fell silent. Jianli, still groggy, sat up straight and finally regained her senses. "What did you say?" Su Hong, proud and aloof, looked down on others and didn't bother to speak much, but she clearly disagreed with Tang Chui. She looked at Tang Chui with a puzzled frown. Wang Hongmei ran over, still catching her breath and trying to understand what was happening. She wanted to join the conversation but felt the atmosphere was off. After looking around twice, she didn't dare to speak and quietly held her things, sitting to the side. Li Jianya looked up, then brushed his hair with his hand. Wang Jianqing opened and closed his lips but didn't say a word. The ants who had just returned looked very angry, clearly dissatisfied with Tang Chui's words. Lin Dongfang, who arrived earlier, watched quietly. At that moment, it felt like a small society. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Oh, yes, Tang Jiqing, I also want to know, what did Jian Jiqing say that was wrong? I just heard that the first batch of Jian Jiqing was underage, not even 16 yet. Isn't that the time for growing? Each region has its own unique climate features. Since this isn't your home area, you might not know, but please show some respect and avoid judging others based on your shallow understanding. Also, spring makes people sleepy, autumn causes fatigue, summer brings naps, and in the cold winter months, it's easy to oversleep and feel sluggish. These are natural reactions to the climate.
How can you even bring science into this?
Tang Jiqing, what I'm talking about is within the realm of natural science. Do you want to argue with me? Am I violating some scientific law? Tang Chui is simply jealous and wants to trap her, also trying to expose her close relationship with the villagers. She didn't expect to be so thoroughly corrected. Her gaze shifted twice between Jian and Lin Dongfang, full of resentment. She opened her mouth to argue, but Lin Dongfang spoke softly. Tang Jiqing, is it that you can't argue with me scientifically? Are you trying to change tactics? Are you about to admit that you have some hidden relationship with Jian Jiqing? Tang Chui's face turned red with anger. Lin Jiqing, we are one team. You knew that? I thought, Tang Jiqing, you didn't know? I advise you, Tang Jiqing, not to let your dark thoughts affect your friends. Under everyone's watch, Tang Chui felt as if Lin Dongfang had pulled her face off and thrown it on the ground. All her malice shifted naturally onto Jian. Her eyes showed unwillingness and resentment. Before Jian could turn her gaze away, she lowered her head to hide her emotions. Honestly, Jian was still a bit stunned. Just now, Tang Chui's words made her realize she wasn't in a good mood. She wouldn't tolerate rudeness, but before she could say anything, Lin Dongfang spoke again. Then she and Tan Yajun just watched the scene like outsiders, surprised and waiting for their turn to respond. Tan Yajun whispered, "What's going on with Lin Jiqing? Why is he defending you like that?" Jian was also confused. I don't know. At this moment, her aunt finally had a chance to speak. What's going on with this girl Jiqing? Who told you Jian Jiqing is lazy? Her third uncle didn't mean that. Why are you spreading rumors? Who knows?
How old are you?
How old is Jian Jiqing? She's still growing. And it's not work time now. What's wrong with taking a quick nap? Jian Jiqing worked with us, without ever slacking off. Please don't judge people just by their appearance. Don't think that because someone looks young, they can't do anything. Don't assume Jian Jiqing is just like you. Tang Chui lowered her head, twisting her hands, her anger growing inside. Just moments ago, she only felt resentment towards Jian. Now, not only Lin Dongfang but also the villagers supporting Jian, and even a few quiet young workers nearby, all seemed to be against her. Jian didn't know what to say now. She felt moved, yes, but mostly surprised. Tan Yajun bumped her shoulder and said, "Your popularity is really good." Huh? The little old man beside her also smiled and gently waved his small whip. Jian looked back at Tang Chui, who was almost curled up at the back of the car. She didn't want much contact with them, but unexpectedly, they came to find her. Jian wasn't afraid of her, but she was annoyed. She just wanted to stay quiet and get by. Last year was tough, but this year, with better conditions, she didn't want to be disturbed. She nodded at Lin Dongfang and spoke slowly. "Fellow young workers, I may not live in the workers' dormitory, but I am also one of you. I always remember that we are all part of the same group. Thanks to Tang Jiqing for her concern and care, but from now on, please take care of yourselves first. After all, I can maintain good relations with the villagers of Lijiaten because I believe my character and awareness are recognized by everyone. I think I don't need to prove that anymore. Also, regardless of your previous status or family background, the most important identity now is that of a young worker in Lijiaten. Since we responded to the call to build the countryside, our awareness should be noble. So, I ask everyone to show the energy and fighting spirit of youth. The rural world is vast, and with effort, I believe everyone can achieve great things. Please don't focus on unrelated people or matters. Don't waste this wonderful time." After saying these stirring words, Jian herself felt a bit creeped out, but she quickly returned to her usual silence, not considering how her words might affect others in this era. Honestly, speeches like this during a mobilization meeting could really inspire people. Even Li Jianya, who was combing his hair, stopped and sat up straight. The others also looked thoughtful. Tang Chui kept her head down, gently clutching the edge of her clothes. Looking serious and convincing, Lin Dongfang smiles but says nothing. Because of this farce, the journey back is very quiet. Halfway there, footsteps come from behind. A group of people look back together. After dust rises, they realize it's soldiers on patrol. This is a common scene. An old man naturally greets them and makes way. As they pass, the last squad leader's eyes light up and he calls out, "Jian Jiqing?" Jian turns around and seems a bit familiar. The other person probably notices her confusion and grins widely. "Jian Jiqing, don't you remember me? Last fall, at the foot of the mountain, we fought together, wild boars." He glances at the group and quietly mentions wild boars, as if it's nothing special. "Plus, you saved my life." "Wild boars? Family gathering? You're that Lin from the woods?" Yes, that's me." "Are you heading to the commune?" Jian nods. "Yes, we're resting today to buy some supplies at the commune." "Are you on patrol again? Are you leading this time?" Lin grins happily. "Yes, Jian Jiqing, thanks to you, life's gotten much better for us." "Isn't that mutual? If you hadn't stopped us first, my family would have been the first to suffer." Lin also nods. "Your place is too close to the foot of the mountain." "Jian Jiqing, I know you're skilled and not afraid, but you should be careful. Those animals, once they go crazy, are very unreasonable." Jian smiles warmly and replies, "Don't worry, I still value my life." Seeing the group rushing ahead, Lin Dongfang never finds the person he's looking for. As Lin and the others speed up to catch up, he quickly stops them. "Comrade, I'd like to ask, are you station troops? Has Commander Lin Jingda arrived?" Lin's eyes immediately turn cautious, and he instinctively adopts a defensive stance. No comment. Lin Dongfang feels awkward. Helplessly, he explains, "Comrade, you misunderstood. I'm here on someone's behalf, bringing some things from Lin's family. I haven't had time to find him yet." Lin relaxes a bit, but remains alert. Seeing this, Lin Dongfang quickly says, "Comrade, how about this? The things are at the youth hostel, which is nearby. I'll go back and get them for you. Can you help me bring them to him?" Lin looks him over, then glances at Jian. Jian innocently explains, "He just arrived yesterday and is staying at the youth hostel." The difference in treatment was very obvious. Facing Lin Dongfang's cautious look, Jian Ziking responded with a smile, affection, relaxation, and warmth. It's okay, Jian Ziking. Let's go for a training march first. Let that comrade put our squad leader's things at your place. I'll come to pick them up when we return." How does that sound? The relationships between close and distant people were clear. Lindsay's idea was that since today's training was short, they might come back in the evening. Maybe they would go hunting small game, and it would be a good chance to deliver something to Jian Ziking. Jian Ziking didn't think much about it, though he felt it wasn't really necessary. Wouldn't going to the youth residence to get it be the same? But it didn't really matter. "Okay," he agreed. He looked back at Lin Dongfang, who was helpless. Was he just being cautious with him? "I'll deliver the stuff to Jian Ziking when I go back. Don't worry, not much." Thinking for a moment, Lin Zi still thanked him before leaving. The political commissar had said to be polite and not to act rough. "Jian Ziking, I'll go now. You should eat more. Our squad leader said that eating more helps you grow faster." Jian Ziking was silent. Did he send so many snacks just because of that? An old man beside him smiled and muttered, "Did you hear that? Eat more." "Humph. Third master, you." The old man raised his whip. The people in the car had different expressions. Although Lin Dongfang was surprised that Jian Ziking was so familiar with the garrison, he knew he shouldn't ask about it. He just lowered his head, thinking about Lin Jingda. Li Jianya looked at Jian Ziking with more admiration, but recalling Jian Ziking's fighting ability earlier, he hesitated. His expression kept changing. Meanwhile, the few girl youths were completely shocked. Su Hong looked thoughtful. Wang Hongmei hadn't dared to speak since seeing this group, and now her mouth was completely shut. Tang Chui looked at Jian Ziking with a very complicated expression. Jian Ziking took a quick glance around, noticing everyone's reactions, then turned back and casually chatted with the old man. "Third master, look at the sky. Will it rain these days? The old man looked at her. What's wrong? Not enough rest, hoping for rain to rest? It was a good benefit, but this spring, they hadn't caught any rain. More rain? Jian Ziking's eyes brightened immediately. Really good? Don't know if it will rain. Why are you so happy? Jian Ziking simply replied, Aunties say that when it rains, mushrooms come out. Although it's true, the little old man looked her over and asked, Do you know mushrooms? She was caught off guard and choked slightly, replying, No, I don't. You don't know, but you're still thinking about them? I have dried mushrooms at home. Just take some to eat. As a young girl, you can eat more, right? Bothered, she said, If I don't know them, can I still learn? The little old man chuckled, That's fine. If you want to learn, just wait until it rains. Go find the old lady or your aunt. Just follow them, and you won't go wrong. Okay, she nodded happily, swinging her little legs. Are there many mushrooms on the mountain? Years with lots of rain, yes, plenty. As long as you're diligent, you can find some. Make a soup when you go back, or fry them with some chili. That's really tasty. Everyone says chicken stewed with mushrooms is the best. Mushrooms and chicken are a perfect match. Why bother separating them? The little old man got annoyed and grabbed his small whip, aiming to scold her. You little rascal, what do you think chickens are? You think I don't want to eat chicken with mushrooms? But if there are mushrooms, there should be chickens too. Just bring out your chicken and stew it. His last words were purely stubborn and out of spite. She was straightforward and simply shrugged, I don't have any. The old man was so angry, he raised his whip to scold her. You really know how to make trouble, huh?
Don't misunderstand me.
Which words of mine upset you? I honestly don't know if our village still keeps chickens. That's obvious. Who in the countryside doesn't keep chickens? As long as you don't go over the limit or sell them illegally, no one will bother you. Last year, I didn't see a single chicken in the village. Last year was an unusual time. People were barely surviving who could afford chickens. Not to mention chickens, even those who could breathe easily were gone. In our village, the only ones breathing easy are the people and me, your old buddy. She scratched her head, looking thoughtful. But about raising chickens? Tanya June's face lit up with excitement as she leaned in. Third uncle, how many chickens can our family raise? Can we keep them at the youth cadre's courtyard? The little old man had a decent impression of this young woman and patiently answered. A family can keep up to 5 chickens. But since you're youth cadres, you're a bit special, so the rule is each person can keep only 2 chickens. If you really want to raise some, after we return to the village, let the old lady take you. She knows which farms hatch good chicks. She can pick the ones that are easiest to raise. Look back at Tanya June and ask, do you want to raise one?
Tanya June nods firmly. Yes, definitely.
When autumn comes, it will lay eggs. Even if it's a rooster, we can eat it during the new year. That's meat. Seeing Jian Dan's calm expression, don't you want to raise one? Jian Dan hesitates. I can only take care of myself, not sure about chicks. But I think I will raise a dog. Thinking about this, she becomes a bit interested. Third master, can I raise a dog? The old man twitches his mouth. This kid is so different from other girls. Sure, but what will the puppies eat?
Dogs eat a lot.
Jian Dan doesn't mind, suddenly excited. Third master, you've been in the village for so many years. Can you tell me who has puppies?
Why?
When you need something, you're just an old man. When you want something, you're the third master, right? Knowing he's joking, Jian Dan doesn't argue. See, I'm just asking for help, isn't that right? The old man looks annoyed but also smiles. Go away, you just like to tease me. Jian Dan sighs. If I don't make you happy, when will my dog have a chance? Behind, Lin Dongfang endures and finally chuckles softly. Seeing Jian Dan turn around, he quickly waves to apologize. Turning back, Jian Dan continues to tease the old man. The old man enjoys it but shows more and more impatience. All right, stop swinging around. If you keep moving, my old bones will fall apart. Jian Dan immediately stops, obediently sits down, waiting for him to speak. The old man clears his throat. What kind do you want? One that guards the house? Yes, preferably one that can watch the house and protect the yard. Our village hasn't raised dogs for years. When I go back later, I'll visit Lu's village again. Last time, that old man, no, the village chief of Lu's village, he has a big dog, a mix of wolf and dog. A few years ago, it even helped guard the forest. He said it had puppies, and if raised well, it's perfect for guarding the house. Really? Jian Dan's only pet was a dog. In her past life, it was her best friend. She doesn't want to try anything else this time. Third master, if it's such a good dog, can people really part with it? Whether they're willing or not, if he can raise it, he will. If he can't, he just won't. People can't even feed themselves and they're still thinking about dogs?
Now she understands.
Jian Dan is confused again. In times when supplies are scarce, just having enough to eat is a luxury. Everything else is even harder. But for her, it was not a problem at all. She had such a big base and so much stock. Forget dogs, even the smallest breathing creature was no trouble for her. She quietly approached and said, "All right, third master, I'll ask you to help me. I want to find something when I go back." What is he like? Should I bring some grain or meat? The old man was speechless. He knew this girl was careless, but did she have to say it so openly? No need to think twice. Of course, grain is the best. Everyone likes that. Okay, she was clear about her plan. After getting off at the village entrance, she went straight home to prepare 20 jin of grain, divided into 2 bags. The old man mentioned a few puppies earlier, and she was still very eager. If he's willing, I'd be happy to take both. The old man nodded at her, but said nothing more. Her house was quite remote after all. Having 2 puppies to grow up and guard the house made everyone feel safer. Smelling the cigarette she just handed over, the old man was almost dazed. Since returning from the army, he hadn't smelled such a thing. Their area near the border was quite cold, and they didn't grow dried tobacco here. There was some available at the supply and marketing cooperative, but not cheap. The tickets needed to buy it were rare and they didn't bother with it. Honestly, it wasn't worth the trouble. Neither for eating nor drinking. After seeing the old man off, Simple felt very happy. She bounced back home, looking for a place for the puppies to rest. The house was small, just a tiny space, barely enough to turn around without hitting the door. If she could add a small nest, that would be fun. Her house was divided into 2 parts, a bedroom and a kitchen, separated by a wall. The space was small, just enough for 1 person. She looked around, and then focused outside. If the inside wasn't enough, there was still the outside. The yard was big enough to hold a couple of puppies. The weather was warm now, so she didn't have to worry about freezing. Thinking this way, she decided not to hesitate anymore. She turned and headed straight to Lu Sanyi's house. "Uncle Guangming, can you make a big doghouse for me?" Earlier, Lu Sanyi had come back, looked around the house, and took out a leftover plain steamed bun. Then he left quickly, not noticing her. Seeing Simple, he was quite happy. "Jianjiqing, you're back?" I looked towards the door, but didn't see my father, so I didn't think much about it. Every time he comes back, he always takes that precious cow home first, settles it, and only then comes back. It's not surprising. How big do you want the doghouse? Are you planning to raise a dog? Your place is a bit remote. Raising a dog for guarding the house and keeping company is a good idea. How big is your dog? Let me see what size doghouse it needs. Uncle. The old lady and her daughter-in-law came out from the backyard, followed by a cheerful, blushing little girl. After hearing half a sentence, the old lady continued the conversation. "What kind of house?" "Xiao, Jian, what are you planning to raise? Chickens? You young folks, raising 2 chickens at once, no need a big house. Just enough space for the chickens to move around. When they grow, you can let them out. If they're kept in a small coop all the time, they won't lay eggs anymore." Suddenly, the 2 of them changed the topic, pausing for several seconds. Lu Guangming helplessly said, "Mom, it's not a chicken coop. They didn't say they want to raise chickens." "You're interrupting so much I forgot what I was about to say." Jian Jie and the others all laughed. "No worries, Grandma San. I'm not raising chickens. I want to raise a small dog. When it grows up, it can keep me company and watch the house. That's why I asked Uncle Guangming to help me build a doghouse. Raising a dog, that's also fine. Your family is the same. The village is too far away, so if something happens, you wouldn't hear it. It's close to the mountain, so having a dog can help run errands or send messages.
Yeah, I didn't think much about that.
Just want a dog to keep watch and keep me company. Otherwise, I'd be all alone. Making a doghouse is easy, especially in the countryside. Most people don't take it so seriously. They just use an old basket or something similar. Lu Guangming had all the materials ready. He asked about the size, then used a few thick boards, nailed them together, leaving a small arched door. For simplicity and strength, he made the base higher and nailed a few layers of old oil paper on top. Lu Guangming was careful and attentive. After finishing, he even smoothed out the sharp edges. How is it? Is there anything else that needs fixing? I can make some adjustments. In the countryside, people aren't so particular. Kids are usually raised freely and roughly. Raising a dog isn't much different, mainly for guarding the house. There's no other real use for it. The main reason is that food is scarce now, and no one keeps animals just for profit when there's no extra to spare. Many people like dogs and know they can protect the home. But the basic requirement is being able to afford them. Even village chief Lu Jiaxiang doesn't quite meet this standard. He casually carries a newly built doghouse home, while Lu Sanyi slowly drives his old yellow ox into Lu Jia village. Lu Jiaxiang is quite surprised. Third uncle, why are you here? He and Lu Weimin have known each other for many years. As for Lu Sanyi, he's the kind who often drops by uninvited. Since he's an elder, he speaks straightforwardly. How many puppies do you still have? Lu Jiaxiang's eyes widen. Third uncle, are you still thinking about my dogs? Just tell me, how many do you still have? Lu Sanyi doesn't hesitate to answer. He hasn't eaten enough himself and is feeding several mouths. Good puppies, don't let them die from being overfed. You. Lu Jiaxiang wants to argue, but when he thinks of the hungry pups at home, he can't say anything. Lu Sanyi is right. Lu Jiaxiang loves dogs. A few days ago, he had a litter, but only 4 survived. Most importantly, the big dog was very thin and almost dead, with no milk at all. He's been village chief for many years and has some savings, but he's also thoughtful. His elderly mother is too old to go hungry. His children are young and can't go hungry either. So, he can only save his own grain and secretly feed the puppies when his family isn't looking. But everyone in the family knows about it. As village chief and a strong worker at home, he can't keep doing this. In the end, he couldn't bear to see his mother and wife save their rations just to keep the puppies alive. Still, they were hungry and crying softly every day. The big dog was barely alive, and he couldn't bear to see that. Recently, he's been afraid to go home except for meals and sleep. He sat down in frustration, head bowed, and asked softly, "Third uncle, are you really going to keep them?" "I'm not going to keep them," the old man said firmly, just before losing his temper. Then he added, "But someone else will." Last time, a young person from the mountain area, who lived in a small house at the foot of the mountain, wanted to keep a dog. Lu Jiaxiang thought for a moment and remembered that lonely little house at the mountain's foot. He couldn't help but wonder, isn't that your village's guard post? Why did a young girl move in? And with the wild boars coming down from the mountain, isn't she the first to be attacked? Lu San cleared his throat, his face showing a strange expression, and waved his hand. This is a long story. The girl from the youth village has some skills and can take care of herself. But, honestly, that place is too remote. She's still just a child, alone, and sometimes the villagers can't find her. So, she raised a couple of chickens to help watch the house and keep her company. Isn't that good? When she mentioned it, I thought, who else can keep animals now? I had to ask you, right? Lu San gestured toward the cart. All the grain is ready for you. They said if you're willing, they'll give you several dogs. I tell you, if those puppies go to her, that's a big plus. Much better than with you. Not to mention, they probably won't go hungry. After a long silence, Lu Jiaxiang reluctantly stood up and sat on the ox cart. Let's go. I'm already like this. Why keep them around? Wouldn't that be wrong? Lu Sanyi flicked his small whip, looking relaxed.
You know that. By the way, how's the old man?
What about Lu Gang? Jiaxiang shifted his attention slightly.
Huh?
Oh, he's doing well. I saw those two go into the mountains again yesterday. The old man is getting stronger. With someone following him, he doesn't tell us anything. Last month, they stayed in the mountains for half a month. That takes guts. Lu Sanyi mainly wanted to check on Dejuzi, and hearing this, he felt reassured. At his age, he thought more openly. As long as he could live well, that was enough. Even though he had some concerns about Jiaxiang's puppies, when he saw the old dog, he was surprised.
How?
How did he get so thin? The big dog was just skin and bones, ribs clearly visible with each breath. Its coat looked dry and withered, hanging on its frame. Several puppies huddled tightly under the big dog, softly whining now and then, restless, sniffing around, clearly looking for food. Lu Sanyi didn't have a deep attachment to dogs, but seeing this, he was shocked. The big dog was truly at its last breath. He sighed, feeling it was a tragedy. Was it hunger? Actually, in the wild, dogs can survive, but I don't know why this one is so starved it looks like a grandmother. Maybe it's also related to having puppies. He sighed helplessly. What's your idea? He was talking to Lu Jiaxiang, but he could hear the small heads behind the door. Their breathing was heavy, but they still looked weak. Lu Jiaxiang looked back, closed his eyes, and said firmly, if she doesn't mind, just take them all. The old man was surprised and looked him over carefully. Are you willing? I tell you, this isn't for me. I could persuade others to take them, but after it's done, you'll regret it. He saw that Xiao Jian, the young man, liked dogs. These puppies definitely wouldn't be a problem. As for the big dog, he would see how it goes. If it was hungry and fed for a few days, it could survive. After all, it was a strong adult protector. Lu Jiaxiang squatted down, gently stroked the big dog, and handed it a water bowl to drink. Seeing it weak and exhausted, he asked, "Third uncle, do you think this dog has suffered because of me?" The big dog slowly opened its eyes and looked at him. Its helpless and painful expression made Lu Jiaxiang feel a pang in his heart, and his eyes turned red. "Third uncle, let's go. Take them all away. Anywhere is better than here. They all have a chance at life." He really loved dogs. He had never given up since he returned. He had been holding on stubbornly. But in recent years, conditions had become really tough, especially last year's drought. Several times, the village nearly lost lives. The dogs couldn't find food, and even he felt powerless. As an elder with old parents and young children, and as the village head, he couldn't bring himself to feed the dogs while ignoring the villagers' needs. Honestly, life and dogs are not the same. But nowadays, even if he stopped raising dogs, could someone else afford to? He was more worried about others being jealous and making his precious dogs into someone else's meal, so he dared not let them go. Lu Sanyi sighed. That's the sadness of being poor. He took some grain from the car, and the children behind the door immediately lit up with hope. I was planning to take 1 or 2 puppies, but I didn't expect so many. I'll give you 20 jin of cornmeal. The rest I'll bring when I have time. Lu Sanyi was confident in his decision. First, because the simple food was indeed good enough. Second, mainly because he thought Jian liked these things, so he made the choice. Lu Jiaxiang shook his head and looked at the big dog, choking back tears. Can I exchange them for my next meal? Enough, stop being so stubborn. If you don't eat, the whole family will go hungry too. These years, you've only been doing this, and how many full meals has the family had because of you? Don't you keep track? Relying on being the elder, Lu Sanyi spoke bluntly. So what if you do? You just live with the dog, and the family has to stay with you? Look at those kids, they're starving. They don't look as lively as the other kids in the village. Do you still have the nerve to think about other things? What's the point? As village head, does your whole family have to suffer? Is the grain you exchange for the dog worth hurting everyone? Or is it poisonous? If you keep being so stubborn, the whole family will be choked up with you. I tell you, if we can all eat and be full without losing our conscience, then you are a good village head. Taking a deep breath, he continued, same goes for the dog. If you can give it a full meal and let it live well, you're doing the right thing. If you can't do that, then don't keep struggling. Letting it live is better than anything. It's not like you're handing it over to enemies. Why are you so stubborn? If you really want to think about it, go visit. It's not far and they won't stop you. You're a grown man. Don't act like this. Hurry up and get it loaded. I need to head back soon. It's getting dark. People need to settle in at home. After being scolded, Lu Jiaxiang obediently helped the big dog and the family of 5 with a small dog onto the ox cart. Resisting was impossible. Who had the strength? After all that fuss, the big dog's last breath was gone, and it was barely conscious, unable to feel even the sadness of its former owner. The old man didn't hesitate, packed up quickly, and set out. All right, let's go back. Seeing his old companion leave after so many years, Lu Jiaxiang didn't feel much. When he looked back, he saw his young grandchildren smiling around the grain, and he was suddenly stunned. He was a bit surprised. How come there's so much? Was this a surprise or a shock? But even though the dog was thin, it was fluffy. Third master, are you sure they did this willingly? Nowadays, only dog lovers would raise dogs, but even if they gave away puppies, would they really pack up the big dog too? Or was it a local custom? For a moment, Lu Jiaxiang was confused. When they returned, the old man felt a bit guilty. He had spoken big words and wasn't sure how to explain himself. Hearing this, he quickly replied, yes, they did it willingly. You can rest assured. Is that big dog willing to give up too? If I didn't see it wrong, didn't that big dog just squint and glance at her? It looked like it was gasping for air, about to die. With a simple look of doubt, the old man started to complain. Let me tell you, he can't afford to keep the dog anymore. Look at how thin that dog is. It's still fighting for food from people's mouths. We all share the same food, but his family eats together with the dog. The dog looks like that, and his grandchildren aren't much better. Almost all skin and bones. Simple didn't say whether she believed it or not, but these dogs, though thin, were very clean, clearly cared for very carefully. Third master, are you sure he's doing this willingly? It looks like he really cares. Would he really give it up? What if he doesn't want to? If he sees the dog starving, he won't want to give it up. If this keeps going, I don't care if the dog starves to death, or even if people do. The old man sipped water and sighed. Although the weather was warmer now, after a day of such fuss, it wasn't an easy or cheerful thing. When I saw it there, if I left it in a few days, it would all starve to death. I thought these 2 little ones are being raised and the 4 pups too. I'll bring them all back to you. The big dog can be useful, and it's better if it survives. Just work for you. If it can't handle the work, that's its fate. The pups can survive and grow up to protect you. Simple was okay with the little pups, but she hesitated about the half-dead big dog. It was so thin, with ribs clearly visible. If it weren't for that look in its eyes, she might have given up. Third master, if this big one doesn't survive, don't blame me, okay? Hearing this, the old man immediately smiled. No, it won't happen. You're in charge. He secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't push back. Looking at the doghouse they just brought back in the afternoon, and then at the few dogs on the ox cart, Simple sighed. Third master, who do you think should stay outside? She had heard that the big dog was starving, so she dared to take it in. After searching around, she found 2 bags of pet milk powder from the base, poured a big bowl, and placed it in front of the new members. The pups were very alert to the smell and eagerly sniffed their way over. If Simple hadn't been holding them by the back of the neck, they would have buried their entire heads in the bowl. The small dog drank a full belly, while the big dog only managed to open its eyes reluctantly. It slowly moved closer, took a sip, then went to find its puppies. Only then did it feel at ease to enjoy the food. Seeing that it could drink, Jian relaxed a little. She is not a doctor, nor a veterinarian, and has no special healing springs. Besides feeding it, she can only leave it to fate. The next day, Jian cooked a pot of meat porridge with a little salt. After it cooled down, she brought it out. This time, the big dog was more active. It watched the puppies finish eating and then tidied up the leftovers. When Jian and the others returned from work, the puppies were already crawling around the big dog. The big dog looked much better. Jian sighed in relief. Although she believed life and death were uncertain, once someone entered her home, they would leave lying down. It was uncomfortable to think otherwise. The old man was right. The big dog was quick to borrow strength. Look, just a few days after eating well, it could stand up and walk around the yard. Since Jian was the owner, there was no malice. Even the puppies, once they could stand steadily, were willing to come closer to her. Bringing back this nearly dead dog, Lu Sanyi felt guilty and was scolded by the old lady at home. After thinking for a while, he decided to have his son build a bigger doghouse and send it over. He also took the chance to check on the situation. Mainly in these days, Jian hadn't heard any complaints or news about the big dog or puppies. The old man was getting restless. He had finally shown some kindness, so he really hoped he wouldn't cause trouble. It was already after work. Many villagers carried axes, went up the mountain to cut firewood, gather wood, or dig wild vegetables. Seeing him, they greeted him one after another. He nodded in response, feeling anxious and unsure how well the dog was adapting. He wasn't worried about the puppies, they were adaptable, but he was concerned about the nearly lifeless big dog. He worried that if he was too soft-hearted, it might cause more trouble for the girl. Thinking this, his steps quickened. Before reaching the door, he heard voices from inside, mixed with the barking of dogs of all sizes. Jian Jiqing, this little dog is really fun. This is a serious matter. Your place is too remote, far from the village. If you call out, no one will hear. What if something really happens?
It's hard to find someone then.
Exactly. Now that you have these little guys, your safety has improved a lot. Dan smiled. You're exaggerating.
How old are they?
Who's afraid of bad people? I can't rely on them to protect me now, can I? When they show their teeth, they look pretty fierce too. Well, they look fierce, but they don't have much power to hurt anyone. Oh, aren't they still young? Maybe Lucky. I simply named the 4 dogs. Lucky, Rui, Peace, and Good Fortune. Your dog isn't Lucky, it's Peace. Li Yan burst into loud laughter. Jian Jiqing, they really are not very reliable. You should first rely on their mother, okay? Their mother, a dog, was lying at the entrance of the doghouse by the wall, gently licking her fur. Who would have thought that she was so starved she was skin and bones, yet she was saved by a bowl of milk powder and a bowl of meat porridge. Jian Jiqing, how is the big dog? Is she okay now? Jian Jiqing shrugged. I don't know, probably yes. Li Yan was surprised. Aren't you the one who said you could raise dogs? Jian Jiqing's eyes darted around, and she chuckled. The meaning was very obvious. I said I might be able to raise dogs, but it turns out I was wrong. I didn't speak honestly. I admit that now. Wow, you're really brave. I wouldn't dare go in.
Ha.
By the way, Jian Jiqing, are you really not going to raise little chicks? They're so fluffy and cute. Really, you should try touching one. Jian Jiqing, not interested, waved her hand to refuse. I can't do that. I don't know anything about it. I'd rather just take good care of my dogs.
Haha, right.
Jian Jiqing, next time you go up the mountain, do you think you can let them follow us? Jian Jiqing was speechless. Are you overthinking? They're not even a month old. Why would you want them to follow? Just to deliver vegetables? No, really, Lucky, Rui, Peace, and Good Fortune are about to turn a month old, and they're about to be taken away from their mother. Is that something I should worry about? Li Yan, already shameless, kept pestering her. But Jian Jiqing had no patience for explanations. She simply pointed, let the little ones run around if they want, but the rest should be taken away early. Don't think about unnecessary things. Let's take a simple look at the small creature in front of us, who is unsteady on its legs and has fallen over. Thinking about what Li Yan said about the scene, I can't help but want to laugh. I nod and say, yes, that wish is okay. Maybe I can even hope they help me catch a wild chicken or rabbit. That's not impossible. They say the dogs here are fierce and even dare to face wolves on the mountain.
Who told you that?
If they dare to face wolves, are they really dogs? That might be an exaggeration. If it were true, then this mountain would be your backyard, Jian Jiqing. And as for wild chickens and rabbits, they'd be easy to catch. Jian Jiqing rolls his eyes and says, You guys really dare to talk and think like that. Look at this one, it can't even stand steadily. If I point at them, I'd be drooling over them. Don't go spreading rumors outside. The back mountain is a shared resource. We can't do anything that harms the collective interests. Lian pauses for a moment, then immediately closes his mouth tightly, instinctively looks around, nods repeatedly, and raises his hand to show he understands. The atmosphere briefly becomes tense until the small creature rolls over again, flipping onto its back in front of Jian Zhejiang. Only then do a few people dare to speak loudly. Xiao Rui is too clumsy. She fell again. The 4 puppies are mostly black, but there are subtle differences. Jixiong has a streak of white under his neck, Rui has a white patch on her front leg, Onping has a noticeable small pit on her ear, and Sheila is completely black. The one lying with its belly exposed in front of us is Rui, with a white patch on her front leg. She's too small and thin, doesn't have any strength. It's been almost a month, and she still can't stand steadily. Look at the flesh on her chin, it's soft. Whenever it comes to fluffy things, girls always have no resistance. In a moment, they are all enchanted. Lu San listened outside for a while, then knocked on the door and deliberately called out, Jian Zhejiang, are you there? A few girls in the yard immediately quieted down. Jian Zhejiang got up quickly and walked over to open the door. Third Master, why are you here? Are you worried about Dahu?
Come in.
The old man didn't deny it and followed into the yard. The new doghouse was delivered the day before by Lu Guangming, placed against the wall. In front of the doghouse was a thick, grassy meadow. Right now, Dahu was lying on the grass, basking in the sun. In just a few days, in the old man's eyes, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. The fur has become smooth, although it still covers bones. Hearing sounds, it lifts its head with alertness. When it looks up at him with its teeth bared, it's completely different from the day it couldn't open its eyes. The old man was surprised. He walked around the big dog, bypassing the small dog, and circled the large one several times. Oh my, is this Blackie? God in heaven, is it really alive? Wow, its fur is even blacker than before. What did you feed it? He approached the old man quietly and whispered, You said it was hungry, right? I just fed it some porridge. He gestured with his hands, a big bowl like this. The little pup didn't eat much, and the rest was for it to eat. The old man didn't seem convinced. Just porridge alone shouldn't be enough to bring it back to this state. Why didn't he believe it? Just porridge? Didn't you add anything else? As they say, experience makes one wiser. He looked back at the young people teasing the puppies, lowered his voice a few decibels, almost speaking in a stern tone. I caught a wild chicken, chopped up the bones and meat, and put it in there. It's like meat porridge. The old man was initially stunned, but then realized this young person wasn't ordinary. They could even use a chopper on wild boars. Was there really no meat? Ha ha ha, little girl, you're really something. If that kid knew. He paused and shook his head. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't say anything. Nowadays, who doesn't want to eat meat? But how many families actually get to? Take the mountain, for example. The small game they hunt, the villagers don't report or interfere. They quietly take their share home. But first, you have to catch the game, right? And then everyone is short of oil and water. When someone catches game, they usually share it with others. Someone even gave the dog a whole chicken. Probably not many people in the commune could do that. He finally relaxed and remembered the puppies. He stood up and casually asked, How are they? He sighed simply, They're fine, just can't stand steadily. Although he didn't know much about dogs, he had some experience from before. He knew that puppies could stand and walk at about 20 days old, some even running around. Moreover, in rural areas, dogs are tough and start working early. The old man crouched down, petted the puppy's belly, and pinched its bones and paws, no problem. Just hungry. It was starving before, but the big dog has recovered. This little thing's bones are soft, but after a few days of full meals, it'll be strong. Now the old man felt more at ease. He looked around the yard and said, Don't worry. In the countryside, dogs are tough. After feeding them for a few more days, You won't need to feed so much anymore. These puppies, don't judge them now. In half a month or 20 days, you'll be able to take them up the mountain. Rural dogs are born to be wild outside. They can't be raised carefully. Thanks to the old man's words, a few days later, Dahe stood up bravely and took on his duty to guard the house. Jixiang and Rui didn't waste much of their simple daily feed and soon had shiny fur, happily running around the yard. The safety issue was solved, and it was simple and peaceful for them to follow the routine of going out early and returning late for work. They used farm manure to turn the soil. There was no chemical fertilizer or pesticides. Now, their main job was weeding. The corn seedlings were over half a meter tall. When weeding, bending over often caused their faces to get buried in the corn leaves, leading to scratches, which was very common. Their exposed arms also faced the same fate. Working under the hot sun, sweat dripped down their faces. The fresh wounds from the morning felt burning hot, but villagers were used to it or had already wrapped scarves around their heads for protection. A group of young workers complained loudly, "My face is scratched, mine too. Oh, it hurts so badly, I can't even touch it." The old and new young workers clearly showed their differences in walking style. Li Yan and a few old workers formed one group, while 5 new young workers walked together, along with Lin Dongfang, who was a bit out of place. Oh, and there was also a Simple one. But today, Simple was quite sociable. Coincidentally, in the morning, they were assigned to work close to Li Yan and the others. After work, they naturally gathered together. The girls immediately became cheerful again, and Qin Jiangwo and Lin Dongfang followed a few steps behind. Over there, Wang Hongmei saw this and couldn't help but mock, always flattering others, as if they have good stuff to give you. They already knew Simple had a few dogs. They looked down on that because they themselves couldn't even get enough to eat. As young workers, why could Simple eat comfortably and raise dogs so freely? Tang Chui couldn't hold back either. Don't say that. Even if Simple has food, she still has to feed the dogs first. Don't forget, Simple also raises several dogs. Oh, I forgot. So you're saying dogs are even lower than her? Exactly. So why do they try so hard to please others? They get nothing out of it, just raising dogs for others? Ha! Who knows? The youth communal house clearly has space, yet they insist on living elsewhere. Isn't that a typical way to break the unity among the youth? Hedonism. Capitalist style. A few people originally didn't want to pay attention to them. Seeing them get more and more unreasonable, several young women's faces darkened. Without saying a word, they quickly stepped forward and slapped Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui, their eyes cold like winter ice. The two who wanted to scream instantly fell silent. Seeing Jiandan's face as cold as ice, they couldn't say anything. What's wrong? Don't want to speak anymore? Don't you know what words are appropriate? Flattering? Status? Are you mocking our friendly unity as unequal? Or are you jealous of that hedonistic life where people are served and pampered? If you really want it, I can help you. I tell you, getting something without effort is called hedonism. Wastefulness, extravagance, taking away the fruits of the labor of the common people, that's capitalism. But we are all 8th-generation poor farmers, with pure red roots. To build the countryside, we enthusiastically volunteered to go to rural border areas, not to be insulted like this by you. What's wrong with living on your own? I am determined to build the countryside. This house proves I am rooted here. Also, I moved out so I wouldn't take up space in the youth communal house. I keep a dog to protect myself. Self-reliance, not causing trouble for the organization. That should be something to praise, right? My father was a revolutionary martyr. I am a descendant of martyrs and still underage. You say if I go to the police or the youth office without any evidence, insulting the descendants of martyrs and seriously harming the mental health of minors, what punishment would you face? A serious reprimand, or directly sent to the farm? When Jiandan mentioned hedonism, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui froze. God knows, they were just venting and trying to cause some trouble. They never expected Jiandan to be so serious, to make a big fuss over a small matter. And they definitely didn't expect Jiandan to be a martyr's descendant. They were completely scared, terrified. Not only them but also Su Hong, Just 2 steps away, and Li Jianya, Wang Cheng, who followed closely behind, were frightened. Even Li Yan, along with Qin Zhengwo and Lin Dongfang, were stunned. Wang Hongmei's chatter and Tang Chui's strange, sarcastic remarks, they often ignored them. They never thought Jian Dan would erupt on the spot. Li Yan and a few older educated youths quickly realized that some of them only knew simple skills, like using a machete to hunt wild boars and killing them with one strike. They wondered what kind of temper someone like that could have. As they became more familiar with the villagers, these new educated youths also saw that the living conditions in the village were relatively good. Recently, Li Jianya and the honest-looking Wang Jiancheng would often, intentionally or unintentionally, inquire about simple matters. Several female educated youths also often said things that sounded uncertain. The older educated youths had heard villagers say similar things many times. They guessed that Simple was trying to intimidate others, so the older youths didn't speak out to stop him. Wang Hongmei's face turned pale with fear, and she couldn't say a word to Simple. Tang Chui was even more nervous, her hands clasped together and trembling. Li Jianya wanted to say something but was met with Simple's fierce, wolf-like eyes, which made him shiver and go blank. Lin Dongfang, walking with Qin Zhengwo, showed no intention of stopping Simple. He kept his head down, even with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. When the conversation happened to turn to Simple, he decided to take the opportunity to intimidate others. He didn't plan to do anything serious but looked around and thought the effect was pretty good, so he prepared to leave. After some thought, he left one last sentence. "I don't want to cause trouble, but if trouble really comes to me, I'm not afraid. I just wonder if you all can stand your ground?" Li Yan and the others' gazes made Simple feel a little proud. The little stars in their eyes were very obvious. Even Lin Zhaodi, who is usually quiet, looked at him with envy. Tan Yajun was even more straightforward, saying she wanted to learn from him. Feeling dizzy from the praise, Simple returned home. Soon, a few soft little bundles, Ji Xiang and Rui, came to visit. They had gained some good things, nothing wasted. They grew quickly, and in just a few days they were running around the yard. Simple added food and water for them, then finally had time to go inside and think about her own stomach. It was the hottest part of the day. Although it wasn't summer yet, the sun was very strong. After finishing her chores with the dog, she felt even lazier. She simply washed with warm water, feeling refreshed. She found a big bowl of cold noodles and authentic braised beef, such a good, high-quality summer lunch. After eating, she enjoyed half a town's worth of cold watermelon. Suddenly, she felt that all her hard work this morning was worth it. Because it was hot, the midday break was long. With someone watching over the house, Simple didn't even need to lock the door when she took a nap. The Kong, heated brick bed, wasn't heated, so it was still cool. The breeze coming through the window was gentle and warm. Lying on the Kong, she almost fell asleep with her eyes closed. At the Youth Re-Education Center, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui, who had returned, were very upset. They kept cursing Jiandan, but when they saw the gaze of the older youths, they didn't dare to speak loudly. Su Hong forced a stiff smile at the corner of her mouth. "Humph. Acting tough and pretending, just kicking the iron plate, huh?" The new youths ate their meal quietly for the first time, not saying a word, with heads lowered and eyes down. The only sounds were the crisp clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Li Yan and a few others sat squeezed on the Kong bed, secretly watching from under the window, occasionally giggling softly. "I told you not to show off, gossiping and talking too much." Exactly, that Tang Chui always speaks in a strange tone. Oh, seeing them get put in their place makes me feel good. In the end, Qin Zhengwo couldn't wait any longer and called them out, so they could eat their breakfast. People who share the same wavelength can enjoy happiness together. Every glance during meals was full of smiles, the clearest sign of camaraderie. In the afternoon, everyone went back to work. They gathered again, chattering away. The new youths kept their distance. Qin Zhengwo and Lin Dongfang, standing closest, felt helpless. After just one noon, only 2 or 3 hours had passed, and they had so much to say. Seeing the villagers approaching to work, they had to cough lightly as a reminder. Fortunately, everyone was smart and knew it was almost time. They quickly scattered to the nearby fields. A simple bend over, and most of their backs were exposed. The villagers loved gossip, and after work in the afternoon, a few youths were still surrounded by villagers. "Little youth, I heard Jiandan hit the new girl."
Why did she do that?
Li Yan and the others knew that the youths were all part of the same group, but they didn't hide anything intentionally. Besides, Li Yan knew more than they did, having arrived not long ago. Jiandan had a strong community base. So, she picked out some insignificant details and said a few things. No matter how much she disliked it, she didn't want the entire youth center to become the gossip focus of Lu's village. For more than 10 days, the new youths avoided Jiandan. She didn't mind at all, and was even quite happy with the quiet. Soon, the next day, off arrived. Jiandan had no extra things, and didn't plan to go to the commune. Early in the morning, she packed up and took her family of 5 out the door, up the mountain. This was the first time they had gone out since arriving. Dahe was fine, but the puppies were full of energy, running around everywhere. Once outside, they ran around happily. With Dahe there, Jiandan wasn't worried. She didn't call them, just locked the door and headed up the mountain. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, 5 dogs of various sizes followed closely behind. Dahe walked steadily with 4 square steps, while a few smaller ones excitedly ran ahead to explore. Li Yan, jogging a few steps behind, looked around curiously and asked, "Are you willing to bring them all out?" "Where are they all?" Jiandan simply pointed forward and said, "Look, isn't that them?" Oh, yes, 2 small black dogs had started to play together. When they left, their clean fur was now covered in dirt, like cleaning cloths. The old man was right. These dogs are naturally wild at heart. After being kept in the yard for so many days with good food and care, they seem a bit confused and excited once outside. A few dogs followed, so Jiandan and Li Yan weren't worried. They couldn't expect these dogs to hunt, but as long as they weren't after big game, it should be fine. The 2 found a good spot and started digging for wild vegetables. At this time of year, some wild vegetables were already a bit old. Like pigweed, on sunny hillside slopes, most of it was already mature, but in shady corners, some tender shoots still remained. They didn't pick and choose. They took both old and tender ones. According to villagers, pigweed is full of benefits. Its leaves are edible, and the roots, once dried, can be soaked in water or ground into powder, both good for reducing internal heat. Farmers don't usually take medicine, so many ailments are explained as internal heat. Pigweed, especially the bitter parts, helps cool the body quickly, an old belief passed down through generations. Not only pigweed, but also the red mushroom that appears in autumn is similar. When it first turns orange, it tastes bitter, but after frost, it turns bright red. In winter, the mushroom can be eaten as a snack. Its outer skin, like pigweed, can be soaked in hot water, which helps reduce heat quickly and effectively. Many people go up the mountain on their days off, but they haven't discovered this spot yet. Soon, the 2 had filled a basket. Li Yan looked around and sighed. "If it weren't for your dog leading the way, I wouldn't have found this place." It's not far from their usual spot, but the angle is tricky, with a difficult path in the middle, so villagers often overlook it. Woof woof. Li Yan's reaction was even more intense than Jiandan's.
Quick, quick.
"Did you catch something?" Jiandan was speechless, so excited. But since it was their first time out, Jiandan was also curious. Following the sound, they looked over and, wow, it was true. Jixiang's paw was pressing down on a black rabbit, which looked even chubbier than it was. The rabbit was squeezed tightly and let out a desperate scream. Nearby, 3 little ones and the guardian black dog watched closely. Seeing this, Jiandan simply picked up a willow branch, the rabbit's catch, and threw it into the back basket. He patted Jixiang's small head and said, "Good job. I'll cook it for you when we get back. You'll get to eat meat soon." Li Yan was surprised, but then thought it made sense.
Since it was their catch, it was right to share it with them.
The little ones didn't seem to understand fully, but they excitedly cheered and made cute noises. Their little voices weren't very loud, but quite fun to hear. It was still early, so the two of them weren't in a rush. They found a small creek nearby to rest and cool off before heading back. The little ones happily explored around. Wow, this water is pretty cool, Dan said, feeling the refreshing water. He rolled up his sleeves and splashed water on his face. His face, which was sunburned and swollen, felt so cool and comfortable that he almost wanted to dunk his whole face in. Try it too, it feels great, he added. Lian wasn't a well-behaved kid either. She stepped into the creek directly. Oh, it's so nice. If only we could soak in water like this every day after work, that would be so good, she said. That's a bit unrealistic, but you can soak in water after work too. The water then is warm and comfortable, Dan replied. Mainly, in the fields, not only are the corn leaves covered in dust and dirt, but they also carry bacteria. If you get a cut and it's dirty, it'll hurt and itch. Soaking in water and then washing with clean water when you get home makes it feel much better. Lian shook her head. You don't know. We're not just soaking in water. For several days, when we go back, the inside is full of dirty leaves, stones, chicken feathers, and even chicken droppings. Since that day, we stopped soaking in water. We prefer to use cool water we draw ourselves because we trust it more. Dan frowned. You mean those new young workers did this? Otherwise, who else? The youth camp only has a few of us. The gate is locked during work hours, and only we have the keys. Besides, who would be so bored as to climb over the wall just to do something so disgusting to us? He paused, then continued. We may not have your popularity, but we don't fight with anyone. We greet everyone with a smile and speak kindly. We've never harmed anyone. We can't think of anyone else besides them who would be so bored and petty. That can't be true, right? This little trick is just causing trouble for others, isn't it? Are you guys fighting so fiercely? Li Yen sighed deeply, sitting on a nearby rock. At first, I could still save face. A few days ago, when we were eating, Tang Chui came over and said they wanted to join us. We refused right away. Their cooking has no flavor. It's like pig feed, dry and bland, all about squeezing every bit of profit. Who would want to eat that? Besides, we originally separated cooking to avoid mixing, so what's the point of combining now? Then, not long after, either the firewood mysteriously went missing or the water suddenly turned dirty.
Sigh.
Though she was complaining, she kept busy, digging up 2 big bunches of wild greens and tossing them into her basket. Where are Jixiang and the others? Should we go further ahead? Li Yan was increasingly interested in exploring the mountain. She glanced back at her full basket, then helped look ahead for a while. A few small animals were already rolling around in front, playing wildly. It was amusing. Sure enough, if these little ones wanted to use other strength, they'd have to wait a long time. Let's go see, she said. They didn't pay much attention to the animals and started exploring nearby. Spring on the mountain was lush with green, full of hardy plants growing everywhere. They weren't picky. Anything edible went into their baskets. Soon, both baskets were full and couldn't be pressed down anymore. Li Yan straightened up, wiped her sweat, and looked around. Her gaze stopped when she saw something red. Start digging here. I'll go check over there. Before she could finish speaking, Li Yan jumped up and ran off. Soon, her excited scream rang out. Aw! Jian Jiqing, come quickly. Birds fluttered in alarm. Jian simply hurried over, and the little ones also scampered over, almost tumbling into a pile if Jian hadn't moved quickly. They rolled around twice before finally stabilizing, then stood up unsteadily. Jian couldn't help but laugh, without any sympathy. Li Yan clicked her tongue and said, Your owner is really something, laughing like a villain. Jian waved her hand. With such a lazy owner, they have to learn to fend for themselves. They're grown up now, can't keep relying on me. Li Yan's face twitched. Well, you're quite confident in what you're saying. Jixiang jumped up, shook off the grass clippings from her body, and happily circled around Simple's feet. She barked non-stop, rubbing her small body against her feet. Simple was pushed back by her, quickly asked, Why did you just bark like that? Did you see something? Oh, Li Yan finally reacted, pointing excitedly beside her. Come quickly. There are strawberries and raspberries here. Really? Both strawberries and raspberries were familiar from their previous mountain trips, so they weren't strange. But this was the first time they saw them here. Wow, there are quite a few. Li Yan smiled happily, feeling proud. I have a good eye. I saw something red from over there, faint but real. When I came closer, I saw it was true. But then, Li Yan stretched her neck to find her basket, scratching her head. Our baskets are full. How can we carry more? Simple was speechless. Even if the basket has space, can this delicate thing be put inside? Strawberries and raspberries are among the most fragile fruits on the mountain. They spoil easily if touched or if water gets on them. Even washing them requires care. Simple looked around. Nearby, there were no large leaves. But not far away, there was a low-lying area with some reeds. Simple went over, cut some, and wove a patch by crossing the reeds. She gathered some branches around, crossed them, and tied them on top, creating a handle. At first glance, the bottom looked quite flat, enough to hold light fruits like strawberries and raspberries. Here, go pick some. She handed Li Yan a basket and wove another one herself. Li Yan was stunned. Can you do this too? Simple flicked her hands quickly, without looking up. It's just for emergencies. I don't know how to weave baskets. If I did, that'd be great. The materials on the mountain are all natural and much sturdier than this. Yes, this was just a temporary small mold. It wasn't very strong, since the bottom was made of soft reeds, but it was enough to carry the fruits home. Li Yan squatted down to pick strawberries, joking as she did. Don't ask for too much. You want to learn everything? Do you want to be a jack of all trades? I didn't think that far, Simple replied. But there's an old saying, having many skills doesn't hurt. Whatever craft you learn becomes yours, and you might need it someday. Like you can cook, so you won't go hungry outside. You can recognize directions, so you won't get lost in the mountains. Li Yan casually responded, just like you hunting means you won't lack meat, right? A simple meal. It seems reasonable, no problem. Two people squat down to pick fruit while a few kids cause trouble nearby. The only relaxed dog wanders around wagging its tail, looking very at ease. As they pick fruit, they stuff it into their mouths. Both small baskets are full, and their stomachs are bulging from eating. Burp. Simple also burped. Honestly, it was the first time she ate this small fruit until her neck felt strained. She thought her teeth might fall out. Over there, Li Yan also grimaced. I feel like my tongue and mouth aren't really mine anymore. They feel numb. My teeth are loose. I probably won't need to eat when I get home. They were about to leave when they realized the group of kids causing trouble earlier was gone, and even was missing. It seemed had gone with them. With Present, Simple wasn't too worried anymore. Jixiang, Rui, peace, happiness. Woof woof woof. The sound came from behind and to the side, as if from below. Simple handed her things to Li Yan. I'll go check it out. Following the sound, they reached a small fork in the path they had passed earlier, but didn't take. Pushing aside the thick weeds blocking the way, they walked less than 10 steps forward to a steep, almost like a cliff. The barking and yipping came from there, and the grass they had knocked down was still lying across the. Jianxing, how is it? Did you find them? I'll bring the stuff over and look for you later. Li Yan only heard the voice and was a bit anxious. Simple quickly responded, no need for you to come. Jianxing, put the stuff together and rest for a while. We'll be back soon. After that, she pulled aside the weeds that were taller than a person on both sides and moved down the. Luckily, the roots of the weeds were strong enough to support her small frame. It was all weeds, so she couldn't see the path clearly. She could only test each step carefully. But the barking grew more urgent, making her very anxious. Especially with S voice mixed in. That was the main concern. She stumbled down and the little ones were fine, but instead of rushing over to cuddle her as usual, they kept calling out in one direction and kept looking at her. It was as if to say, over there, over there. Looked at her too, its alert posture never relaxed. Simple immediately felt nervous. Was there a problem? Someone, something, or what? Simple couldn't help but shiver. Looking at the 4 small and 1 big creature at my feet, I felt a bit more confident. Follow me quietly, and don't make a sound. Unfortunately, our minds seemed to be in sync, but didn't connect. When Simple lifted her leg, the front one, Rui, didn't even say a word and suddenly darted out. The other three quickly followed. She hadn't reacted yet, and her most reliable protector also barked and rushed ahead. Simple was speechless, only stiffly following behind, lifting her leg to catch up. The ground was mostly broken stones and little grass, so it didn't block her much. After walking with the creatures for 5 or 6 minutes, they stopped at a place that looked like a shallow cave. They kept calling out loudly, and it seemed someone was inside, occasionally throwing things out to stop them from rushing in. When she got closer, Simple sensed heavy breathing. Well, it was a person, and the cave was shallow. But the breath was unstable, and there was a strong smell of blood. The person must have some serious injuries. Simple thought to herself, what kind of people would be on the mountain in this era? Based on movie or novel plots, she wondered if it was some secret agent or a spy. But looking at her guards, whose breathing was growing more unstable, Simple's confidence surprisingly grew. She thought as long as the other side didn't have any firearms, she could still fight, and seemed even more relaxed than before. Aren't animals usually very sensitive to danger? Why does it seem different now? She took out a small dagger and slowly approached the cave entrance. Well, she still wanted to peek inside, but Jixiang had already rushed in. She confidently followed behind, bending down to crawl inside. The cave wasn't deep, but it was quite hidden at the entrance. If it weren't for the small creatures, she probably wouldn't have noticed it.
Who are you?
Simple suddenly felt that this hoarse voice sounded somewhat familiar. As she pushed open the cave entrance, light came in and shone directly on a person in the corner who looked timid and weak. The person said only one sentence before starting to gasp heavily, clutching their chest. They had a big beard, and at first glance, she couldn't tell much about them. Simple stepped forward, with beside her. The small creatures at her feet were insignificant in comparison. These two shadows clearly put pressure on the person, who leaned back and half sat up, then looked up. Who are you? The person was stunned. You. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again at Simple. Jian Jiqing. Simple was confused. What was going on? Who was this person? Why did they look so distressed, as if they were seeing a loved one? I crouched down to look him in the eyes. He was very anxious, ignoring his pain as he gestured desperately. Jian Jiqing, don't you remember me? He had a full beard, cracked lips, dark circles under his eyes. Honestly, Jian couldn't recognize him at first. Do you know me? You really don't remember me? Seeing the other person's shocked and devastated expression, Jian thought about his own social circle but couldn't match anyone to the bearded man in front of him. So he sincerely asked, if you don't tell me who you are, how am I supposed to know if I remember you? As the other person's eyes welled up with tears, Jian suddenly remembered a figure who would do anything to hide his stutter and would act pitifully to get sympathy. Without thinking, he blurted out, Qing Chao? Are you Qing Chao? The tears almost fell just a little more. Don't you remember me? He looked even more aggrieved. Jian examined him from all angles, but couldn't see any sign of Qing Chao. Are you sure you're Qing Chao? I just can't believe it. The person on the ground was indeed Qing Chao. After saying a few words, he looked exhausted. I still owe you so much money, tickets. I was planning to come back and pay you, but I didn't get the chance. His words were broken and uneven, but Jian could tell this tragic person was indeed Qing Chao. TSK, what a fate you have. Why is it always when I meet you that you're at your worst? The first time, Jian managed to save him with a breath left. The second time, at the supply and marketing cooperative, he didn't have the tickets, so Jian just handed him a handful. The third time, he was in this half-dead state again. Qing Chao felt relieved. His last breath was gone, his breath shallow and fragile, just like now. Honestly, I want to know, why do you always appear when I am most helpless? Then he tilted his head and completely fainted.
Hey!
Jian was anxious. He ignored his beard and reached out to shake him. Wake up. Wake up. He checked his neck and nose, still breathing luckily.
Hey!
Jian stood up, sighed. What a cursed fate. He had no choice but to call someone. He ordered a few people to watch over him and strode out of the cave, returning to the spot where he had just come down, shouting upward, "Li Jiqing."
Li Ziking.
Fortunately, Li Yan is quite reliable. I was worried that if something happened after sending the things over, he might just wander around nearby. When he heard the sound, he shivered with fear. Hey, I'm here. Have you gone up? Did you find Ji Xiang and the others? Thinking briefly about the half-dead person in the cave, I kept it short. Li Jiqing, please go to the village and find the village chief. Ask him to send someone to look for Captain Lin and bring a few people here. Li Yan was momentarily stunned. Jian Jiqing, are you okay? Since there was a similar incident of someone going missing in winter before, when she was one of the main characters, she was quite familiar with this kind of situation. I'm fine. You go quickly. All right, I'll run to find him now. Please be very careful. Lu Weimin was now afraid of Jian calling him again. Almost every time she did, it was about something serious. When he heard Li Yan calling, he shivered reflexively and asked, "Who fell this time?" Li Yan thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "Dog. Does that count?" Lu Weimin, what did you say? Say it again? But he understood the urgency. Most importantly, Jian Jiqing, who kept encountering trouble, also knew the situation. Since she asked to notify Captain Lin, it might be related to them. Immediately, he sent his own son out again. Go to the military camp or find Captain Lin. It's urgent. Take him to the foot of the mountain. Later, Li Jiqing will take me up, and she should wait for you at the mountain's base. Li Yan, nearby, unknowingly took on a task she couldn't refuse. She pounded her leg and vowed she needed to rest for at least 3 days. She definitely wouldn't go up the mountain. Her legs were worn out. Back in the cave, Jian Jiqing secretly passed him a water bottle, pinching her nose to give Qing Chao a few sips of water. The effect was great. It woke him up with a cough. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed loudly and threw himself against the stone wall again. Can I suspect that you're trying to suffocate me? He still had the strength to speak, so he was probably okay. Still able to think? Looks like it's not a big problem. After all, he was young and full of energy, naturally wanting to show off. Yeah, I won't die. Jian Jiqing didn't bring a basket and couldn't carry the big thing out. She looked at him and asked, "Can you hold on? I've already sent someone to call for help. You shouldn't burn out your brain, right?" Qing Chao didn't realize he had a fever. When she mentioned it, he felt his face heat up and his mind slow down. Probably not, right? Simple-minded and careless. That's fine. It's no big deal. If it gets damaged, it's just work-related injury. Qing Chao didn't know how he should feel. He couldn't hold back and coughed for a while. Do you still have water? Jian Dan felt the water bottle and handed it over. Qing Chao gulped down a lot, finally feeling relieved. I'm so thirsty. Jian Dan sat on a stone and asked with interest, "Have you been trapped here all these days?" Qing Chao seemed to blush slightly, but his beard made it hard to see clearly. Only his ears showed a faint redness. I can't remember exactly. It's been about 6 or 7 days, I think. It wasn't so serious at first. I was hurt, but I could still move, and I was conscious. I remember the next day. It rained, and I went out to catch rainwater to drink. That night, I started to have a fever. I lost all my belongings in the mountains over these days. The wound on my body makes every move difficult. I have no medicine, so I can only tough it out. A few days ago, I still hoped someone would find me soon. But day after day, after the rain, I realized I was just waiting to die on my own. Jian Dan muttered, "Did you also hit my dog?" A few small dogs barked in response. Qing Chao chuckled softly. His stomach shook as he spoke again. If it was a person, I might not mind. But these are clearly animals. I don't want to die at their hands either. At the very least, I hope to leave a complete body. Jian Dan forced a laugh. That's true. He poured water from the pot several times, and Qing Chao drank it all. But it was clear his condition was worsening. He spoke unclearly, mainly because Jian Dan didn't know much about medicine. He didn't dare let Qing Chao fall asleep completely and was just hoping someone would come soon, feeling like he had to hand him over. He tried to find topics to talk about so Ching Chao wouldn't sleep. By the way, you seemed to have something important last time. How come you forgot your money and tickets? Ching Chao perked up a little. Yeah, I was so angry. I had everything planned well. I put my money and tickets in my clothes pocket the night before. The next morning, I was going to check everything, but then something went wrong. You wouldn't believe it. I had a bunch of things, but when I checked my pocket, it was empty. I was stunned. This has never happened before. I checked all my pockets, but they were all empty. My face was burning hotter than now. This is indeed an important matter. My little uncle and others are waiting for me at the government office. They gave me the money and tickets, and I can't go back to get them now. It's not just about finding them, but also about avoiding delays to big things. I waited at the door for over half an hour, hoping to meet someone I know who could help me. During that time, you can't imagine how those people looked at me. If it weren't for an urgent matter, I might have gone underground. You know how I felt when I saw you, right?
I was almost crying.
It felt like heaven sent someone to save me from trouble. Did you find them later? Ching Chao shrugged. It's not my fault. Someone was trying to harm me. They knew how important those tickets were to me and that I wouldn't carry extra stuff, so they deliberately caused trouble. When I got back, I took revenge myself. With a sickly body and fierce eyes, it all seemed fitting in a strange way. Are there people like that in the army? I don't believe it. The army is also a place with bad elements, but they are very few. Most soldiers respect and love our country and people. Those troublemakers will be removed eventually. It's clear he cares deeply about the army. Jian asked casually, how many years have you been in the army? Ching Chao thought for a moment. Oh, that's been a long time. Jian didn't believe him. How old are you? You seem so serious. Even if you're 20, how could you have joined the army so young? He chuckled. No, I grew up in a military compound. I officially joined the army when I was about 10. Now, it's been about 6 or 7 years. Oh, you're a veteran? Ching Chao was proud, of course. Do you think someone like me can handle typical tasks? Jian nodded. Wow, impressive.
An elite.
Feeling a bit shy, Ching Chao said, I wouldn't go that far. I was just young, impulsive, a bit reckless. My little uncle always says I need to hit a wall sometimes. Jian was curious. Did you hit a wall? Ching Chao almost got angry. Miss, I'm a patient. Can we not talk about this? I need to stay calm, avoid excitement and big ups and downs. Jian crossed her arms, expressionless. Is that what you call being a patient? Staying calm? You ask yourself, when did you become so calm? It's your poor choice of topic that caused this, don't blame me. I'm just a free chat partner. Why do you have so many demands?
Me?
Ching Chao covers his chest and reflects. Is it true? Is it my fault? What did I say? What did I ask for? This illness has made him confused. How did it turn into a fish's memory? Lu Weimin moves quickly, sending his own son ahead and calling 3 or 4 others to follow Li Yan. He also hurries up the mountain, complaining loudly, can't you all just behave? Every time you go up the mountain, it's a big deal. I really don't want to see any of you right now. Li Yan, experienced in dealing with them, knows that reasoning won't work at this moment. She needs to calm their emotions first. She's good at comforting people. She quickly follows Lu Weimin. Haha, uncle, look at what you're saying. We've all come to Lu's village. You're the head of the family, the pillar of strength. Of course, we come to you first when there's a problem. We've had a few encounters like this before, and it's left us a bit scared. Now that we're back, we probably won't dare go up the mountain for days. We need to rest properly. Does Lu Weimin believe them?
Of course not.
They might have some reservations, but isn't there someone brave enough to go into the deep mountains easily? Thinking of this, he sighs again. He thought it was simple, just a well-behaved person, but that was just an illusion. On the surface, they seemed to agree, but they had entered the deep mountains many times.
Although only for a short period. What could he say?
They risked their lives to go into the mountains.
Who benefited from that?
Wasn't it all the villagers who ate what was brought back? In the end, he had nothing to say, only snorting in frustration. Just don't cause me any more trouble. In the mountains, Chung Chao's eyelids couldn't help but droop again, and finally, there was a noisy commotion from above. Soon, Li Yan's voice was heard. It's this one. Jian Jiqing came down from here. A few young men approached to check the tracks, nodded at Lu Weimin, then quickly headed down. When they heard the voices, they knew people were coming soon. They drank the last few sips from their water bottles, giving Chung Chao a brief moment of clarity. Li Yan hurriedly spoke to him. Looks like villagers are here. The soldiers will probably arrive soon too.
Can you hold on?
When we get to the foot of the mountain, can you find a doctor to treat your injuries? Just now, I saw that he was burning up badly. I took the chance to give him 2 fever-reducing pills while he was groggy. Now the medicine should be working. I could see that he was desperately gripping his thigh, but he couldn't help feeling his eyelids getting heavy. Hearing this, Chung Chao struggled to open his eyes. He tried to sit up straight using the ground, but failed. Instead, he weakly leaned against the stone wall.
I'm fine.
I'm happy. Otherwise, I might have died here. Listening to the approaching footsteps, Jian Dan sighed briefly. I think your body might be a bit weak.
Things don't go smoothly for you.
It's really not good for someone to go out alone, whether for missions or other reasons. You know, I've encountered trouble 3 times myself. I wonder how you've managed to stay alive all these years. Chung Chao hadn't said much yet when suddenly a big dog barked outside. Ji Xiong and a few others ran out happily, barking along. All right, since this big target is here, Jian Dan doesn't need to go out to meet him. The 2 people coming down immediately found their way in. Once inside the cave, it was pitch dark. After closing my eyes for a few seconds, I felt a bit better. The first thing I saw was Jian Dan. Jian Jiqing, what happened? Is something wrong? The village chief asked us to come. The 2 of us are enough. There are 2 more people upstairs. Should we call them down too? In the corner, the patient was coughing again, startling the 2 of them. Who is it? Chung Chao was in the shadows in the corner. They hadn't fully adapted to the darkness inside, so they hadn't seen him earlier. Besides, entering this dark cave was already spooky and nerve-wracking, so they were startled. Cough, cough. 2 big brothers, please help carry this person up. I've already asked the village chief to notify someone to pick him up. The villagers are simple and honest. Hearing that the village chief was informed, they felt more confident. After all, the village chief was the one who called them here, and he was still upstairs. Thinking this way, they calmed down. That's fine. Jian Jiqing, step back a bit. We'll tie him up first. Jian Dan obediently moved to the cave entrance, reminding them, he's badly injured, and there's probably blood. The others waved their hands dismissively. No worries, no worries. Rest assured, we'll carry him up carefully. Fortunately, Chung Chao, though only breathing with difficulty, had been hardened through hardship. Not to mention, his endurance was naturally strong. He silently endured as the 2 men prepared to lift him without a word. This is their territory, after all. They only left the cave for a short while, and the 2 of them found a way out. Jian Jiqing, this side is too steep. Let's go this way. It's a bit farther, but the is gentler, and there's a small path. It's safer, and won't take much more time. Listening to advice, everyone eats well. Simple and natural, everyone tends to listen to others. The person in front carries, the person behind supports, and Jian Jiqing leads the group of 1 adult and 4 children. They turn several corners and quickly come out from the place they just passed. It's indeed a gentle, just around the bend from the cave. The cave is in a dead corner, hidden behind tall weeds and rocks, so no one noticed it. Otherwise, Chung Chao wouldn't have gone unnoticed for so long. This area is probably frequently traveled. The grass on the path is trampled and yellowed, forming a small trail. People hurriedly walk uphill. A few dogs play happily behind them, rolling in the grass, chasing each other, completely relaxed and not tense at all. Jian Jiqing, I heard you raised a few puppies. They look really well taken care of. In Jian Jiqing's mind, dogs are the most understanding animals. Only dogs can truly become companions with people. But now, talking requires thinking several steps ahead. Jian Jiqing analyzes it and sighs. Sigh, you guys don't know. When I first brought them home, oh, that poor thing. What should I do? I just wanted to raise one to guard my home. It's not safe for me to live alone, so I had to keep them. It took me several days' worth of cornmeal to save them. Luckily I did. Sigh. It broke my heart. Seeing this, the two people's thoughts lightened considerably. What joke? About grain? People don't even have enough to eat. How could they have spare grain to raise animals? Jian Jiqing suppresses the upward curve of her lips and leads the children behind her, keeping watch. From afar, two young men and Lu Weimin look very happy. Finally they're here. I was so worried. I'd have been frantic if they hadn't come down. The two above are obedient, just waiting patiently, their eyes fixed on the scene below. When they come closer, Lu Weimin can't help but sigh in surprise. He looks over and is surprised again, sighing deeply. Why is it this kid again? Someone nearby asks village chief, "Do you know this person?" I didn't notice before. Which village is he from? Is he here hunting? The injuries on his body are quite serious. He has only walked a short distance, but you can see the sweat on his forehead, which I think is from pain. He didn't make a sound the whole time. Yes, and Xing Chao, who was still a bit dizzy on the road, completely fainted again once he stepped onto flat ground. Simple sighed softly. "Uncle, let's go down the mountain and find a doctor for him. His injuries are quite serious. I even have a fever, and his wounds are infected. We need to get him checked carefully." Lu Weimin looked at her and understood. "All right, let's go down first and take him to Jian. To my house." He instinctively wanted to say Jian's house, but suddenly realized that wasn't right. Last time it was impossible. Now that they were openly going down the mountain, any family in the village could be visited. Going to her house would just cause trouble. Okay, got it. The two people who had been guarding above took over and carried the injured person away. They shrugged and looked at the basket nearby, then understood immediately. "Jian Jiqing, is this your and Li Jiqing's basket?" Li Yan had gone down the mountain to wait for someone. Simple almost forgot. They still had their baskets. She hurried over to take them. "Yes, that's right. Li Jiqing and I came up to pick wild vegetables. I forgot to mention that in the rush." Simple went to take the baskets. One person lifted one over their back, and the other quickly took the second one. "All right, let's go." Just as Simple took a few steps and stretched out her hand, she froze there. Let them carry it. They won't get tired. Come over and tell me what happened." Simple didn't mind the baskets anymore. Someone was carrying them, which made things easier for her. She followed Lu Weimin, explaining what had just happened. Lu Weimin looked at the busy kids in front of him and chuckled. "Not bad. They're somewhat useful. Of course. They're impressive. From now on, I'll rely on them to protect me." The army was still a good distance from the village. Lu Jianxiu had run himself ragged, and it was impossible to bring the injured back before they went down the mountain. So, the wounded were directly taken to Lu Weimin's house. Knowing they'd leave that night, Wang Guifeng didn't say much, and even asked her daughter-in-law to prepare hot water. Old Chen was called over again, but Simple didn't pay much attention. She met Li Yan at the foot of the mountain. After they collected their baskets, they prepared to go home. It had been a very exciting day, and she didn't want to strain her brain too much. True to her word, she started a fire at home and cooked the meat. No matter what, these chickens were the heroes of the day. The food for the dogs wasn't prepared with much care. It was cooked, deboned, and chopped. Since the puppies were still small and might have stomach issues, the food was mixed directly into porridge. The remaining meat and bones were for the dog. Feeding one rabbit to several dogs wasn't enough, so I added some wild pig meat from my supplies to make sure they were full. I let them run happily in the yard. My own dinner was simple. Since it was hot and I had been walking all day, I was thirsty and had cold noodles. Eating a bowl of tangy, sweet, icy cold noodles made me feel alive again. Looking outside, the sun was setting, its orange light about to disappear beyond the horizon. I lazily sat on a stool, thinking about locking the door, taking a shower at the base, and relaxing. Just then, the door was knocked. I had just finished eating, paused for a moment, then got up, rubbing my full belly as I moved toward the door. When I opened it, I expected who it might be, but there was a bit of surprise. Not only was Captain Lin, whom Ching Chao had called, there was also Ching Jin, Ching Chao's little uncle and political commissar, with red eyes. I straightforwardly opened the door and said, "Please come in." Lin Jingde waved his hand, and Cheng Jin choked with emotion. "Little simple, we won't come in now. We've saved him several times, and our family remembers that. Today, we're in a hurry to go back and treat him. We'll come again another day to thank you." Lin Jingde nodded, and I saw the car behind them. "It's okay, it's just a coincidence. You should go back and find a doctor to check on him." Oh, and I gave him fever medicine when I saw he had a high fever. Remember to tell the doctor, so it doesn't affect other medicines. The two said their goodbyes seriously, watching the car disappear at the village entrance. I closed the door. I tidied up the yard, went inside, and locked the door. As for the puppies, they had made a contribution today, so I rewarded them with a night trip around the base. Since tomorrow was another normal workday, I didn't stay up too late. I took a quick shower and went to bed, feeling that today was quite an exciting day. Over at Li Yan's place, things were much livelier. When she returned, Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun had already prepared dinner. The three of them waited for her. When she came back, they hurried to greet her. Chun Jangwo reached out and took the basket. "Why are you so late? Did you encounter any danger?" Li Yan's legs were tired from the trip. She gulped down a whole jar of water before speaking. No, it's just that Ji Xiang and the others found someone in the mountains."
Yixiang?
"Are you talking about Xiao Simple's puppies? Did they find a person in the mountains?" "Well, I'm looking for the village chief. Did he just come back?" This situation with Lin Zhaodi has happened before. At that time, Lin Zhaodi seemed to be running errands. Tan Yajun was also present, and Li Yan was the spark that started everything. They all knew each other well, especially Lin Zhaodi, who knew how it felt to run up and down the mountains several times. Her lungs and throat felt like they were on fire. Quietly, she poured a bowl of water for Li Yan. Li Yan drank it quickly, then remembered to share her find. "Look what I found." The basket had been quietly set aside, untouched by the commotion. Her precious fruits were still safe among the wild vegetables.
"Tajda, look."
The two girls looked excited. "Strawberries. You actually found strawberries?"
Li Yan proudly lifted her chin.
"No, I found them. See, there are also raspberries. They're very sweet. Too bad we can't carry them all." Lin Zhaodi's eyes lit up. "Are there many?" Li Yan thought for a moment. "Not a lot, but enough. I need to go find third uncle's son tomorrow. He should have a small basket. I'll prepare two and bring them next time I go up the mountain." "That's good too. Making it on the spot like this is pretty impressive." This was made by Jian Jiqing on site. "It's not very sturdy, but it's okay. Come on, wash up quickly. We'll eat it all tonight. We already ate a lot at noon. Luckily, we came back late, or our teeth would still be aching." Tan Yajun shook her head and sighed. Someone can eat strawberries until they're full, while others are drooling just thinking about them. Tan Yajun sighed again. Some people can eat strawberries endlessly, while others are drooling just thinking about them. Li Yan looked around mischievously. "Who is it?"
"Who?"
Tan Yajun looked resentful. It's me. Look, I'm drooling so much. It's 3 feet long." Chun Jangwo and Lin Zhaodi had already set the table. Seeing the two acting silly, they couldn't help but feel speechless. "Are you going to eat or not?" Both answered together, "Eat." The next morning, when the alarm rang, Jian opened her eyes. She could now dress, fold the quilt, and wash her face with cold water without opening her eyes. She let the animals out to play and fed them water. When she was feeling lazy, she just made simple noodles. Today was a lazy day. She boiled the noodles, mixed them with the meat sauce found in the base, and had a pretty hearty breakfast. Some of the young ones are easier to handle. They occasionally eat dog food, which feels new and interesting to them, and Black also really likes it. The only problem in hot weather is wearing a headscarf. It gets very hot. Without it, the sun burns easily, and the corn leaves can scratch the skin. So, during this season, we work mainly in the cooler mornings and evenings, leaving the hot midday hours for rest at home. Wearing gloves and locking the door, I head towards the village office. The location here is a bit farther, so it takes at least 10 minutes more to start and finish work compared to others. But I don't mind. The benefits are worth it. Once inside the village, I meet villagers heading in the same direction, and I greet them until I meet up with my friends. The new young workers walk on one side, and the older ones on the other, clear and distinct. Tang Chui and a few others are still stunned by Simple. They've been avoiding trouble these days. If they can't, they just stay quiet. If they keep this attitude, Simple has nothing to say. As long as they don't bother her, she's fine. Today's task is weeding. Simple is working with Li Yan and a few others. Maybe Lu Weimin is deliberately causing this, but everyone is still happy. Li Yan chatters all the way, never stopping. I want to finish work early and make 2 small baskets. Simple young worker, are you going too? Simple pauses, baskets for strawberries? Li Yan's eyes light up. Yeah. Now we can use them for strawberries. When there are no strawberries, we can put other things in them. As long as they're not wasted. Lin Zhaodi is speechless. Since last night, she's been thinking about those small baskets. If she doesn't get them today, she probably won't want to eat dinner tonight. Li Yan chuckles, not that serious. I just thought I'd make them early, so I can still use them. And if we finish work early tonight, maybe we can go up the mountain again. She sounds very reasonable. Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun exchange a glance and smile helplessly, then lower their heads too. Simple is somewhat unnecessary. All right, I'll go with you after work. If I like any, I'll keep 1 or 2. When in a good mood, work efficiency improves a lot. Li Yan is especially quick, practically rushing ahead, leaving the others more than 10 meters behind. Did she take some kind of powerful pill? Chan Jiangwo looks over and laughs. Maybe she wants to finish early and go up the mountain too? In rural areas, this is just how things are. Kids are happy if they can eat enough, but snacks are out of the question. One reason children like going up the mountain is because, besides chestnuts and hazelnuts, there are various wild fruits. Parents usually keep mountain products safe, saving them to exchange for money, goods, or food. But wild fruits are different. They are their snacks. Throughout the year, they rely on these to satisfy their sweet tooth. Although Li Yan is not young anymore and hasn't experienced much hardship before, since coming here, her life has indeed lost its flavor. Boring and dull. The meals lack oil, and there's nothing tasty to chew on. When they finally find something good, they get excited. Maybe we should hurry up. Once we finish our assigned work, we can leave early, right? Yes, let's go. There's only a little left to do. Once we finish, we can leave. No point standing around here. Weeding isn't difficult for them. It doesn't require much skill. As long as they get past the corn leaves that are everywhere and avoid scratches, it's pretty straightforward, similar to repetitive machine work. This spring, the old educated youths have been busy. When they're not working, they're usually climbing the mountain. They've dried plenty of wild vegetables and mushrooms, which they can add to porridge or dishes. Although there's no oil, it's enough to fill them up more than the new young workers, and being full gives them strength. All right. The young women didn't say much and worked hard, which showed results. They only managed to clear 1 row by mid-morning, but once they got into the rhythm, the pace picked up. It wasn't as hard as they thought, and they actually finished earlier than expected. They caught up with Li Yan and arrived at the edge of the field together, laughing and joking. None of them looked good, sweaty faces, hair sticking in strands to their faces, and patches of red from the corn leaves on their skin. Their exposed arms were also red from the scratches. The sweat made everything feel sharp and refreshing. They took off their headscarves, and their simple hair stood up, as if it was about to escape. They could only press it down with their hands. Seeing this childish behavior, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They realized that Li Yan was just a girl in her teens, but she was much stronger than they were, by a lot. Should I go tell the scorekeeper, and then head back? This was common. The scorekeeper wasn't surprised. The girls waved their headscarves like fans, hoping to catch some cool breeze. Will we go back up the mountain later? Li Yan was indeed thinking about the remaining fruits on the mountain. She simply and firmly refused, saying, "No, I won't go. It's too hot, and I'm worried about heat stroke." Heat stroke? Li Yan looked skeptically toward the mountain, still feeling reluctant. Can we go? Yes, she replied confidently. The temperature on the sunny side of the mountain is even higher than down here. Also, the places we can go to don't have many tall trees, so there's not much shade, only low bushes. There aren't many wild herbs and they're scattered, so they don't block the sunlight. Plus, there's nothing good there, so it's not worth rushing out in the blazing sun. If we get heat stroke, we can't work, and we won't earn any work points. We also won't get to enjoy tasty food. For Li Yan, that was the most important thing. Not being able to enjoy good food if you get heat stroke? This wasn't exactly lying. Lin Zhaodi nodded in agreement. Anyway, you definitely can't eat greasy food when you're sick. Your stomach isn't good, and greasy food or even cold water can upset your stomach. Yeah, and if you get sick, you probably won't have much appetite. What a pity. Besides the annual pig slaughter, there weren't many chances to eat greasy food. The city only supplied a little meat each month, and there was no way to get greasy dishes, especially during the hot summer. Li Yan looked longingly toward the mountain, glancing several times. The others were speechless. She simply couldn't figure out what was pulling her there. They hadn't noticed her liking going up the mountain before. Seeing this, Tan Yajun leaned over and whispered, "Yesterday, we picked some strawberries, but didn't eat enough. We talked about it last night. We said it's hard to store, but if you make it into jam and seal it, it can last longer." That's why she's thinking about it. Now it made sense. With limited supplies, everyone tried to keep what they could and eat it gradually later. Also, she was probably thinking about her family, her parents. Mainly, the strawberries and raspberries aren't just in one place in the mountains. The temperature varies in different areas. It might be past the season on this side, but on the other side, the berries might just be ripening. So, the growing season isn't short after all. This thing is really too fragile. It breaks easily with just a touch. Plus, in the mountains, there are bugs, ants, snakes, and rats, and not many of them are safe to eat. The ones they picked yesterday are mostly not even half intact. Li Yan is worried mainly because of this. But honestly, she also feels a bit frustrated and disappointed. You're just a few days away. Finish quickly this afternoon, then go rest in the cool. First, you need to take care of yourself before thinking about anything else. Jian Dan admits she's not a saint. She has selfish thoughts. Her help is always based on the idea that it won't affect her or cause her trouble. Some say she's selfish or lacks a big picture view, but she only cares about one thing. If she's okay, then maybe others can be too. She's not the kind of person who sacrifices everything for the greater good. Of course, not caring about the big picture doesn't make her a bad person. Compared to today's enthusiasm and beliefs, her attitude is more about holding back and not rushing forward. In the eyes of more radical people, such a person might be seen as a backward influence, a pleasure seeker, and considered a serious troublemaker. But clearly, these young workers are quite normal. After hearing Jian Dan's words, they all nod in agreement. Yeah, it's tasty, but it can't fill you up. Let's go, let's go. We'll work faster this afternoon, then join you. Well, the work isn't far away. Li Yan didn't say much. She quickly took a few steps to catch up with her friends. Hey, I don't want to be in such a rush, but when I think about how the food is right in front of us, if it spoils or gets eaten by animals, my heart just aches. Tan Yajun said, but it's just a day or two. It's dangerous to be out in the middle of the day. Hee, I just got impatient and lost my reason. I know I was wrong. Sisters and younger ones, don't be like me, okay? The girls are all different ages. The oldest is Tan Yajun, who was the first to go to the countryside. Next is Lin Zhaodi, then Li Yan, and the youngest is Jian Dan. So, calling them sisters and younger ones isn't wrong. At the fork in the road, everyone goes their own way. Since they already mentioned going up the mountain to work, Jian Dan packed her backpack with water bottles, shovels, and other tools, and set them aside so she wouldn't waste time later. The little ones, who had been waiting all morning, saw her return happily and gathered around her, excited. Jian Dan gently petted each of them, then went inside to light a fire and prepare their food. Since they were still small, she didn't dare give them raw meat. She's not an expert, so she's worried about causing health issues. However, Her space has no spiritual springs or divine medicines. She can only rely on food for nourishment. Fortunately, she does not lack these. Currently, she worries that the animals are too small. Otherwise, she would feed them various meats and raise them for years until they become fat and strong. These days, they mostly eat porridge, meat porridge, and milk powder. Of course, she controls their small appetites, and the rest is cleaned up by the black dog. Since Simple doesn't understand their language, Black Dog hasn't complained about not being full. Simple just considers everything to be perfectly fine. Last year, she left the villagers with a good impression of loving the mountains, but that wasn't just about kindness. When lives are at stake, she wouldn't be so cruel as to ignore them. She couldn't reveal herself, so she could only lead them up the mountain. At the start of this year, she still maintained her previous appearance, but the boldness from last year was completely gone. She works diligently when needed, but whenever there's little work and she can take leave or skip work, she always chooses to take leave. After all, she brought some money when she arrived. Once her house was built, she spread the word. After finishing the house, she had no more money. If she didn't work or go up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and firewood, what would she eat, drink, or cook? These are obvious issues. She must have clear sources and destinations. Otherwise, there will always be some hidden thoughts and suspicions. She's not afraid, but it doesn't align with her purpose. So she keeps working, but not too conspicuously. Of course, she isn't overly excessive. She just stays close with the young educated youths, especially a few older ones. Aside from eating and sleeping, she spends almost all her time with them, trying to blend into the crowd. After all, she came here to survive, not to stand out. She poured the dogs' lunch into their bowls, watching them scramble over happily with their short legs. The 4 puppies still rushed in as usual, and Black Dog was calmly waiting on the side, ready to clean up the leftovers. For some reason, this scene made Simple find it increasingly amusing. She first chuckled softly, then laughed so hard she leaned back, unable to straighten her waist. Then, a trace of sourness appeared in her eyes. The dogs even had a mother, yet she, the proud Miss Simple, had fallen so low that she was no better than a dog, now all alone. Finally, she let out a deep sigh, such as life. Simple felt she could handle everything herself. During the season, her best choice was naturally to stay cold and distant. As summer approaches, the sun becomes very strong. If someone tried to go up the mountain during the midday rest time, it might not be impossible, at least not difficult. However, the heat is so intense that it feels like even a piece of metal under the sun could cook an egg. Why bother going out and tiring yourself? Wouldn't it be better to rest comfortably on the bed? Jian was so focused on her work that she didn't notice anything else. She worked hard, not even paying attention to the annoying corn husks. She kept surpassing the nearby villagers and was the first to reach the destination within the planned time. Li Yan was so excited, she almost jumped for joy. Can you believe we finished so quickly? I can't believe it. Despite the tight schedule, everyone held on with effort. Now that they relaxed, their muscles ached all over. They rested a bit at the farm before walking back to the village. After working on the farm for so long, they had mostly adapted to the physical effort. Their tense muscles loosened as they moved, and by the time they reached the youth camp, they started to feel more relaxed. "Oh, I feel so much better now," one said. "Yeah, I felt like I was carrying a load of lead just now." On their way down from the mountain to the foot, they first passed the youth camp. Since it was closer to Jen's home, she wasn't in a hurry to go back. They all prepared, and, once at the youth camp, each drank a full bowl of water before picking up their baskets and heading down the mountain. Li Yan especially remembered to bring the small basket she had swapped for yesterday. "Let's go. Since it's still early today, we can stay on the mountain a little longer." They saw Chun Jangwo running back, and everyone carried their baskets toward the foot of the mountain. At this time, the people in the fields were still working hard. "Why are you back?" Li Yan was a little surprised. Although she hadn't avoided him, they didn't expect him to come along. Chun Jangwo adjusted his basket and said, "I don't trust you girls. Just in case something happens, it's safer with more people." Li Yan scratched her head, feeling something was not quite right. Are you worried about me or? Looking around at her friends, it seemed that the most unpredictable one was, or, are you worried about Jian Ziking? Simple? Chen Jiangwo, Dan Jiahun, Lin Zhaodi, all of them shared the same thought. With Jian Ziking around, the person they were worried about shouldn't be her. Chen Jiangwo also looked confused. Jian Ziking's ability is much higher than mine. Why would I worry about her? Although he hadn't seen it himself, Jian Ziking's reputation in the village was well known. It was not an exaggeration to say her name was heard everywhere. He knew she was capable, especially from the pig hunting incident last year. No one saw it directly, but villagers spread dozens of stories about it. Some said she was a hero who could fly and do magic. Chen Jiangwo didn't believe those stories, but he also believed that if only a few villagers lied, it wouldn't be believable for the whole village. From his perspective, Jian Ziking was definitely capable. The villagers might exaggerate, but the pig hunting incident was real. Plus, Jian Ziking's calmness during Li Yan's recent accident was proof enough. He never underestimated anyone. The female educated youth had gone up the mountain twice and had accidents each time. He only participated once. Whether she saved someone or something else happened as her teammate, he was genuinely worried about her going alone.
Thinking about it, he sighed.
Am I worried about her? Or about you all? Looking at the sky, it was only a little past 3. If they went up the mountain now, it would be 4 o'clock. Even if it got dark at 7:30, they should start heading down by 6:30 at the latest. They only had about 2 hours on the mountain. Let's go together. More people work faster, and we should try to come back early. Fortunately, going up the mountain after work wasn't new, just that this time had a clear purpose. Before, they just picked up firewood or did random tasks. This time, they were heading straight for that area. It was quick, no need to stop and start. When they reached the house door, Jianqing opened it, entered the yard, picked up her basket, and waved her hand like a mountain patrol officer. Little ones, let's go. 1 big and 4 small dogs immediately dashed out of the yard, heading straight for the foot of the mountain. The others looked surprised. The dogs had run far ahead, and Jianqing had locked the door. Only then did they realize what was happening. Jixiang Rui, huh? Why are you running so fast? Let me pet you. Li Yan's several young female educated youths were somewhat familiar with a few dogs, so she was a bit surprised. But Chen Jiangwo was not. Men and women are different. To avoid misunderstandings, he wouldn't often come over. He had heard about these dogs, but he had never seen their brave appearance in person. Jian, the educated youth, are these the dogs you raised? Honestly, they ran so fast that he only saw a few black shadows flash by, then turn into distant black dots. He didn't see much clearly. Before Jian could speak, Li Yan excitedly started bragging, yes.
How about that?
Aren't they amazing? Chen Jiangwo's eyes sparkled. Men, big or small, are always interested in challenging and wild things. Are they named Jixiang and Rui? Li Yan explained while counting on her fingers, Jixiang, Rui, Ping'an, and Sheila. The one with a white streak under its neck is the cutest. I can't tell Jixiang, Rui, Ping'an, and Sheila apart. They all look the same to me. Rui and Ping'an had small, subtle features that others didn't notice either. For now, Jian could only tell the small dogs apart completely. The dogs had disappeared, so they didn't linger and quicken their pace. But maybe Jian was destined not to go up the mountain today. Not long after leaving, before reaching the foot of the mountain, a car slowly drove into the village. At first, they didn't pay much attention. Who would have thought that the dogs would rush ahead first? Jian had never seen such a situation before. They ran so fast that they reached the car in an instant. It was too late to stop them, so she could only shout loudly, Dehei, Jixiang, Rui, Ping'an, Sheila, come back. It can be said that her command still had some effect, but not much. The small dogs, dazed, stopped briefly, spun around a few times, then fell down with a thud, successfully confusing themselves. Dehei was very alert. If she didn't let him go, he wouldn't go. He sat in front of the car, barking non-stop at the underside of the vehicle, as if to say, you won't stop, I won't stop either. The car, which had already slowed down, was successfully halted by Dehei. They had been here for over a month, but Jian had never seen Dahae so excited before. She didn't dare to take it lightly. But stopping the car was definitely not an option. She slowly walked over, not daring to get too close, softly calling out, "Come here, we're leaving now." Unfortunately, this dog was very stubborn. Even the people getting out of the car didn't look at it, just kept staring at the car's underside and barking non-stop. It's said that animals have a keen sense of intuition, so their unusual behavior is definitely a warning. She hadn't yet built a good understanding with the dog, so she frowned, looked then at the bottom of the car. Although she didn't feel any obvious signs, that faint, almost unnoticeable feeling made her uneasy. Her heart grew more alert, and she gestured subtly for a few young workers to step back quietly. Chen Jiangwo noticed that Jian Dan's expression was much more serious than before. He didn't speak but gave her some signals. The others backed away casually. They weren't close anyway, so it didn't seem strange. The 4 people getting out of the car saw this, and immediately tensed up. They quietly moved closer, each taking a position to surround the car from different angles. Suddenly, Lindsay crouched down in the woods behind, using force with his feet, sliding directly under the car. No one expected that at the moment he slipped in, he would face a pair of dull gray eyes. Naturally, everyone was shocked. Although surprised, he hesitated for 2 seconds, but then acted quickly. Outside, the people only heard a chaotic thud from under the car, and the other 3 were ready to respond at any moment. Lin Jingda's face turned pale with anger. They had planned this against him. Jian Dan signaled again for everyone to step back, while she moved closer too. After Lindsay went underneath, as emotion stabilized, but it still kept a close watch, body tense and ready to attack, as if saying, "If you can't handle it, let me do it." Having experience in hunting wild boars, 10 minutes later, a disheveled Lindsay dragged out a figure with a swollen face, unrecognizable. Everyone gasped in shock. The person couldn't stand properly. Clearly, Lindsay had been rough, and it looked like his leg was broken. "Captain," Lindsay said bitterly, angrily tossing the person aside, then crawled back in. This time, he pulled out a box of matches in one hand and a long string of black eggs in the other. "Look at this," wrapped around him, 3 full circles. Everyone was stunned. No one knew this person's identity or purpose, but they were tightly clinging to the underside of the car, wrapped with 3 loops of bombs, with long wires hanging outside. This situation is truly reckless. Wow, just thinking about the scene, bombs fuel tanks. Even if someone plans to take risks, who can guarantee there are no innocent people around? Lin Jingda broke out in a cold sweat. The 3 of them quickly moved the people and things, not gentle at all, ropes, handcuffs, anything on them was attached. After finishing, the person's appearance was so battered that even a healthy person would have trouble moving. They carefully placed the 3 bombs in a corner of the car and secured them. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Jingda was the same, his voice cold, like a winter ice blade. "Did you check the car before we left?" They hadn't stopped much on the way, just at the gate when they left the base, for normal registration and checks. Lindsay opened his mouth, seeming to think of something, and finally, with a dry voice, said something that made Lin Jingda's face change dramatically. "Captain, did you forget? We decided to leave on short notice." This car was originally supposed to take the political commissar to the hospital to see Qing Chao. Lindsay was close to Lin Jingda and familiar with Qing Chao, so thinking about it didn't feel right. Qing Chao was still in the hospital. Though not critically ill, he was seriously injured. Now he was being targeted again. Lin Jingda was furious, pacing in place, full of fear. Whether he followed Chung into the hospital or went with himself into the village, something big could happen. There are people everywhere. Thinking about those black eggs and the 3 bombs, Lin Jingda's head started to ache again. If they all went off together, the mountain might shake 3 times. Meanwhile, the heavily armed people were kicked several times, but they had no rights now. Blame who? Lin Jingda looked at Jian Dan with softer eyes and said something he shouldn't. This girl really was their lucky star. "Jian Jiqing, today you really helped us a lot. If it weren't for your dog, the consequences could have been terrible." Seeing someone catch the dog, Dahae barked at the string of bombs for a while, then calmed down and took a few puppies for a walk around. Honestly, Jian was stunned. Her dog was so brave? That's the dog I just got from the neighboring village a few days ago. I don't know why it's acting like this. Maybe it smelled this before? It is very likely, and it has been hurt by this thing. Or perhaps its owner was hurt before. Today, it was also triggered. Looking back at the nanny dog that has already gone back to work, could it still be considered an unsung hero? I don't know about these things. It was raised by the Liu family in the neighboring village, and it just had puppies. I was too remote here, thinking of getting a puppy to keep me company. But in the end, both big and small were taken. Lin Jingde looked at Dahae and nodded. It's a good dog, and the puppies are nice too. Yes, you should be more careful here. Lindsay wiped his face and said, Captain, should we go back now? Holding this person, they had work to do. Just thinking about it made them excited. No, I must talk to Qing Chao when I get back. Lin Jingde sighed first. All right, keep an eye on him. Don't let him die on the way. Yes, Captain. Jian Jiqing, we came today mainly to thank the villagers for saving Qing Chao. But now, it's probably too late. We need to go back quickly, find out what's going on, and handle the follow-up events. We probably won't have time to come over again soon. So I'll unload the stuff. You tell the village chief, and next time I come, I'll thank him in person. While talking, everyone quickly unloaded the items: meat, flour, food, candies. There weren't many types, but they were all heavy. Pointing to the large pile nearby, Jian Jiqing, these are for you. This isn't just a simple thank you for saving a life. Use these first. That young man said he'll come personally to thank you after he's discharged. Yes, it is urgent. It was only a 3 or 5 minute walk, but Lin Jingde didn't say he would send her back with the things. After quickly unloading, he and a few others hurriedly took the person into the car and left quickly. The friends who gathered around looked a bit confused. Is it really so urgent? They heard what Lin Jingde said just now. Looking at these things, it's a bit exaggerated to say they're eye-catching, but none of them had any intention of taking advantage. However, when they looked back at Jian's house and the sky, Qin Jiangwo interrupted the girls' thoughts. Take another look. It's almost time to get off work. Oh, okay, Jian turned around and looked. She hadn't noticed earlier, but there really were quite a few of these things. Everyone is back at work now. Only about 5 people are wandering around Lejiaten. Let's first take everything back to my yard. When we come down the mountain later, it will probably be dark. Then we can deliver it to the village chief. The others naturally had no objections. The 5 of them, including the recently rewarded Dahae, were carrying things and walking together. They chatted quietly as they entered and left the house. Lian seemed to finally recover and grabbed Jiandan's arm. Just now, was that really a bomb? I can't believe I was so close to such a powerful weapon. Among these young people, the 3rd batch, Lin Dongfang, had some experience with such weapons because of his family background. He had been exposed to them often, so he knew more than others. The other kids looked at the weapon with fear. They had little chance to see such things normally, as it was far from their usual life. Since they were near the border, there wasn't much chaos, but they still heard a few distant sounds. The local people had seen similar things more often than they had. Chun Jiangwo, being a man, was calmer now after the excitement. He nodded seriously. It's real. Look at those people's reactions. It's not a drill. The girls immediately looked serious. Lian looked around nervously, afraid someone might hear her. She wanted to speak, but held back. Lin Zhaodi and Tanya Jun kept their faces stern and stayed quiet. Suddenly, everything was quiet. Jian Dan felt a bit uncomfortable, but she appreciated the silence because this was a serious matter. If they made a fuss, it could cause panic. Right now, no one knew if others were secretly watching them or planning something. Although Dahae was the one who made the move, Jian Dan was sure she had shown herself. Jian Dan thought this was just an accident. Whatever plan they had, it was ruined by Dahae's loud shouting. But whether they planned to at the hospital or somewhere else, Jian Dan felt it was a bit reckless. Let's not overthink this. It's just a coincidence. I think we're lucky to have seen this once. We should just stay honest and work in the village. It's still safe. If they still felt worried, they could avoid going to the commune for a while. When the others came back and confirmed everything was safe, they could go then. What do you think? I thought they were just worried, but it turned out Li Yan was still daydreaming about the amazing sight of the bomb. Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun kept watching the dog and studying how it detected danger. In the end, Chun Jiangwo spoke up. Jian Jiqing has a point. Although there wasn't any obvious intense conflict today, it was quite sudden. You all need to relax and not get so tense. Honestly, this isn't something we're supposed to know. Let's just forget about it and see it as gaining some experience. Don't overthink it, and don't tell others about it, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The group came back to their senses and nodded repeatedly. After this incident, even Li Yan lost interest in exploring and took her friends straight to their destination. What made her happy was that the fruits she hadn't picked earlier were still there, and they were well preserved. What made her a bit unhappy was that they had picked a lot that day, and today there weren't many left. The group finished picking quickly. Li Yan was still not satisfied and looked around nearby, but luck wasn't on her side this time. Still, she found quite a few wild vegetables, so it wasn't a total waste. They returned earlier than planned, even before nightfall. Back at the youth camp, they ran into Wang Hongmei's sarcastic remarks. Wow. Always following behind others. Did they not want to share some of the wild vegetables with you, so you could carry them back? Tang Chui had just returned, washing her face nearby. Hearing this, she looked them over carefully. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. Wang Jiqing, don't say that. People might think you're stirring trouble. They had always disliked Jian Jiqing. Not only did she not live at the youth camp, but she also stuck close to them, and was very indifferent to the other new youths. Moreover, somehow she managed to earn the villagers' high regard. They didn't want to believe it. Even the most difficult and fiery old woman in the village spoke highly of Jian Jiqing, saying she had no tricks.
Who would believe that?
Most importantly, she was just teaching them to work, but she kept pointing out their faults. This one is not as good as Jian Jiqing. That one is worse. This made their dislike grow and their annoyance with Jian Jiqing increase. This afternoon, they saw Li Yan and others leave closely following Jian Jiqing. Soon after, even Chun Jiangwo left. Tang Chui understood clearly. They were obviously chasing after them. She clenched her teeth in anger, thinking, you show off now, but I'll catch you and use it against you. Then, quietly and seemingly unintentionally, she said to Wang Hongmei, I think I saw several of Jian Jiqing's group leave. Maybe someone isn't feeling well? Wang Hongmei, being simple-minded, didn't think much and immediately called the record keeper. I want to report them. Jian Jiqing and her group are lazy, avoiding work, and disrupting the team unity. The record keeper, flipping through his notebook as if looking at a fool, responded, without investigation, you have no right to speak. Did Jian Jiqing tell you they are avoiding work? Wang Hongmei was stunned by the question. Of course not.
How would she tell me that?
So, seeing others leave without knowing the full story and maliciously accusing them of avoiding work? Since they are all young workers, they are afraid of not understanding the work properly, so they are not assigned together. They work near villagers who can keep an eye on them. The area where Jian Jiqing and her group work is separated by a small path, but it's not far. The voices here are loud enough, and soon, 2 villagers came over. They are skilled workers and naturally, they dislike seeing others slack off. Plus, these new young workers have unpleasant personalities. They speak disrespectfully to elders and look down on village children. When the children go home and tell their families, no one is happy about it. So, they speak bluntly, hey, what's going on? Can't do the work and are looking for excuses to blame others? If you're comparing yourself, at least find someone similar. Why compare yourself to Jian Jiqing? Wang Hongmei's words are careless and hard to respond to. But she then compares herself to Jian Jiqing, which makes Tang Chui even angrier. She blurted out, why can't I compare myself to her? What's wrong with her? Is she wearing gold and silver? Why are you all protecting her? Just because she looks good? Hearing the words about gold and silver, the 2 villagers and the record keeper took a few steps back, glancing around to see if anyone heard. As soon as she finished speaking, the record keeper sternly scolded, "Tang Jiqing, if you're trying to cause trouble, don't involve us.
We are all sent to the countryside now.
What can be said and what can't be said, don't you know?" Tang Chui immediately broke out in cold sweat, forgetting that such comments related to gold and silver are not friendly outside. One villager added, "Exactly. Can't even control your own mouth? Even we, simple rural women who can't read or write, are better than you. Don't you know that words can cause trouble? Actually, when they talk privately, they speak openly and casually. But isn't that just giving others a reason to criticize? A small mistake, and someone will use it against her." Tang Chui's face turned red with anger. After being teased by two women, the scorekeeper kindly reminded her, "Jian Jiqing and the others have gone back. I know. You finished your work too."
Evet checked. You can leave now.
Tang Chui's eyes widened in surprise. Have they finished? All of them? Of course, they've finished. If you don't believe it, go check for yourself. But you can't delay your work, or you'll get 0 points today. Tang Chui didn't believe it and staggered over to check. As expected, she returned feeling defeated. She underestimated Li Yan's obsession with food and underestimated her friend's determination to work together and have fun. Seeing them come back, her anger flared again. She started speaking harshly. Li Yan turned around and looked at her for a while, making Tang Chui feel uncomfortable. "What are you looking at?" Li Yan, confident she had been through tough situations before, didn't get angry. She just smiled and ignored her, turning back to her room. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaodi and the others were worried that Li Yan's temper might flare up again. Their reaction surprised them. They looked at each other and decided not to bother her and went straight back to their rooms. Tan Yajun was the first to give a thumbs up. "Li Jiqing, I didn't expect this from you. I thought you wouldn't be able to hold back. But it turns out, you don't see her as a threat at all." Li Yan blinked her eyes. "Really? You think so?" Lin Zhaodi put down her basket and smiled. Yes. It's not that your straightforward temper is bad. Sometimes, being direct can lead to trouble. You see, ignoring them is also a way to handle things. And don't you think that makes them even more frustrated?" Li Yan looked confused. She followed their gaze out the window. Sure enough, Tang Chui was clenched fists with a fierce expression, her forehead muscles twitching. Seeing this, Li Yan felt even happier. There's no deep hatred between the new and old educated youth now. The new youth dislike the old youth and the local people getting close, thinking it's lowering themselves or losing face. The old youth think the new youth don't see the reality clearly, are unrealistic, look down on others, and when they try to do something, they can't do it well. They eat everything but leave nothing, and still hold grudges.
Tanjahun Said.
I think Tang Chui's expression isn't right. We should be careful. Having experienced it once, Tanya Jun knows a bit about darkness and ugliness. Lin Zhaodi nodded, while Li Yan was in a good mood. Am I still afraid of her? If she dares to provoke me again, I won't hold back. I'll just fight back. Tanya Jun wanted to say a few words of advice, but after thinking for a moment, she gave up. You all finish packing up first. I'll go cook. Seeing her suddenly become downcast, Lin Zhaodi tugged at Li Yan. What's wrong? Lin Zhaodi signaled quietly, whispering, You forgot why she was bullied in the first place? Why do you still not care? To be honest, if someone really wanted to scheme against you, do you think you could defend yourself? This was just the beginning of the countryside life. The darkness and ugliness everywhere were still hidden well. Not spreading the news didn't mean it wasn't leaking. Some people, like Tanya Jun, caused a fuss without regard for safety, but they were few. Most people considered many things and ended up swallowing their bitterness. Basically, it was about accepting hardship and making compromises. Li Yan's family also had a few people who had moved to the countryside. She usually wrote some letters, and her mother had specifically asked around. It was to scare the daughter of Hu Chao Chao. After hearing this, Li Yan suddenly remembered what her mother had said before she left, and cold sweat broke out. Looking back at Tang Chui, she still felt a bit confused. Does she dare? Lin Zhaodi angrily reached out and hit her. What do you care if she dares or not? Are you hoping she really dares to make a move?
No, no.
Talking about this is just to make you cautious. This isn't home. These people are not friendly to us. If you don't watch out, what if one day she really tricks you? What will you do? Even the young people from Jinji knew how to be capable. They still gossip and envy. Shouldn't we be more careful? We're so close, and they could do something to us. If something happens, can you explain it clearly? Besides, if they are jealous, what are they not daring to do? Right? Tanya June peeked from the kitchen. Lin Zhaodi is right. I was careless with those around me, and that almost cost me my life. If I hadn't been desperate to prove my innocence and made a fuss, I might already be a mess in that house. She spoke about her darkest and most painful experience in the calmest tone, almost emotionless. Li Yan suddenly felt a wave of guilt. She quickly got up and ran over to Tanya June. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I made you remember all this. Don't worry. I will be very careful and attentive, making sure no dirt or filth like bugs, snakes, or rats touches us. Lin Zhaodi also quickly expressed her support. Yes, we all need to be more careful and protect ourselves. At the fire pit, Chen Jiangwo was cooking, and I heard everything, but should I say something? After a simple dinner, everyone successfully gathered together. They had a bunch of things, and without being polite, they kept their own share and took the rest to find Lu Weimin. Lu Weimin had just finished dinner and was about to go for a walk when he saw a group of people coming in with bags, meat, noodles, grain sacks, and paper-wrapped items, all smelling sweet. The black eggs in the yard were already drooling. Lu Weimin decided not to leave and sat down in the yard. Seeing all this, he thought, who could be bribing someone so openly?
What do you mean by this?
Heidan brought out a few small stools and without hesitation, placed the items next to Lu Weimin and sat down. First, he talked about the incident with Lin Jingda. Lu Weimin was so frightened, he almost jumped up. Really, that thing? He was over 50 years old and had experienced many wars, so he deeply understood how hard life was and hated war. After liberation, farmers also had some old guns or weapons, but later, they responded to the call and handed them over to the government. These weapons were too dangerous to keep at home, as they could cause family destruction if something went wrong. So, hearing about this, his heart was tense. He shook his head and then nodded. I don't recognize it, but they are professionals. That Lin said the fuse is so long. To avoid frightening him, Dan gestured with his hands. The matches are in my hand, and this string is tied around the waist. Lu Weimin quickly waved his hand. All right, stop talking. I get it. Are you trying to scare me? Let's get to the point. Anything else? Then leave quickly. Li Yan and Chen Jiangwo, with their mouths pressed together and smiles on their faces, pointed at the items. Also, these things, they came to thank us for saving their lives. But, you see, they were in a hurry, so I was asked to pass them on. Lu Weimin looked at it and frowned a little. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Dan quickly raised his hand. It has nothing to do with me. They can testify that my share is even more than this. I didn't add anything. Tanya smiled again and said, see, this is what makes a difference. If it were someone else, they'd probably say, I didn't take anything. But with her, she has to prove she didn't take extra. That's her confidence and attitude. Do they really think they can compare? Really didn't add anything? Okay, then I'll share some with those people later. Well, even though this thing is pretty good, I hope nothing else happens. My old heart can't take it anymore. Every time you go up the mountain and shout for me, I get scared. Oh, what's the problem now? She laughed simply and happily. Uncle, you're saying that we really didn't cause any trouble this time. But if something happens, we can't just stand by and do nothing, right? Lu Weimin said that, but he also had to admit that after Simple arrived, almost everything that happened was good. The way she looked at things was different from others. He wondered why they hadn't brought her here earlier. His mind was a bit mixed up. Simple didn't notice and thought of something else. Uncle Lin said that Dahae might have been hurt by that thing before. Do you know what happened to Dahae before? Lu Weimin paused and thought deeply. Dahae seems to have come back with old Lu. He was kept nearby at first, but not long after, he was sent to Liu Jiaxiang's house.
His grandmother was taking care of him then.
I don't know much, just a few things I heard from him and Third Master. It seems to be related to his grandfather, who died in battle. Over the years, the old lady treated this dog like a treasure, maybe as a companion. No matter the year, she never wanted to part with him. This year, the old lady got sick, and Liu Jiaxiang's family took everything to treat her. The dog still ate his usual food. Third Master said that when they went, Liu Jiaxiang himself was almost starving. They really had no other choice. They didn't want He to starve to death at his house. He heard from Third Master that you could feed him well, so Third Master brought him back to give the dog a chance to survive. There isn't much useful information, but Simple wasn't curious. Anyway, now that He was away from that black egg, he seemed normal. Will the old lady come back and take He home? She actually saw He looking towards Liu Jiadan, especially when going up the mountain. He did it more than once. Maybe he missed home? After all these years, this dog was still the most loyal and faithful animal. It probably can't. Liu Jiaxiang isn't the kind of person who breaks his promises.
Sigh.
My simple mind started to wander freely. Watching those TV shows, reading novels, and seeing various scenes in my mind, I could see all sorts of crazy thoughts. About loyal dogs protecting their owners or deep master-servant bonds. Just by looking at their fleeting eyes, I could tell they were thinking all kinds of wild stuff. Lu Weimin didn't stay long with them. When he left, he warned, that mountain isn't safe. Don't keep going there. He also knew they finished their work early, and he wondered how they could still run into trouble so quickly. Even he had to admit that Simple had some strange qualities. Mainly because she encountered so many things, anything could happen. His heart was worried she'd scare him to death someday. One of the people who saved him that day, Li Yan, came carrying some things. She was walking with a blank look, holding a basket of items. When she reached the educated youth's courtyard, she looked dazed. Did we help Jian Jiqing carry it over, and I ended up carrying it back? Lin Zhaodi pursed her lips. That's two different things. That's her way of thanking you. Li Yan was a cheerful girl. She quickly felt shy and scratched her head. I didn't even hear what the village chief said earlier. When I saw him with a stern face, I got a little scared. Tan Yajun and Lin Zhaodi laughed. Lu Weimin's dark expression was because Simple had annoyed him, which ended up scaring Li Yan. It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry. This is what you deserve. Li Yan was straightforward. She came and went quickly, not dwelling on it. She immediately took out some food to share with her friends. Our relationship. Aren't you refusing? Isn't it about sharing good times and facing difficulties together? Well, they still had that rough, rebellious attitude. The two of them didn't hold back. Each took 2 pieces, and the rest she kept for herself. After all, they weren't the kind to be greedy and stare at others' belongings. If someone had good things, it was a sign of friendship. Just trying a little was enough. No need to go overboard. Simple looked at the dog lying silently in the yard. She couldn't help but think more. Maybe it was missing its previous owner again? A few little dogs were playing around Simple. Her pants and shoes were their toys. Honestly, after raising these little ones for a month, the results were impressive. They weren't just shiny and smooth. They had glossy black fur, and they looked bright and eye-catching wherever they went. Simple had no doubt that, given their current diet and absorption rate, those little guys would be ready to work very soon. Thinking about the dog, whose future was uncertain, Simple sighed again. Y'all need to be more careful. Haven't you noticed your mom isn't paying attention? No one knows exactly when he ran away. The little ones, carefree, tried to climb up by grabbing their pants and stepping on their shoes. That black egg kept swinging in front of their eyes, and a few young workers were still frightened. That night, everyone had bad dreams, and the next day, they all took leave. Chun Jianghua was not as serious. He was a bit startled but managed to calm himself well. He became a lonely example among the older workers. As for Jian Dan, he wasn't even scared when hunting wild boars, so this was no problem. However, when he came in the morning to meet his friends, he noticed something was wrong and quickly fell ill. Chun Jianghua, responsible for asking for leave, tried to hide his discomfort and went to work. Those friends were really quite funny. Tang Chui almost fought with Li Yan yesterday, but today she didn't dare to be too bold. Even if she didn't like someone, she didn't say much. Chen Zhengwo didn't care about the gossip behind his back. He couldn't control what others thought. Besides, they weren't particularly over the top, and they didn't have the energy or time to investigate each person. But Lin Dongfang followed Chen Zhengwo, deep in thought the whole time. Especially when Chen Zhengwo went to ask for leave and the village chief nodded in agreement, even asking how they were doing and if he needed a day off too. Lin Dongfang felt confused. In recent days, he had been going to the commune whenever he had time, even taking a day off yesterday. But he didn't think he was unaware of what was happening. Wasn't everything here supposed to be fine besides poverty? Chen Zhengwo also faintly sensed that Lin Dongfang was paying him a lot of attention. When he asked for leave earlier, Lin Dongfang's gaze was intense, almost sticking to him. He didn't think much of it. The older worker still had a good impression of Lin Dongfang. After all, he was the only sensible one among the new workers. Thinking this, Chen Zhengwo nodded at Lin Dongfang and then responded to Lu Weimin, village chief. I don't need to rest. I can stick with everyone and work. All right. Since he agreed, Lu Weimin didn't persuade him. He thought, he's just a young guy. What's a little thing like this? Then go to work. Just tell me if you need anything, Chen Zhengwo promised and turned to start working. Lin Dongfang felt restless, but knew it wasn't the right time to speak. He thought again, since everyone was living in the same yard, there was no need to rush. The workers had already left, and Li Yan and the others took a while before getting up, looking very annoyed. How did I get a fever? Tanya's condition was the mildest. She just had a nightmare after falling asleep, woke up suddenly, and found Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi had a fever. After taking care of them, she was so exhausted she lay down and fell asleep. She didn't even think about the nightmare. Every second not in bed felt like a sign of disrespect. By morning, she was full of energy. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi couldn't say the same. As soon as they closed their eyes, black eggs appeared in their minds, constantly flickering in front of them. Then, there was a loud bang, followed by a series of endless explosions. Half asleep and frightened, they were instantly scared out of their wits. Once their spirit settled, they tried to sleep again, but the black eggs kept appearing in their dreams. This happened repeatedly. The two women's sleep was completely disturbed. Their eyelids felt heavy, but they kept trying to open their eyes and stay awake. It was a vicious cycle. What they feared most was happening. During the first half of the night, they were trapped in this nightmare realm. Finally, when the heavy sleep took over, they started to feel increasingly hot. Soon, it was as if they were inside a blazing furnace, sleeping restlessly. After some unknown time, they felt a cool sensation on their foreheads, which helped them wake up a little. When Tanya saw that they had a fever, she was startled. But having lived in the countryside for years, she had some experience. Since it was late at night, there wasn't much she could do. She quickly fetched water to wipe their foreheads. Fortunately, it was just shock, with no other symptoms. After wiping them for 2 hours, their temperature noticeably dropped. The fever subsided, but they woke up feeling very weak, their throats hoarse. Still, since the fever was gone, the girls weren't too worried. They sat on the Kong bed, chatting happily. Looking at everyone, Tanya asked, "Were you really scared yesterday?" She thought, even though it was just a string of black eggs and nothing exploded, it shouldn't have been so frightening. Li Yan rolled her eyes at her. "Can you compare? It's like killing a wild boar with a knife," she said. "Haha," Tanya replied, thinking that was quite fitting. The original owner was an ordinary student, but she wasn't. Her mental strength was like steel. She might not stay completely calm, but her reactions wouldn't be too obvious. However, these young workers, like the original owner, were just ordinary people. They had never seen the banned weapons before, so their reactions were normal. They all laughed together. "I guess I have no choice," Tanya said. "I was forced into this. I used to be timid, shy, and I wouldn't speak up if someone bullied me. My dad taught me a few self-defense moves when he came back. My grandfather and maternal grandfather also often secretly took me out to meet different people. But back then, I was really timid, afraid to do anything or speak up. Until my dad sacrificed himself, and not long after, my mom passed away too. Before that, my fiancé's family was bullying us. I suddenly didn't want to endure it anymore. When I was young, I cared about my reputation and always wanted others to like me more. I didn't have the courage to do anything else. That day, my ex-fiancé was choking me, and I suddenly realized I was about to lose my life. I thought, what's the point of all this? Since coming here, I've gradually started to use what I learned before. I guess I've finally let go and started to be myself. Lian looked at me with envy and little stars shining in her eyes.
Wow.
I chuckled softly. That's not really something to be proud of. Your attitude isn't quite right. That's true, Tanyajun nodded. Who doesn't want to live happily at home without worries? But life is unpredictable, and circumstances can force us. Having a skill can sometimes be a way to protect ourselves. Yes. We don't mean to hurt anyone, but we should be cautious of others. Li Yen went to the Kong, a traditional bed, reached out to Simple beside her. I also want to be cautious, but I don't have the ability to protect myself. I need protection, close protection. Worried about the sick family members, Chen Jiangwo hurried back early to help. When he arrived, he saw a few people sitting in the shade of the eaves, cooling off. Are you all okay now? They nodded casually. Much better, probably nothing serious. Nothing serious, just a good rest will do. Hearing this, Chen Jiangwo finally relaxed. He was very worried about his friends, who had played with him for so long. That's good. When he returned, they stopped chatting. Eat first, then rest a bit. Are you going to work this afternoon? Yes, Chen Jiangwo replied. Only then did he realize, you've already prepared the food? I thought I smelled the aroma of egg sauce. I thought it was someone else's house. They quickly set the table and arranged the bowls. We're fine now. Cooking isn't hard, and with so many people, just one person adding some firewood is enough. Oh, and over there, I left some mung bean water for you. Remember to bring it in the water jug this afternoon. It's getting hotter every day.
Okay.
The weather was hot, and with poor appetite, working hard made it even worse. Just this time, Lin Jingda brought some white flour. Lu Weimin brought a small bag back for Li Yan. Li Yan didn't mind sharing and was salivating, saying, how about we eat some noodles for lunch? Her face was still pale, but she was eager to eat. Several people were speechless and simply smiled. I'm fine with that. Since we're here, I might as well join in. For noodles, we need some broth. I have eggs at home. I can go get a few. Tan Jiqing's egg sauce is especially fragrant. The young people also raised chickens, but they hadn't been laying eggs for long, so they didn't have any to spare. Usually, they didn't want to exchange eggs for other things. Li Jiqing has white flour, and Jian Jiqing has eggs. That leaves Lin Jiqing and me to contribute our skills. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel right to eat for free. Hey, Li Yan waved casually, not arguing much. We're just thinking about you guys. Exactly, I wouldn't even know how to cook if I tried. When Chen Jiangwo returned, the noodles were already cooked and cut, and the egg sauce was ready, just waiting for him to add them to the pot. Looking at the white noodles in the bowl, Chen Jiangwo was unusually silent. You guys are sick, eating sick people's food. Bringing me along isn't right, is it? This meal, with grains and eggs, was quite luxurious. Li Yan didn't have patience to argue with him. She simply scooped a spoonful of egg sauce into his bowl. Stop talking nonsense. Our relationship is close. There's no need to be so formal. Just eat, or you'll be full. Chen Jiangwo paused. You're right. I was wrong.
Saw thee.
Just eat quickly. I already feel hungry just smelling it. When they come back, it'll be noisy again. That was true. The few of them didn't say much and started eating seriously. After a while, the new young workers returned, hungry and sniffing the lingering aroma of egg sauce in the yard. They couldn't help but swallow, remembering the meal from yesterday. Even Wang Hongmei didn't dare to speak casually, feeling down, and went back to her room to prepare a simple lunch of clear soup and water. Li Yan and the others were already lying on the Kong, ready for a nap, as their bodies were truly weak. After eating, they casually strolled back home. They wouldn't go up the mountain for a few days. Lian planned to relax at home and tidy up the backyard and her private garden. As she left the young worker's yard and bumped into Lin Dongfang, who had just returned, Lian didn't have much feeling for him and had no contact before. She just nodded and planned to walk past. At the moment they were about to part, Lin Dongfang suddenly asked, "Jian Jiqing, can I borrow your big dog for an afternoon?"
Huh?
He was momentarily stunned and froze in place. "What did you say?" Wang Hongmei came out to pour water in the courtyard. Seeing the two people standing at the door, her eyes lit up. She was about to call out, but she met a pair of cold eyes. Instantly, she shivered all over. Then, in a simple, indifferent voice, she said, "Lin Jiqing, you should hurry up and eat or rest. This afternoon you need to work again. If you want to go hunting, wait 2 months. After the harvest, you can do as you like." "No, I'm not talking about that." Before he finished arguing, Lin Jiqing had already walked several meters away. Lin Dongfang scratched his head in frustration and sighed. He looked at Wang Hongmei, who had interrupted their friendly chat, and felt even more annoyed. His sharp gaze was thrown without mercy. After Lin Jiqing left, Wang Hongmei, who had just relaxed, felt like she was once again being watched by prey. She didn't dare to think any further. She poured the water, carried the basin, and ran into the house. Feeling defeated, Lin Dongfang returned to his room. Looking at the little food in his cabinet, he sighed again. He really had money, but couldn't spend it. He didn't know how to cook, at most could roast some game. He didn't dare buy much food from the commune because it was too hot. What he bought today might spoil by tomorrow. So, although he often went to the commune, he didn't buy much food. He ruffled his hair, stood on the ground thinking for a long time, then finally decided to go outside. Outside, Wang Hongmei and the 3 female educated youths, along with Li Jianya and Wang Jiancheng, 2 male educated youths, were having lunch. Lin Dongfang took a quick glance and saw that the cornmeal porridge was diluted, some dry cornmeal, pickled vegetables, and a few snacks that still smelled pretty good. He was hungry but had lost his desire to eat. Seeing him come out, the girls looked up, but he ignored them and went straight to Chen Jiangwo's room. When he knocked, Chen Jiangwo was sitting on a small stool, sorting through the wild vegetables he had dug up yesterday. He had been distracted while climbing the mountain yesterday. When he got back, Li Yan didn't feel like making canned food or picking strawberries. They washed the vegetables and shared them among a few people. But he had completely forgotten about those wild vegetables. Now that he was free, he helped pick, wash, and hang them to dry. Otherwise, they would spoil if left too long. Yesterday's small harvest would have been wasted otherwise. When he heard the knocking, he thought he was hearing things. After all, the patients had said they would go back to sleep after returning to their rooms. Who else would come here in the middle of the day? Lin Jiqing? Honestly, he was surprised. Although I have a decent impression of Lin Dongfang, when we meet, we just nod and greet each other. I wanted to ask if there was something urgent, but I saw a few people over there eating, holding bowls, and peering around. I immediately frowned, clearly annoyed, and casually opened the door. "Come in and talk." Chen Jiangwo was not polite. He closed the door and sat back on a small stool, continuing what he was doing before. "Lin Jiqing, what's wrong? Do you need something?" Lin Dongfang was not clueless. He glanced inside, then pulled over a small stool from the wall and sat opposite Chen Jiangwo. He also casually picked up some wild vegetables, looking serious. Seeing that he wasn't causing trouble, Chen Jiangwo didn't stop him. Helping with chores was fine. "Chen Jiqing, I want to join your group. Is that okay?" Chen Jiangwo was surprised. After noticing Lin Dongfang's gaze in the morning, he knew he probably had something important, but he didn't expect him to come so quickly, nor did he expect it to be about joining their group. Instead of saying yes or no, he asked back, "Why did you suddenly think of joining us?" The word "us" was emphasized strongly, and Lin Dongfang clearly heard it. He kept working with his hands. "I don't know how to cook, but I can prepare food if it's cooked well. However," he paused, "I'm not sure if it's safe to eat." "What do you mean? Is your cooking poisonous?" Chen Jiangwo had never heard of such a thing. Lin Dongfang looked a bit embarrassed. Others make delicious dishes with the same ingredients, but what I cook might land me in the hospital. Chun Jangwo was stunned. Could that be true? He wasn't much of a cook either, but he could prepare food and eat it. This guy was even afraid to eat his own cooking? He really couldn't compare. He stopped picking wild vegetables and looked at him seriously. So I'm wondering, why do you want to cook for yourself if your skills are so bad? Aren't you afraid of ending up in the hospital? But that didn't seem right. In these days, he hadn't even seen Lin Dongfang personally start a fire. A trace of dislike flashed across Lin Dongfang's face. When I arrived, I was on the same train as others, and it was a bit unpleasant. Oh, unpleasant. Thinking about how the girls avoided him these days, something must have happened. Otherwise, with his good conditions, he would be considered a prime target, like a big fat sheep waiting to be sheared. If it were Wang Hongmei or Tang Chui who had interests, they would have approached him long ago. I don't want to be with them, it's troublesome. I want to join your group. I will normally provide food and vegetables. I also have some money and often go to the commune, bringing back supplies occasionally. My family also sends things now and then. As for other tasks, I can do anything you need and can help the young women volunteers with more chores. Understood, Chen Jiangwo nodded, showing he's agreeable, but he added, however, I'm sharing a group with some young women volunteers. They cook, and I gather firewood and fetch water. If you want to join, I have no problem, but I need their approval first. So, I can't give you a definite answer right now. Before Lin Dongfang arrived, Chen already thought that since they are doing well, they might not want to accept someone new. That's fine, I understand. I also know how to hunt sometimes, and maybe I can bring some game for meals now and then. Chen immediately remembered the small wild chicken he brought back on the night the new volunteers arrived. It was small but very fresh. But he also felt like he was trying very hard to promote himself.
All right, I'll talk to them, he said.
The few people sleeping soundly had no idea they would soon have a new little partner, and Jiandan also didn't know. Back home, first he fed the small animals and gave them water. Then he finally lay down for a while. He took a short nap in the morning and still wasn't tired now. He took a walk inside and outside the house, noticing that all the activity was in the vegetable garden. Looking up at the big sun in the sky, he decided to go back inside. No way. He couldn't go out to work now, he'd get sunburned and oily. Dahe was sitting in the shade watching the puppies play. The 4 little ones were running around happily in the yard, not caring about the sweat on their bodies. Their natural fur was so thick that Jian Dan even felt it was a bit greasy. He decided to go into the base and brought out a big watermelon. He cut it in half, kept a small piece for himself to eat with a spoon later, and cut the rest into 4 blocks. He carried them out, teasing the little animals. Come here, come here. Delicious food is ready. The little ones didn't understand, but ran over happily when they heard his voice, circling around him excitedly. Jian Dan held a basin and dodged around. Move aside, do you want to eat? The little ones immediately wagged their tails and gathered around the food basin, each looking up at him with eager little faces. Jian Dan chuckled and fed one apiece. The dogs, Maddie and Jixiang, spun around in place, barking excitedly, creating a lively noise. The small one was too tiny, and she didn't dare to feed much. She only gave it 4 or 5 small pieces. The others were too quiet and just watched silently. You can say that Simple's dog is treated just like a human, even better than many people eat. First, she cooled down the dog, happily holding half a watermelon and feeling satisfied. In this hot weather, is there anything more refreshing than a cold slice of watermelon? To help the dog cool down, Simple scattered dozens of watermelon seeds in the backyard. She didn't expect it to produce much, but at least when people saw it, she would have a reason. The backyard is a vegetable garden, not small. This year, she didn't plant anything in the front yard. One side is the doghouse, and the other side is empty for now. Her ideal yard has a dreamy swing and a grape trellis, but considering the increasingly chaotic outside situation, she prefers to stay low-key. Watching the little ones run around with their tongues out, she feels a bit sad. The best way to cool down is naturally to take a bath and play in the water. But recently, the small river seems to be 2 miles away, or maybe up in the mountains. Looking at the blazing sun, she doesn't want to move. Moving makes her sweat and feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she decisively found the biggest bathtub, similar to the large ones sold at fish markets. She placed it in the yard and filled it with more than half a basin of water. Go play. Although it was a bit makeshift, the tub was still big enough for the little ones. They hadn't been in water before. Standing next to a tub about their height, they looked a bit confused. But as a mother, she was not gentle. One by one, she threw them in. Simple reached out her hand, wanting to ask why they were so eager this time. She saw Rui splashing around in the water. It was their first time in, probably scared, flapping desperately, hoping to escape the whirlpool. Dahae watched nearby, ready to grab anyone who looked like they might sink, pulling them out and tossing them back in. This repeated several times. Before she even made a move, the little ones could already stay steadily on the water surface, their big, wet eyes looking at Simple, making her feel guilty. Sometimes they tilted or capsized, and she would fall in herself, struggling to get out, her fur soaked from the countless rounds. But the effect was clear. Their natural dog paddle swimming had improved enough to keep them alive in this calm water basin. Simple was not in a hurry. This swimming is instinctive for dogs, part of their nature. She is just using it as a way to play in the water. However, when they come out of the water, they look like little Lucky Charms. She shakes herself vigorously, and suddenly water splashes everywhere. The one closest to her gets the most wet and is hurt the worst, almost covered in tiny splashes of water from the bath. She is so angry she is furious, shouting, "Jixiang." The little ones are confused for a moment. Animals act on instinct. Scared, they run away quickly. The big one starts chasing them, and the three little ones follow, without understanding. Water splashes everywhere as they run. The dog calmly watches, and then drops his big head into a basin. Water is still cooler. The afternoon isn't hot, but after playing around, Xiaojie is sweaty and red-faced. The dog gives himself a bath too. Now, half the yard is wet. The happiest are the little ones. They play wildly, scrambling and tumbling around. Xiaojie notices that the bath is wasted. She's sweaty and dirty again. The dog sits innocently at the doghouse door, enjoying the sun. What can she do? She decides to wash them again. She fills the new bath with water and encourages them, play, splash around as much as you want. She raised them, so what can she do? Just spoil them. She washes herself again, and only then do her sweat and dirt start to fade. She can't sleep, so she sits in the shade outside watching the puppies play in the water. Over at the Jiqing courtyard, news spreads that Lin Dongfang and the old Jiqing are working together. The new Jiqing are all shocked. Their first reaction is to disagree. In their minds, the old Jiqing stick together, so the few new Jiqing are naturally in the same camp, even if Lin Dongfang is working with others. Now, most of them think Lin Dongfang has betrayed them. And there's one thing no one will say aloud. Lin Dongfang's financial situation is better than theirs. He often goes to the commune for special meals, and they've seen him carrying snacks or packages back more than once. Sometimes, they even eat together. That's not right, I don't agree, one of them says. Lin Dongfang isn't surprised. He looks up and sees Wang Hongmei. Lin Jiqing, we all went to the countryside together. If you want to team up with someone, shouldn't you come to us first? Why are you looking for them? Lin Jiqing, is there something difficult you're facing? It's okay, tell us. We can all help. Lin Dongfang isn't good at explaining, and he responds vaguely, what does that have to do with you? But we are fellow educated youths going to the countryside together. Shouldn't we help each other? Hey, are you my dad or my mom? We just happen to be assigned to the same place. If someone doesn't know better, they might think we have some secret relationship. Chun Zhengwo glanced sideways. He had thought these days that this guy always seemed gentle and polite. He had never seen him so sharp-tongued before. Tang Chui came out to reason again. Lin Jiqing, you misunderstood Wang Jiqing. She means that since we are all educated youths going to the countryside together, we should discuss things openly. After all, we are a team. There's no need to be angry, and it only makes outsiders laugh. Li Yan and the others didn't mind much. It was just more food for everyone, no big deal. Mainly, Lin Jiqing wasn't one of those annoying people. She was calm and easygoing, so they could accept her. After hearing this, some of them felt a bit unhappy. So, what do you mean? Do educated youths have to be divided into groups or factions? You're saying that your new educated youths are here to build the countryside, while us old educated youths are here to have fun and enjoy ourselves. That's a strange thing to say. Is there really a difference between educated youths? Oh, so you all are one group. Then I can suspect you're trying to break the unity among the educated youths? Discourage their enthusiasm? Or maybe you're trying to harm the harmony between the youths and the villagers.
Or
Wang Hongmei and a few others looked angry. Was it okay to say such things casually?
No, it's not like that.
We just made a slip of the tongue. All of us educated youths are one group. We care about Lin Jiqing. We got a bit anxious and said the wrong thing. Li Yan looked suspicious. Really? Tang Chui nodded repeatedly, hiding her dissatisfaction and anger by lowering her head. She slowly said, "Of course, we educated youths are one group. The vast countryside has great potential. It's our honor to help build it." The conversation shifted quickly, and the previous topic was dropped. Li Jianya and Wang Jianqing wanted to speak up, but seeing the tense atmosphere on everyone's faces, they kept quiet. This matter was settled like that. Wang Hongmei and the others watched helplessly as Lin Dongfang took a piece of meat from the room and went to the old educated youth's kitchen. Their eyes turned red with anger and frustration, feeling like they could fly into a rage over the good things they had almost taken. Lin Dongfang moved easily and sat casually at the stove, adding wood to the fire one handful at a time. The head cook was Lin Zhaodi. Although she liked Lin Dongfang's handsome face, she sighed and said, "Lin Jiqing, the fire is too strong. The pot is going to burn." Next to him, Chen Zhengwo immediately smiled. When Lin Dongfang turned his head, he quickly got up. "Is this finished? I'll go fetch some water." Lin Zhaodi looked at the nearly ruined vegetables and wanted to fix them, but she simply waved her hand. "You go out too. If you keep cooking, there won't be any dinner to eat." Lin Dongfang touched his hot earlobe and hurried outside. Lin Zhaodi sighed heavily again. "Look at that, just a little more, and I would have burned the pot." Tan Yajun was tidying up the stove and chuckled when she heard that. "It's probably about the same as when we first arrived. We haven't done this at home before, so just take your time to get used to it." When they learned that their small team had gained a new member, they came to watch out of curiosity and quietly asked a few people, "What do you think of Lin Jiqing? Looks pretty good." Otherwise, Lin Jiqing wouldn't have passed that level. "Oh, this is the initial review, then the reevaluation and maybe an interview."
No.
That's thinking too far ahead. So, does that mean they've made enemies? Strangely enough, these two groups of young workers might not get along well. Although sometimes Wang Hongmei and others would provoke with their sharp words, for now, the conflict is there. Let it be. We're all poor farmers. Who's afraid of whom? It seemed yesterday's events didn't affect Li Yan much. She still appeared carefree. "I told you to come eat. Why are you still holding things?" Simple always kept things straightforward. "Isn't this to welcome Lin Ziqing? I need to show some hospitality too." Simple didn't bring meat. She was gradually shifting to a more low-key approach. She took 10 eggs, which were now a rare delicacy. Seeing the eggs, Simple smiled. "Egg sauce at noon, scrambled eggs tonight?" Haha, Li Yan laughed along. "You can't even tell the difference between egg sauce and scrambled eggs." Tan Yajun couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, then turned to Li Yan. "If you want to eat it, just say so. In a few days, our little chickens will be ready too." Each family could raise up to 5 chickens, and each young worker could raise 2. Besides Simple, everyone was just trying to get by and didn't miss this opportunity. When new young workers arrived, the 4 old ones discussed and decided to keep their chickens together. They built a long chicken cage with Lu Guangming, leaving a section of leg to prevent nighttime visits from sneaky animals, and made sure it wasn't directly on the ground. For people, and 8 little chickens have grown quite a bit now. They are not crowded, and everyone has their own tasks. The female educated youth feeds the chickens, and Chen Jiangwo is responsible for cleaning, so it's quite tidy. A few of the new educated youth are not willing to fall behind. Except for Lin Dongfang, each has brought back 2 chickens, but they haven't done much work. They don't really know how to care for them and just imitate the old educated youth by building cages. Since they don't understand much, the old educated youth feed the chickens, and they just feed them without much cleaning. The chickens are clumsy, and in such a short time, only 2 of the 10 chicks remain. They are very thin and bony. Looking at them, if you want to get eggs, you need patience and time. When talking about the chickens they raise themselves, Li Yan couldn't stop smiling. Jian, educated youth, our little chickens are growing fast. I think they'll lay eggs soon. At this point, there's no longer any debate about whether to eat or sell the eggs. It's an old saying that the bank is under the chicken's bottom, and almost every family lives like this, so no one finds it strange. Really? Then you should take good care of them, so you can eat eggs you raised yourself during the new year, Li Yan said. Jian Jiqing and Tan Yajun were speechless. Since raising the chickens, Li Yan has been showing off a lot. But these chickens are indeed doing well. They survive tough times and are much plumper than the 2 new chickens. They were almost brought back at the same time, so their starting points are similar, mainly because they weren't fed very carefully before. Li Yan, Lin Zhandi, Tan Yajun, Chen Jiangwo, and today's new member Lin Dongfang, 6 people in total. Lin Dongfang brought some meat that was cooked into braised pork with lots of potatoes inside. Jian Zhandi cooked the eggs directly, adding some scallions for flavor. They also gathered eggplants, cucumbers, and peppers from Li Yan's garden, making a full table. Jian Zhandi didn't comment on Lin Dongfang joining. Since she doesn't live here and wouldn't join them for meals, after eating, she told Li Yan and the others, and then started to leave. She was secretly thinking that with more male-educated youth around, she should pay more attention when she visits in the future. At the door, Huzi and a group of children were running in one direction. Jian Zhandi called out to Huzi, "Where are you going to play? Have you eaten yet?" A group of children, about 12 or 13 years old, looked around. She recognized only one, "Hey Dan." Others looked familiar, but she couldn't match their names. "Jian's sister, we're going to play by the small river." Simple frowned slightly. Yes, at this time, families tend to let children play freely, and they're not very aware of safety. I heard that every year, a few people in the village drown. And the saddest part is, most of those who drown can swim. As the saying goes, those who drown can swim, and it's not just a rumor. Seeing Simple's frown, Little Tiger scratches his head and asks, "Jianjia, what's wrong? Do you guys often go to the small river to play?" A group of children nods randomly. "The river is cool and we can catch little fish." Tiger also says, "Jianjia, we want to play by the river for a while. After washing, we'll go home." "Washing?" Simple screams. Don't blame her for being inexperienced. More than 10 children, all under 7 years old on average, plan to go to the river to wash. The parents are a bit too careless, aren't they? Seeing Simple's face getting darker, Tiger feels a bit nervous. "Jianjia, what's wrong? Can't we wash in the river?" The parents don't pay much attention, and Simple doesn't know how to talk about the dangers of playing with water. She pulls the corner of her mouth, smiling but not smiling, and says, "I don't like children who go into the water alone without adults." This makes Tiger feel conflicted. He naturally doesn't want Jianjia to dislike him. He likes Jianjia, and she speaks to him gently. She always gives him tasty food. But then he glances back at a group of little brothers behind him. He is torn inside, should they go or not? If other children said this, they wouldn't care. But they all know Jianjia has good food, and is willing to share candies with them. So, in their hearts, she is still the good person. He hasn't decided yet, but then a little troublemaker, "Hey Dan," comes out with a proud look. "Jianjia, I won't go." Grandpa and Grandma said no, saying big water can eat children. Some children start discussing. "My grandma also said water can pull children under. My grandma said there are water ghosts in the water, and they like children, really? Then we can't go home?" "Hey Dan nods vigorously. Yes, they will pull you away, and not give you food." Some children still want to play, and don't believe it. "But we've played so many times before, and nothing happened." It's all a lie, Hey-Dan grins, showing his small teeth. No, last year someone was taken away. Was it Dan's uncle? Simple looks helpless. She didn't expect Hey-Dan to turn the tide and persuade Tiger's little brothers. Suddenly, some children remembered and said, I won't go anymore. I want to go home. I also want to go home. I won't go anymore. I don't want to be pulled away. The desire to go home is contagious. In less than half a minute, more than 10 children ran away, leaving only Hoosie and Hey-Dan. Some of them were still crying as they left. It was simple to think that the village chief might come looking for her soon, so these two little witnesses couldn't be allowed to leave. She reached out and opened the door. Come in. I have a puppy. Do you want to see it? Boys usually have no resistance to puppies. They couldn't even refuse and just followed her into the yard. The two children immediately exclaimed, Wow, so many puppies? Hey-Dan was still young and couldn't count yet. Hoosie, having learned a little from the old people, looked like a little adult, pointing and counting 1, 2, 3, 4. For puppies, right, Sister Jen? Jen smiled happily. Hey-Dan looked up to him with admiration. Uncle Hoosie, you're so amazing. Lu San was a generation older than Lu Weimin, so his grandson was naturally older than Lu Weimin's grandson. Hey-Dan called him uncle, which was proper. When Lu Jianhua saw Lu Guangming, he also had to respectfully call him uncle. Hoosie clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of happiness. Come, sit over here. Jian cut half a watermelon, which was brought from the base at noon. It was now close to room temperature, so the kids wouldn't get a cold stomach. The young boy didn't cut it into small pieces, but sliced it into crescent-shaped wedges with a kitchen knife and handed them out. This is grown by Sister herself. It just ripened today. Can you help Sister taste if it's sweet? When the watermelon was cut open, a fragrant, sweet smell drifted out faintly. Jian held it out, and the two children couldn't help but swallow and stared at the bright red flesh on top. This fruit wasn't very common, and the elders might have seen it before, but these young children had never seen such a big one. It was fresh and exciting. They looked at it with curiosity and hesitated to get up. When they heard it was grown by her, Hoosie immediately looked up to confirm, Jian's sister, did you grow this yourself? A plate of watermelon was placed on the table, its bright red pulp still emitting a sweet aroma. The two children kept glancing at it, but tightly clenched their hands. Jian nodded, yes, right in the backyard. Do you want to see it? Yes. Hey-Dan is following Hoosie. When they saw the wall around the backyard with green, shiny, or wavy big round balls, the two children stared in shock. There was a small one next to Hey-Dan's feet. The little one wanted to reach out but pulled back. He crouched down, gently touched one, and then lightly patted it. Look, this sound, dong dong, means it's not ripe yet. When you tap it, and it sounds like bang bang, it's crispy and ready to eat. Just like the one we cut earlier, the inside turns red, and then it's edible. The two little black paws also tried, even knocking on several nearby gourds many times. Both kids looked very excited. Jianjia, these are the same as this one, all raw, right? Yes, those unripe gourds can't be eaten. They aren't sweet and not as tasty as cucumbers. They learned about a new edible thing, and they were very happy. Now, they weren't shy anymore. In their understanding, anything grown in their own yard wasn't special or rare, so it was okay to eat. Wow, it's sweet. More than sugar, Jianjia, it's so tasty. Jianjia was right. Lu Weimin really came. It was already after dinner, and villagers were resting under the big tree at the village office. Suddenly, about 10 children ran back, crying and fussing. The parents would definitely ask what happened. Some impatient ones already rolled up their sleeves, ready to seek revenge. Oh no, when asked, what? Going to the river? They put down their sleeves and secretly grabbed brooms. Then, a slightly older child sobbed. Jianjia said she doesn't like kids going to the river alone. Someone started, and other children couldn't hold back, all speaking out. Hey-Dan said no going, saying big water will eat children. Wang Ho-hot, standing nearby, looked very worried. Did you lie to the kids? Wash the kids away. Water ghosts will pull the kids away. Erden's second uncle was taken. I don't want to be taken too. I won't go. I don't want to be taken. Suddenly, chaos broke out. The children, all young and chattering, didn't understand everything, but they could repeat what they heard, especially since it just happened. The villagers probably understood what was going on. It was about these little ones wanting to go to the small river, and Jian Jijing saw it. They said they didn't like kids going alone. Wang Hohot coughed and said, "Well, I did scare Hey Dan, saying big water would eat children. I was just worried about the kids going alone. Last year, there was a drought, and the river had no water. Did you tell the kids they couldn't go to the riverbank this year?"
Oh yes, that's right.
Last year, we didn't need to remind them. This year, I forgot. Wang Hohot looked around but couldn't see her grandson. She started to worry. Where is Hey Dan? Didn't he come back with you? A few children came out of their parents' arms, scratching their heads. Hey Dan and brother, who are talking to Sister Jian. A group of men also relaxed. Lu Weimin stood up and sighed. He looked at everything happening and knew he had to take the kids out. Everyone agreed that the riverbank wasn't a good place. If they really wanted to play with water, they could use a big basin at home and let the kids sunbathe in it every day. This year, there was no drought and there was plenty of water. It was easy to stay at home and play. Adults, especially the older men and young men, insisted on bathing in the river. No one should go alone, they had to go in groups. Of course, not going is the best choice. Every year, accidents happen and those are lessons learned. Do they have to happen to their own family to remember? If something happens, it might be too late to regret. What's the use then? Would their parents, wives, and children ignore everything? Let's not talk about things we shouldn't. Kids don't understand what they can or can't say. For example, the part of the riverbank they often go to is sandy. Other parts are grassy and steep. When wet, it's slippery. If a kid slips, they could fall in. I'm not trying to scare you. The river isn't very big, but the water flows pretty fast. If a kid slips in, they could disappear quickly. Could you catch up in time? Or what? If they really want to go after work, take the kids for a walk. That way, they won't keep thinking about it. Later, you can sneak out alone. Everyone agreed with this idea. I won't go. If my kid learns from me and something happens, what can I do? I only have one child. If something goes wrong, my mother and wife would go crazy. Oh, that's true. Think about it. Those who had accidents recently all knew how to swim.
Exactly.
Those who can swim had accidents. What's the point for us who are not good at water? And the water in the river isn't clean. Why do we have to go there to wash? Haha, who knows what you're thinking? No going is better. If working hard and suffering a little is okay, then risking your life just for a bath isn't worth it. Seeing everyone like this, Lu Weimin and Lu Aigua both nodded secretly, thinking it was okay since they listened to advice. When Lu Weimin arrived, the two children in the yard were happily eating. They had just eaten something sweet, and now they were speaking sweet words. Jinjia, you're amazing. You can grow such delicious things? Can my mom grow them? I don't know, my grandma can. Your grandma probably can too.
Sigh.
The little children sighed seriously, which made Jianjia smile. Eat these up after you're done. These are cooling foods. Too much can upset your stomach. She was worried the children might not feel full, so she brought out 6 big pieces, which were juicy and big. Since it was hot, the children could digest them after running around. Jianjia, when the melons are ripe, can we come again? Jianjia immediately frowned. I just said a few days ago that you'd come help me pick melons, right? There are so many, if you don't help me, I'll be exhausted myself. With her limited farming knowledge, she knew these dozens of plants wouldn't all ripen at the same time. Some early, some late. If the harvest was stretched out in the countryside, it could take over a month. Only then could the plants finish their task for the year. Plus, she wanted to eat watermelons too. There was another patch in the base, planted casually. It was also a way to clear a path so that if someone saw it later, it wouldn't be hard to explain. Besides these dozens of plants, there were also seeds from Wang Hohot and the old lady from Lu's family, things like small melons, horn melons, hanging melons, sunflower seeds, and mushroom plants. She had also sowed many of those, including some sweet stalk seeds that the old lady found years ago. None of it was wasted. They weren't planted in rows but scattered in patches, full of plants. Now, the horned melons were almost ready to eat, and the small melons and hanging melons had grown quite big. The sweet stalks had also grown taller than her, and she estimated they could be eaten in about a month or so. When the seedlings first sprouted, she heard that if they were too dense, they wouldn't grow well. She even carefully thinned them out, choosing the stronger ones to keep. She didn't want to waste the weaker ones. When she had free space by the wall, she planted all of them there. Thinning seedlings, also called thinning out, is done because in protected and open field planting, the seedling density is often too high. To ensure seedlings have enough space and nutrients to grow well, some seedlings are removed to leave only the stronger ones. This allows better air circulation and sunlight, prevents overcrowding, conserves soil moisture and nutrients, and helps produce stronger plants. As the saying goes, if seedlings are too crowded, they won't grow properly or big enough, competing for nutrients. You could say that her backyard has no wasted space. Every corner is filled with edible plants. She is very happy about it. In autumn, she will have a big harvest. Did you see how surprised those two children looked earlier? She knows that with this kind of land, she has some strength, but the others might not be as capable as these two children. For example, they can tell which plants are seedlings and which are weeds. These big kids can almost point precisely at each one. At first, when we started weeding, those new young workers couldn't tell the difference even after 3 days. The two children immediately patted their chests and said, No, we'll come in a few days, yeah, we'll help pick the melons. Lu Weimin almost laughed out loud. They are really just kids. Do you think they are here to help pick melons? They are here to eat. Making a bunch of people cry, and you're just hiding to enjoy the good food? Hey Dan immediately got down and tried to rush over, Grandpa. Lu Weimin quickly reached out and took a few steps back. Stop, look at your claws. The watermelon was cut into large pieces. The two children held them with both hands. Their faces, hands, arms, and front were covered in bright red juice. Lu Weimin was quite annoyed. Huzi also stood up to greet Uncle Weimin. He simply went back inside and brought out another plate. Uncle, try this. It's just ripe. I just picked it. Seeing the eager looks of the two children, he stubbornly refused. You can't eat any more. If you do, your stomach will burst. The water in the basin over there was sun-dried. Go wash your hands and face clean. From the village office to here, although it was evening, the air was still hot and stuffy. Feeling irritated, he saw the bright red, steaming thing and thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes. Wow, this is such a precious thing. Why did you buy it? And give it to them to eat? He swallowed nervously, thinking, wait, that's not right. Hey, where did you buy this? The commune wouldn't sell it, right? And it's only a few months into the year. Wait, when did you go to the county town again? He muttered to himself. Did I remember wrong? I thought this was supposed to be ready in August? Hey Dan finished washing his hands and face, then heard his grandpa whispering, and he quickly corrected him with his little chest puffed out. Grandpa, I didn't buy it. Sister grew it herself. There are so many. It's green and round. He didn't expect him to react like this. He stood there for a moment, stunned, then remembered to put down the plate. Uncle, what are you thinking about?
Come and taste it.
I just finished ripening one and didn't give you any. Just now, I was saying that in a few days, Hey Dan and Huzi can come over to help me take some pictures. The ripe ones are all picked now. Yes, sister. I will definitely come. Hey Dan nodded in agreement. Lu Weimin was a bit unsure what to say. Have you two already made plans? Suddenly, he remembered hearing something when he first entered the yard. It seemed like they were talking about taking pictures of the melons. He hadn't paid attention before. Can you also grow watermelons? I didn't really take care of them, Jian replied with a simple smile. I don't know how to grow them. I just looked at the empty wall corner and thought it looked odd, so I threw all kinds of leftover seeds there. I didn't really take care of them, and this is the result. Just saying that made Lu Weimin feel annoyed. Hearing this, he sat down unceremoniously on Hey Dan's bench and took a slice of watermelon to bite. His fierce attitude made it seem like he was treating the watermelon like a mischievous little troublemaker. But then he suddenly froze. Is this watermelon you grew? Jian was surprised. What does that mean? Can you tell the difference just by tasting? Why is it so sweet? Jian's mouth twitched. He thought Jian had discovered something. Maybe it's because of the good seeds? Startled by Jian's words, the children in Lujiaten no longer dared to run to the small river. Not only children, but even adults before going would be like under a spell, constantly nagging, whether it was their parents or siblings and wives. Everyone would say, didn't they say? Those who drown are those who know how to swim. Our home is just missing water for your baths. Children would also watch him helplessly. Dad, you're not listening. You won't let us go to the river. If you don't listen, I'll tell Uncle Wayman. Such words weren't only spoken in one household. For a while, the atmosphere in Lijiaten was very harmonious. Jian wasn't lying to the children. She had been planting watermelons early, and gradually they were ripening. Although they didn't look as good as the ones she showed that day, cutting one open still filled the house with sweet aroma. 2 days later, the two children came as promised. Huzi brought his sister Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also 6 years old, just like Hey Dan, and they were familiar with each other. He wasn't afraid of being bullied. Jianjia, we're here to help you take pictures of the watermelons. Other vegetables in the garden were still growing. Before the harvest period ended, Jian didn't plan to stop working. She had already cleared the path around the watermelon seedlings so the children could pass easily. The help I mentioned that day was just a casual remark. But then I thought with at least a few dozen seedlings, she would need to harvest over 100 melons. She could do it herself, which is possible, but now that she's staying low profile, she wants to leave a good impression. Honestly, people might think she's lazy, but she has good reasons. She's still young and growing. Then I looked at these two young workers. They're doing well. If she wants to send them off later, there's no reason not to. It's a ready-made solution. Since she has nothing else to do now, she might as well keep them as company. Many years ago, Lu Village grew watermelons. The harvest was small and the taste was average. Over the years, things got worse, either war or natural disasters. Everyone's main concern was food. No one had the time or energy to grow extra things just for fun. A few elders had tried eating the watermelons before. When Lu Sanyi and his wife heard about it, they even taught Huzi how to tell if a watermelon was ripe or not. What's the fuss? How could it go bad? Even if it did, it would still be good. As for the adults, neither family came to help. They said they'd find children to assist. Besides, the garden is just at the wall's edge. There's not much to grow there. The adults didn't want to go because it felt awkward, like they were too interested in the little girl's food. You have to say, rural children are different. Just a simple mention, and they jump right in. Except for Xiaohua, who couldn't carry much, and Huzi, who needed help, everyone else was quick and efficient. Jianjia, should we put these at the front room's back? After all, the watermelons weren't fake. Well, except for the seeds, they came from the base. The rest of the growing conditions and environment were based on Lu Village's real experience. So, the melons weren't very big. Compared to modern giant watermelons, they're not much. The biggest ones weigh about 12 or 13 jin, around 6 to 7 kilograms, and smaller ones are 5 or 6 jin, with some weighing 7 or 8 jin. The children worked very well together. Huzi, an 8-year-old boy from the countryside, was already half a laborer. Carrying watermelons was no problem for him. The smaller ones, like Haydn, could walk while holding them, and Xiaohua, the youngest, weighing about 5 or 6 jin, could carry them too. Honestly, Jianjia didn't have to worry much. By the time she realized she was a bit tired, they had already reached the other end of the garden. That means they had done almost half the work. Looking up, she saw the sun was already high. Checking the time, it was past 10 in the morning. After working for over 2 hours, the 3 children had red faces, and sweat was streaming down their cheeks. They didn't notice and used their hands to wipe their faces, leaving dark streaks. Oh, the guilt. It almost felt like child labor abuse.
No more thinking about that.
It's time to prepare lunch. After working all morning, there's no way they can go home hungry. That's simply impossible. Huzi, Xiaohua, Haydn, let's go back to the front yard and rest for a while. The children were tired. When they heard this, they relaxed a bit, and their arms felt weak. Xiaohua's watermelon slipped from her hand with a pop, breaking into pieces. The four little ones who had been playing happily immediately gathered around, happily eating. The young girl stepped back in fear, looking nervously at Simple, tears almost to her eyes. Simple praised her right away, saying, "Oh, Xiaohua, how did you know Ji Xiang and the others were thirsty? I was planning to give them water later." She then came over and took Xiaohua's hand. "I'm also thirsty after working so hard. Let's go back and eat." Since morning, she had told Huizi to put several watermelons into a small basin. The water was from the well, just changed that morning. Even after being in the sun for most of the day, the watermelons were cool and refreshing now.
Perfect.
Xiaohua was initially upset and feeling guilty, but when she saw the watermelons, Simple praised her right away, saying, "Oh, Xiaohua, there's water in the basin. Go wash your hands and face, then come over to eat the watermelon." This routine was familiar. Huizi and Haydn's eyes lit up immediately. They said they wanted to eat watermelon. Since it wasn't their own home, they weren't shameless children. If they were really asked to work without being given anything, they wouldn't even open their mouths to ask. They threw half to Dahe and sliced the rest. Hurry up and eat. Cool down and rest a bit. Xiaohua was eating for the first time. She bit into the sweet juice and didn't want to swallow it for a long time, her eyes almost squinting shut. Simple didn't disturb them, only leaving a sentence. "No one is allowed to leave." Then she went into the house. No matter the work, they need to be fed. Simple had never raised children before and didn't know what kids liked to eat. But she guessed it was probably meat. She had been here for more than half a year, almost a year now. Her cooking skills had improved. Not exactly amazing, but she learned everything from live streams and could prepare decent dishes. Today, neither of the two families' adults came. Clearly, they didn't care about their children's interactions. Simple had already lowered her status. They were just kids. Simple didn't want to fuss over fancy things. As long as they ate well and full, that was enough. Green beans are in the garden, potatoes are in the garden, corn is in season now, and it's not unusual to eat young corn. But the villagers prefer not to eat it now, wanting to save more for the autumn harvest. There are plenty of other foods to eat now, so they don't mind saving some for the tough winter months, when food might be scarce. There's no special method, just pork belly, ribs, green beans, potatoes, and corn. They also added a type of squash that's almost edible. On top, they placed a circle of cornmeal pancakes, which isn't unusual. Many families eat this kind of staple food, though few use pure cornmeal. Usually they mix it with bran or grind it with the corn husks, which makes it last longer but is rougher to eat. When making this kind of cornmeal, they often add wild vegetables, which makes the flavor quite good. The vegetables are cooked with little oil and salt, mainly flavored with pickled vegetables and homemade soy paste. Wild vegetables, green onions, cabbage, and large radishes dipped in sauce also help solve hunger issues. Although it's coarse grain, there's meat underneath. When the pot is opened, the three children, who just finished eating watermelon and have big bellies, start to complain again. They look at each other, knowing from childhood that it's rude to stay at someone else's meal time, and it's not polite either. The children hesitate. Sister Jian just said they shouldn't leave, but they're hungry again. That's a bit awkward. What should they do? Hey Dan and Xiaohua look at Huizi. Among the three children, he's the oldest, but right now he doesn't know what to do. He stands there, smelling the delicious aroma, and his stomach makes noises. Hadn't they just finished eating? What are you doing? Come help me carry the bowls. The children react instinctively and run to the kitchen. Jian is busy and sweaty. Huizi is the oldest, and he takes the big basket with the pancake. Xiaohua takes a bowl. Heidan picks up chopsticks. Jian glances over and says, "Looks good." Everyone wash their hands. Jian carries the dishes and follows behind. The table in the yard was made by Lu Guangming. Since there's not enough space inside, Jian simply puts everything under the window. The table isn't very high, so they use a few small stools. It's convenient for resting, picking vegetables, washing dishes, or playing with the dog. She also directed Tiger to move to the shady spot and put down her bowl and chopsticks. She set down her dishes as well. Find a stool and eat. Oh, I am so hungry. There was a pot of mixed stew made with seasonings found at the base, and it tasted quite good. There was a plate of sliced watermelon and a basket of large pancakes. The three children looked at them with hesitant hands.
They were simply counting the time.
The watermelon had been eaten for a long while. It was mostly water, and after a quick, it was gone. Now, their stomachs felt almost full. Jian picked up a large pancake first. Hurry, eat. I am so hungry. Aren't you hungry? They desperately swallowed their saliva, but didn't move. Jian sighed quietly. She hadn't even used her chopsticks yet. She scooped half a bowl of food for each of them, meat and vegetables. Eat up, no leftovers. Finish everything. Tiger also desperately swallowed his saliva. At only about 8 years old, it was impressive that he could refuse to eat when he was still hungry. He quickly looked away from his bowl and shyly said, Jianjia, we want to go home. I told them already, I didn't bring your meals home. Really? The children finally realized it was true. It was already noon, and they were just resting. No one had called them back home for lunch. Jian secretly smiled. Could young children be tricked so easily? All right, let's eat. If you don't eat, next time I won't call you when there's work. Outside, children tend to follow the older ones, and Hey Dan was the same. Tiger's uncle's words always worked. Tiger thought for a moment. After eating someone else's food, what should he say? Thank you, Jianjia. The two younger children echoed in unison, and they finally picked up their chopsticks. They were afraid they wouldn't be able to eat comfortably, so Jian kept helping them scoop food. No need to rush. It's all yours. But don't eat too much, or you'll hurt your stomach. If that happens, you won't be able to eat meat anymore. Farm children didn't understand much, but they only understood one thing. No more meat in the future. Their pace slowed down, but they ate without raising their heads or opening their eyes, and there was no fighting over food. Tiger occasionally looked after the two younger ones, which made Jian very happy. She thought her judgment was good. She didn't like the unruly, troublesome kid at all. They usually didn't eat much meat. Jian didn't add too much oil to the dishes. She watched them eat half a large pancake before letting them have the meat. After finishing, she specifically told them not to drink cold water today. The children's mouths were full of meat flavor, but they didn't speak. They didn't want to wash away the taste with water. Everyone says that little kids can make their parents poor, but maybe it's too late to say that now. Huzi is definitely one of those little kids, just 6 years old, with a big appetite. He ate 2 large pancakes and half a bowl of vegetables. The remaining food was all eaten up by 3 children, and they even cleaned the last vegetable bowl with big pancakes. If Simple hadn't saved some for Blackie in advance, he probably wouldn't have gotten any. The table was cleaned. Honestly, my first thought was worry, what if they accidentally ate too much and got sick? Does your stomach hurt? Are you full? The 3 children stood up. Xiaohua ate 2 pancakes, and her belly looked a little round. Huzi and Blackie's stomachs, which were flat before, now looked a bit swollen. Simple was very curious. Where did all the food go? Jianjia, did we eat too much? No, Blackie almost started crying. I didn't eat enough. I mean, I ate everything, but I'm still hungry. It's okay. I'm not worried about you eating a lot. I'm worried you might overeat and get sick. If your stomach gets hurt, then you won't get to enjoy good food anymore. I'm not overfull. I just finished eating, Simple said, having learned her lesson. Now she understood that children often lie about how much they eat to save food at home. All right, as long as you're not overfull. After eating, don't drink cold water or run around. Sit and rest for a bit or walk slowly. No running, okay? The children helped her clean up the dishes. When they came out, they overheard 2 boys whispering. Uncle Huzi, Sister Jianjia's cooking is really delicious, Huzi puffed up proudly. Are you full now? Blackie chuckled and even let out a burp. Yeah, I'm full now. Uncle Huzi, being full feels really good. Of course, and then you'll sleep warm and cozy, right? Yeah, I'm sleepy now. I bet I'll sleep even better. Wait a minute, are you going to finish eating and then leave? There's still some watermelon left, and we need to do some chores. Jianjia made so much meat. She should get paid more, right? Blackie nodded seriously. I think so. My grandpa said that Xiao Jian is still growing and Uncle Huzi and Sister Jinjia are already grown up, but they still need to grow more. That was a bit confusing. Huzi was also confused. Now Xiao Jian is still growing, but when she gets bigger, she'll become a big Jian. Is that right? Simple almost couldn't hold back her laughter from behind the door. What kind of logic is that? Is this how big and small are supposed to be used? When will she grow up? Will we have to call her Big Sister Jian then? Who can become Little Sister Jian at that time? Huzi feels that the logic seems a bit off, but an 8-year-old has already eaten so much meat that he's feeling dizzy, and his mind is still stuck in the slow state from earlier. Someone will definitely come to be Little Sister Jian again, but I wonder if the new Little Sister Jian will be as good as this one. He Dan clenched his small fists, his eyes full of fear. We can't be like those people in the big yard. Last time, they pushed me and I fell, bleeding from my leg. Jian's face darkened. Are there still such shameless people in the youth farm? Bullying such a small child? Huzi was disappointed. You're so stupid. If you can't fight, you should run or shout for help. Those people are always like that. Whenever someone comes out, they don't dare to fight. They just scare them away. Sigh, you're too timid. If you go out, don't say you're my little brother. Dan looked down, feeling timid. Uncle Huzi, you're my uncle, but I'm not your little brother. Jian was eavesdropping behind the door. Just as she was about to feel sympathy and sadness, she was amused by the children, caught off guard. Cough, cough. Seeing the two children turn around, Jian quickly pretended to cough a few times, standing upright with her hands behind her back, as if she wasn't the one laughing just now. She looked up at the sky. The noon sun was scorching hot. Aren't you kids going to sleep at noon? The three children shook their heads together. Nope, we're not sleeping, Jian thought about it. In the countryside, there's no such habit. They probably aren't very tired, hardly ever resting, and they're mostly left to their own devices. All right, the remaining melons will take a few more days to grow. I'll call you when it's time. Do you want to sleep here for a while, or go home? The boy hesitated. Xiaowa was a bit eager to go home. She rarely stayed outside for so long. Although she had fun and ate happily, she was starting to miss her mom and grandma. She felt a little shy about speaking loudly, so she tugged at Huzi's clothes, her eyes pleading. Huzi also acted like a big brother. Big Sister Jian, let's go home. Call us again next time there's work. They had worked all morning, but in reality, they only picked about 10 to 20 seedlings. They had about 50 melons of various sizes, some over 10 jin, others around 5 or 6 jin. The workload for a few people in the morning was quite substantial. It was clear that they couldn't stay much longer. Simple didn't insist, and instead found a few small baskets in the shed. Each of you can take 2 watermelons. Go pick them yourself. Later, I will take you back. Huzi kept waving his hands. No, no, Sister Jian. You've cooked us such good food, and there's meat too. We can't take any more of your watermelons. Don't you want your grandparents to taste them too? These are earned through your hard work. Huzi's eyes lit up. Sister Jian, are you saying these are my own earnings? You helped me all morning. No work is wasted. We earn work points, right? I wouldn't let you work for nothing. You should get paid. The children looked quite serious and asked her earnestly, Sister Jian, we're such big eaters. Are you sure you want to pay us? Won't you go hungry? Jian rubbed her small, round head. You're overthinking. My sister isn't that poor. The children finally relaxed and chose a few watermelons. 2 watermelons weighed about 20 jin, around 10 kilograms. Huzi could carry 1, Dan and Xiaohua each carried 1, and Jian carried 2. It was a hot day and fewer people were outside, so they wouldn't be seen and talked about. Jian deliberately chose this time. Although it was exchange work, the items might attract attention, especially with children around, so it wouldn't sound very good if others found out. Jian was still trying to convince the children. Did the food you used to eat come from your parents working at home? Yes, yes. My grandpa and dad went up the mountain to pick fruit. It was delicious. Me too. My aunt also gives me tasty food. Rural children are tough. Huzi, at this age, could do all kinds of chores at home. During the harvest, he followed adults and carried a basket, picking up leftovers. So, helping her pick watermelons didn't make them feel bad. It wasn't that they didn't care about the children. They were just used to working at home. So, what will you say when you go back? They entered the village and didn't meet anyone. The first place they reached was the Jiqing yard. Jian looked inside briefly. Lin Zhaodi was washing clothes. Jian nodded and didn't go in, saying she would come back later. Not far ahead was Lu Sanyi's house. The children weren't home. After eating, the adults weren't idle. Lu Guangming was tinkering with his wood, the old lady was sitting under the eaves mending clothes, and the old man was repairing something nearby. The yard's wall wasn't tall. Huzi called from afar, "Grandma, Grandma, we're back." Xiao Hua pursed her lips, feeling shy to call out, but her face showed relief, and her steps quickened a bit. The old lady paused her hand. "I think I heard Huzi calling me." The old man chuckled. He usually doesn't care much about the kids. Huzi runs outside until dark without a word. "What's wrong today?" "Grandma, Grandma." As they got closer, her voice became clearer. The old lady put down the basket in her hand. "You old fool. You're saying I'm the one at fault." "Listen, isn't that Huzi and Xiao Hua's voices?" Huzi was the fastest, rushing into the yard first. "Grandma, Grandpa, we're back." The young boy's face was red from the sun, his eyes bright, showing his white teeth as he spoke. Then he lowered the basket on his shoulder. It weighed about 20 pounds. Carrying it didn't seem to bother him, but when he set it down, his balance was off, almost causing him to fall. The old man quickly reached out to steady him and gently set it down. On top was a bunch of freshly pulled watermelon seedlings. The old man didn't recognize it at first. "You weren't helping with work? Why are you up the mountain now?" The other two children followed behind, simple and straightforward, and all entered the yard. Xiao Jie smiled as he entered. "I brought back your two little workers. Look, did they lose any hair?" The old lady pointed at him. "You. Is everything done? Why are you still carrying the basket?" She helped the two children put down their baskets, then set her own aside, half done. "I finished most of it, but I have nowhere to put the rest. Let's put it there for now. The shade by the wall will help it grow longer." She took a small stool and sat beside the old lady. "Just so you know, this isn't for me. They worked hard, all morning. This is their wages." The old lady laughed heartily, not caring whether they were tired or not. In rural areas, kids always work. No matter how hard it is, they don't complain. Just by looking at their faces, you can tell they're happy. With a look of surprise, "Oh, Huzi can earn wages now? And Xiao Hua too. Grandpa and Grandma will enjoy your good fortune first." Both children's eyes sparkled, clearly pleased by the praise, their faces slightly red. Lu Sanyi didn't hesitate, grabbing a basket and starting to work himself. "Oh, you really grew this? Not bad, not bad. It's been years since I ate this." Seeing his grandson's satisfied face and noticing his stomach was flat, he wondered, did he eat a whole watermelon? "Huzi, are you tired?" "No tired." Tiger was still excited. "Grandpa, Sister Jian's backyard has planted so many things. They gave us watermelon, made meat for us, and big pancakes," he said, patting his belly. Suddenly, he remembered, "Grandpa, Sister Jian's puppy is so funny. It follows me around." He looked down and looked around but couldn't find it. Jian coughed lightly. They are guarding the house." Whenever he mentioned dogs, Lu Sanyi felt a bit uncomfortable and remembered the black dog that was barely alive. Whenever he mentioned dogs, Lu Sanyi felt uneasy and thought about the dying black dog. Are those puppies obedient?" It was easy to answer, as the children quickly responded. Jian also saw that he was worried. "Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll take them out tonight for you to see." The black dog nearby couldn't stay still and kept looking outside. Jian guessed he was eager to go home, so he stood up and said, "This is for the children. It's a gift from others. I'll bring a few more tonight. I need to take the black dog back first, or the owner might worry." After asking about the dogs, the old man was in a good mood, thinking about eating watermelon, and waved his hand casually. Hurry up, hurry up. It's hot now, and there's no one on the street. Jian picked up the basket he had set aside earlier. Okay, I'll go first. I'll leave the basket here and come back tonight to pick it up. Seeing the old man was about to stare at the watermelon until it was almost gone, he added, they ate quite a lot this morning, so don't give them too much. The old lady glared at her husband and got up to see Jian off. Don't worry, I'll watch the kids. You don't have to give away everything good. Keep some for yourself. Your hands are so big. Jian nodded repeatedly, clearly understanding her words. Yes, yes, don't worry. I know. Watching Jian lead the black dog toward the village office, the old lady turned back into the yard. The old man was instructing his grandson to get a knife when Tiger proudly said, Grandpa, Sister Jian said that the watermelon should be put in the newly dug well water for a while. That makes it cooler. Xiaohua nodded in agreement. But since the old man clearly didn't want to wait, Tiger wisely went inside to get the kitchen knife. The old lady found it amusing and sat back on a small stool. Xiaohua immediately followed and sat close. Flower, why are you back so soon? Have you eaten? This is what parents understand in their hearts. They don't want their children to come back hungry, but they still want to be sure. Xiaohua immediately started to smile. Grandma, it's time to eat. I'm full. With meat. So much meat. Just now, Huzi vaguely mentioned there was meat, and the old lady also wanted to ask more details. Really?
Tell Grandma about it.
Grandma, I have a bowl with meat, potatoes, and green beans. Jianjia will pick for me. There's also corn and pumpkin. Grandma, really so much meat, some fat, some lean with bones, big pieces.
Yum.
Such a big bowl. We finished it all. And big pancakes, Grandma. Golden brown with crispy edges, so tasty. The elderly couple looked at each other. Huzi, how many big pancakes did you eat? Huzi, who knew how to count, thought for a moment, scratched his head, and pointed beside his dad. 6 or 7. Anyway, the big basket was full. Nothing mixed in, just corn flour. Jinjia ate 2, Xiaohua ate 2, and the rest of us, Hey Dan and I, ate 2. Lu Guangming looked at the basket, and Basin Huzi pointed to. All 3 of you kids plus Jian Jiqing ate so much? Huzi nodded seriously, counting on his fingers. Yes, yes. We all went to the kitchen. I carried the big pancake. Hey Dan carried the bowl. Xiaohua used chopsticks. Jianjia served the dishes, and there was a plate of watermelon. Lu Guangming felt a toothache. Did all of you eat those things? Just these 2 kids talking about food. No meat involved. If they had that much meat, they could eat for 4 or 5 days. If they really had that much meat. Wow. Dad, did they go to a wealthy family? Anyway, Hey Dan and I are full. We dipped big pancakes into the soup, so fragrant, so delicious. He looked at his son's stomach, which indeed looked a bit uncomfortable. He reached over and gave his father a slap. Say whatever you want. Not paying attention to the kids. Over there, Xiaohua also patted her little belly. Grandma, I'm full. I want to sleep. Feeling sleepy after eating is normal, so the old lady wasn't surprised. But this also showed that the children had truly eaten well. Kids, after all, don't lie. All right, go sleep. When you wake up, you can play again. Grandma will save some watermelon for you. Xiaohua shook her head. No, Jianjia said kids shouldn't eat too much. Give it to Grandpa and Grandma. Yes, give it to Grandpa and Grandma. I earned it. You're quite proud of yourself. Huzi puffed out his chest. I can do chores now. Yes, yes, yes.
Good job.
Lu Weiman was not at home. He was at the village office. Wang Hohat was at home, and Jian Dan didn't mind much. Auntie, what are you busy with? Milk. Wang Hohat thought Jian Dan would come back in the afternoon, but seeing Jian Dan carrying a basket, her smile unconsciously grew a bit brighter.
Come in quickly. It's hot outside now.
Jian Dan followed into the shade. Auntie, I brought back this hard-working little bee for you. Ha, hard-working? How old is he? It's good if he doesn't cause trouble. Over time, Jian Dan understood a simple truth. Her own child, she could joke and praise freely, but others shouldn't say the same. She also realized that people can be mean to their own, but not to outsiders. That's just how it is. At such times, she couldn't agree openly. Annie, look at you acting like, Hey Dan didn't work for me. I tell you, I put in a lot of effort today too.
Why are you still saying that?
I feel sorry for him. Wang Hohat was naturally modest, but hearing this, she couldn't help but smile happily. As long as you don't mind him causing trouble. Typical parent, look at that smile, stretched from ear to ear. Haydan even praises you all. Whoever comes back, he brings good food. Grandparents, uncles, everyone. It's wonderful. Wang Hohat was in a good mood. Just this one child. He doesn't complain. Whatever good food he gets, he's happy with whatever is given. Auntie, just admire him. Look, this is your grandson earning it with his own hard work. Isn't it even more precious? Wang Hohat was stunned when she saw this. Why are you giving it to him? Do you mean he really helped you? Wang Hohat thought Jiandan was just trying to coax the child, giving him some food, maybe just a meal, but she didn't expect it to be real. She even brought some back for the child. Before marriage, she had seen others eat like this, but her family was poor. She was young then, standing in the corner watching others eat, not knowing what it tasted like. After marriage, she and Lu Weiman often talked about it, but she never thought her grandson would let her see it again, and she could still eat it. Suddenly, she felt a bit complicated. My eldest grandson is grown up now. I can enjoy the blessings of my grandson. For these children, this was the greatest affirmation. Haydan was no exception, and he grinned happily. Auntie, where is Sister Xiao? Jiandan had a good impression of Lu Xiao, an outgoing rural girl, a year older than her. She had heard that Wang Hohat wanted to match her with Lu Xiao, but recently, she hadn't seen her around. Hi, I recently visited my mother's hometown. My sister-in-law said she wanted to introduce me to someone, but I didn't think it was reliable. As a result, I came back yesterday feeling unhappy and just lying in my room. Mom, what are you saying? Who's not happy? I was just feeling sleepy. That's good, but my daughter overheard it. Wang Hohat felt a little embarrassed, but it was only for a moment. I know. I won't say anything more. Isn't that okay? Haydan, are you sleepy? If you are, go back to your room and rest. Mom, I'm not sleepy. I want to go out and play. Jianjia told them that she only has those melons, and if others find out, someone might come to steal them. Then they might not get to eat them anymore. She wants to show off outside, but she can't. Her grandpa knows, and she plans to tell him. Wang Hohat knows her grandson's personality well. Go ahead. Don't talk nonsense. Got it. The kids are full of energy. Soon, Haydan and Huzi met up nearby. Seeing her daughter start to smile a little, she stopped nagging. All right, you two talk. I won't listen. Lu Xiao pulled Jianjia to stand up. Let's go inside and talk. Jianjia grabbed her, clearly upset. Let's go for a walk outside. Lu Xiao seemed a bit reluctant, but looked at Jianjia and agreed reluctantly. Okay, let's go out. It's hot outside now, so they didn't go far. Not far away, outside the village office wall, there's a small grove with just a few trees, enough to get some shade and cool off. It's perfect for them. It's close to the village office, so it's very safe. Jianjia asked Sister Xiao and said you went on a blind date? Thinking about it since she already knew, she decided to ask directly. From her expression, it didn't seem to go well. Sure enough, Lu Xiao sighed immediately. Sigh, my mom just thinks my aunt is a good person, listens to everything she says, and asked her to help introduce someone. My aunt has 2 daughters about my age. If there were good ones, she'd focus on her own kids first, right? She introduced someone to me, some nephew of hers.
Ugh.
I didn't even want to say yes, and she kept praising me, saying I work in the city. I was wondering how good things like that could come to me. My 2 cousins haven't even found partners yet. She said they wanted someone educated. My 2 cousins didn't even finish elementary school, and I just graduated from high school. My mom believed it and sent me over. I grew up in that village where my grandma's family lives. I spent a long time there. I know most of the families. After chatting, I realized that it's not really about living a good life there. Yes, the workers in the county town are indeed like that. There are 5 brothers in the family. He is the 3rd. His salary is used to support the whole family. The entire family lives in a small house provided by his workplace. Every month, His mother goes to collect his wages, but he never sees a penny. His mother has long said that his job is for his nephew, who will be old enough in 2 years to take over directly. But that's not the main point. Do you know what is? He simply shook his head in agreement. The main thing is, this person himself thinks it's right. He works hard to earn some money, buy nice things, and then eagerly takes them home to his brothers, sisters, and nephew. I wonder why. He's the third son, not the father or the eldest brother.
Why?
Respecting parents is right, yes. But why support those brothers and even the sister-in-law? Is the whole family unable to work? Can't live without him? Seeing Lu Xiao so angry, I didn't expect this girl to be so clear-headed. In later times, this kind of PUA, pickup artist phenomenon was common. PUA kids, PUA friends, PUA wives. Many tragedies stem from this. It's the spark that ignites everything. Some people realize it, but many remain trapped in that illusion, lost in self-delusion until the end. Xiao Jia, you've seen everything clearly. Why are you still worried? Don't tell me you like that guy. Is he good-looking?
Pa.
Lu Xiao spat back. Am I that stupid? I'm just angry. Then go and beat your aunt up? You? Lu Xiao felt helpless. What are you talking about? I'm angry because she knew it was a trap, but still told me to jump in. What makes me even angrier is my mom. I told her that family isn't good, but she didn't listen. When I came back, she kept persuading me, saying that the guy has good conditions and all that. My head hurts. Simple? Wang Guohua doesn't seem that brainless, does she? Lu Xiao vented in the woods, kicking trees and walls, finally feeling some relief. Ugh, I don't even know how to tell her. Why does she insist I jump into that fire? Nonsense. Annie must be hoping for your good. Maybe she's been influenced by her aunt-in-law, who's been praising this and that, confusing her. Lu Xiao threw the stones in her hand aside. I'm so angry, so angry. The girl, about 17 or 18, pouted in frustration. I'm not that old. Why do they keep pushing me to get married? Xiao Jia, did you tell your aunt-in-law about the family situation? In detail? No, when she came back, she kept nagging me in my ear, saying I was wrong about this and that. How could I tell her? I told her it was not okay and that was final. Yet she kept insisting. What's wrong with her? Do I really have to hang myself on a tree? Look at you. Your mother and daughter. What's there that you can't say? That Andy is probably just trying to do good. Maybe she's been fooled. Is that really possible? You see, you don't really know what she's thinking. There's no such thing as perfect understanding between people. If you have something to say, why keep it? Are you planning to have a baby? You already know it's not good. Just tell your aunt everything clearly. If not, even if this doesn't work out, she will still believe in your aunt. Do you trust her? What if she believes something else later? What will you do then? Will you cause trouble again? Lu Xiao listened carefully but stayed silent, probably hesitating. Maybe you should tell Uncle. He often goes out, either to the commune or the county town. He knows many people and can find someone to ask quietly. Since everyone in the village already knows, it's probably not a secret in the county either. What do you think? Everyone in the village knows, so one question will give you the answer. If you handle it this way, when you show it to your aunt, she won't doubt anymore. Isn't that the right idea? Your aunt took advantage of your mother not being home to do things without her knowing. Just find a way to let your mother know. What do you think? Lu Xiao was half convinced, hesitant. Will it work? My mom has always trusted my aunt. When she left, she said she believed my aunt's judgment. But now she's unhappy. She thinks my aunt is well-meaning, but she keeps saying I'm young and don't understand, so I should listen to adults. Because of this, I don't want to stay at home anymore. Honestly, I have no experience. No one looked after me in my past life. In this life, my mom, Su Wenqing, seems to be a love-struck girl, so fragile. Maybe that's why she couldn't handle losing my dad so quickly. The most caring people for me were 2 old men. Sadly, before Simple could come back, they both passed away. I feel a bit regretful. I started as an orphan, facing the violence from my future mother-in-law and the coldness of my fiancé. It's a tough start. Actually, I'd really like to experience a normal small family life. It's inevitable to think too much, but I quickly realized that, honestly, I can only give advice as an outsider. The decision is still in the hands of the person involved. Growing up in a family environment and receiving education are deeply ingrained in me. I wouldn't say it's very traditional, but unless there are special circumstances, such matters are usually decided by parents and matchmakers first. People often loudly promote the idea of marriage freedom, but in more conservative rural areas, it's still quite traditional. It's like waving the banner of gender equality while many families still unconsciously favor boys, giving boys the best food, the best things, and making decisions quickly without hesitation, often sacrificing girls. It's quite sad, but after thousands of years of feudal thinking, is it really so deeply rooted?
Can a simple command change it?
It's ingrained favoritism, discrimination, contempt, and pride. Even someone like Liu Weimin, a local official, probably isn't immune. Problems that persist for generations aren't easy to solve. Naturally, I wouldn't overestimate myself, but I still hope the people around me can have a good life. Especially, on the first night after arriving, Lu Xiu's warmth made me feel cared for. Jie Xiu, your opinion is actually quite important. If you just want to follow your parents' arrangements, then there's not much to say. But since you're so troubled, it's clear you don't want to be confused and unsure, right? Lu Xiu's brows furrowed tightly. Just hearing about that person makes me feel sick. My mom is still so kind and good. She's not familiar with him, but once she gets to know him, it'll be fine, right? Actually, Annie just wants you to be happy. But since she hasn't seen him herself, she only believes what others say. Think about it. Doesn't that make sense? Exactly. My auntie's words are so convincing. She can make anything sound real. Don't look at my mom's energetic attitude in the village, but when she faces my auntie, she's completely convinced. She can make her dizzy with just a few words. I haven't stayed long at my grandma's place, but many people in the village have watched me grow up. When I heard they arranged a marriage for me, I didn't need to ask. They all advised me that his family was like a fire pit, a bottomless pit. I don't believe that so many people, relatives and elders, would all be lying to me together. Then, isn't your auntie afraid you'll go to the village to find out for yourself? Lu Xiu pouted and said, she doesn't have time to pay attention to me. She said she would take me over, but instead she left all the housework to me. She goes out every day and runs around. She also said she would help me find out information, but she's just trying to help me. Only my mom believes everything she says. Lu Xiu was filled with resentment. I didn't say much when I came back. I just said I wanted to discuss it with my mom. She was very happy to send me back. I think she's still at home waiting for good news. She still knows how to hide her feelings? She simply smiled. Miss Xiu, it's up to you now. This is just an introduction. You haven't even met the person yet, right? If you don't want to, then you should clearly tell your uncle and aunt about the person. They are your real parents and won't just watch you jump into trouble. Since I haven't met him, my aunt wanted me to meet him in the county town early on, but I refused. Who meets the bride and groom with their parents not present? It's just with an aunt. What's that supposed to mean? Dan almost wanted to praise her. Wasn't she quite clear-headed? Yes, that's right. You understand all this, so why are you still worried? Lu Xiu hesitated and fidgeted. I'm just angry at my mom. No matter what I say, she doesn't believe me. She keeps praising him, saying I'm not sensible. She hasn't even seen him, but talks as if she's known him for years. My own daughter is being looked down on like this. There's a lot of stubbornness, but it's not a big problem. Mother and daughter. Can't they just forget grudges? So, what are you thinking? Will you talk to Uncle Wei Min, or go back and talk to Annie? Actually, I think Annie is just worried and anxious. She cares too much. But she's your real mom. She's not going to do anything bad for you. You should go back and talk to her nicely. Both women, Auntie will understand your feelings better. Also, Uncle often goes to the commune and the county town. That's a good opportunity. It's not far. If not, you can ask around near his factory. This matter has spread to the village, so it probably isn't a big secret. Lu Xiu thought for a moment. You're right. Marrying a man means sharing clothes and food. I've been at my parents' house for 20 years, and even if I marry and live to 50, I still have 30 years to go. If he's really that kind of person, then I'd be suffering for nothing. Having figured it out, Lu Xiao was very decisive. She immediately stood up. Let's go now and explain everything clearly. My heart has been so full these days, I almost burst. Wait, what?
How old are you?
How do you understand all this? Hee, isn't that because you're too involved? Lu Xiao didn't know exactly how to say he went home, nor did he ask. After 3 days, when they saw Lu Xiao again, the gloom between his brows had disappeared. Xiao Jie, with your good health, has the problem been solved? Li Yan, who was working with him, didn't know what was going on and didn't speak, but watched Lu Xiao curiously. Lu Xiao kept working without stopping, nodded happily, and said, "Yes, it's solved. You're right. My father has been working hard all these years. I found out everything in just one day. What they said is true. When I told my mother, she got so angry she almost fainted. The next day, she went far away to find my aunt, stood at the door, and scolded her. My aunt was so scared, she didn't dare come out. In the end, my uncle and the villagers convinced my mother to come back. He held me and cried, saying she almost pushed him into a fire. This time, she was really frightened. She even said, we must not rush things. Thanks to third grandma's help, she was much more accurate than others. Simple imagined Wang Guohua crying loudly while holding Lu Xiao, feeling a twinge of envy. Look at that, this is a child who is loved, someone cares about her, worries about her. But it was just a fleeting thought. She quickly woke up. She was not the original's poor little girl. She was Miss Jian, able to live well on her own. Why think about those things? She smiled and congratulated her. Xiao Jie, congratulations. I hope you find a good husband soon. They were both young women, and Lu Xiao had just narrowly escaped an arranged marriage. She blushed instantly. You little rascal, how old are you to tease me? While teasing others, Jian didn't expect that someone was already thinking about her. In the hot summer days, the weeding days quickly passed. During the hottest days, with plenty of rain, Lu Weimin generously gave everyone 3 days off. Before the young people could cheer, Lu Weimin appeared with a serious face. Jian immediately felt something was wrong. Go back and tidy up the remaining rooms. More young people will come tomorrow. Jian finally relaxed. Luckily, it was okay. Although they were all young people, she kept her distance. Li Yan, Chen Jiangwo, and a few others exchanged glances. Lin Dongfang looked down and thought quietly. Wang Hongmei exploded at that moment. Village chief, we've only been here half a year. Why are more coming? Lu Weimin's face darkened even more.
Did he want that?
Jian Jiqing and the others from the second batch were fine. At least they didn't cause trouble. Even the one who was moved next door was okay. They worked just as well as others. Regarding the third group, they eat everything and leave nothing, and they are incapable of doing anything. The villagers have told him this more than once. They are all outsiders. He thinks they're not fighting or causing trouble because leaving home and family is not easy. He figures they're just trying to get by. But now, they are getting even bolder. His face darkened immediately. What's wrong? They are responding to the national policy, coming to the countryside to help build it. Are they bothering you? Or do you think they did something wrong? If you can tell me exactly what the problem is, I will report it to the leaders for you. Reporting? Wang Hongmei was stunned for a moment, then realized. What is she supposed to report? Her dissatisfaction with the arrival of the educated youth? Or her disapproval of the policy?
God knows she really didn't mean that.
She was just complaining. Even Tang Chui, who usually adds a few words, immediately shut her mouth, afraid of getting involved. Without Lu Weimin needing to say anything, Wang Hongmei's face turned pale. She quickly waved her hands. No, village chief, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything bad. It's just. Her eyes glanced at the firewood nearby, and she quickly came up with an excuse. You also know, our educated youth's courtyard only has those 2 stoves. I'm worried that if more people come, it will be inconvenient to use. It's just because of that. Her excuse was almost unrelated, but no one paid attention. Lu Weimin snorted coldly, glancing at the different expressions on the educated youth. I don't care what you're thinking. I'm here to inform you, not to ask for your opinions. The educated youth's courtyard is the biggest and strongest house in Legiaton, enough to hold over 30 people. Don't cause any trouble for me. If you don't want to stay, as long as you find a place to go, I'll give you a transfer letter without hesitation. If you want to stay, behave yourselves. You came to help build the countryside, but look at what you've contributed. Besides Jianjing, if there's even one person I can praise, I wouldn't say anything. Besides Jianjing, he was simply giving a pointed look. The educated youth all looked unhappy. Who wouldn't be upset after being scolded like that? Since the new educated youth arrived, the older ones became even more low-key. They ate separately, and the person in charge of the courtyard was taken over by the older brother Wang Jiancheng. But now, facing Lu Weimin's stern face, they didn't dare say anything. Also, the new educated youth have worked quite a bit this year. After the harvest, let's see if you can earn enough for your own food.
Don't talk big.
Seeing his expression soften a bit, Wang Jiancheng finally dared to step forward and speak. We will arrange the new youth's room soon. Village chief, don't worry. We come from all over the country, and here we are very grateful for your and the villagers' warm help. Rest assured, we will do our best to contribute to the rural development and never hold the village back. Everyone likes to hear kind words. Lu Weimin glanced at them but said nothing, just waved his hand. That's enough. As adults, you understand yourselves. After saying that, he turned and walked away with his hands behind his back. The youth workers stood silently for a while. When Lu Weimin mentioned food supplies, they suddenly realized that the harvest season was approaching. For Wang Hongmei, Tang Chui, and Li Jianya, who usually prefer light work, their confidence wavered. They knew roughly how much work they had done and how much they had earned. When it came to whether they could fill their stomachs, no one had the energy to say anything useless. They quietly returned to the youth workers' courtyard. Several rooms were still empty. Li Yan and a few others tidied up 2 of them. The new youth workers looked around, reluctant but still tidied up 2 rooms, so at least there was an explanation. Lin Zhaodi set the food on the table, and only then did Li Yan and the others wash their hands and come to eat. You say so many have come this year. Why are more still coming? Yeah, I wonder how many will arrive this time? Chun Jiangwo also sighed. I'm just worried that more troublemakers will come, then things will get lively. Lin Dongfang silently ate his meal, without saying a word. He thought simply that it didn't concern him. After hearing it, he just turned away. Although he found it strange that the originally similar paths seemed completely chaotic now, he didn't pay much attention. This wasn't real history anyway, so it felt normal. In this weather, simple lunches and dinners are usually cold noodles or other quick foods. He didn't want to cook in the hot weather. At such times, he was very grateful that this versatile base had come along. Otherwise, their living standards might have dropped even further. The next day, unsurprisingly, it was another clear day. Li Yan was going to send a letter. It was a simple matter, and they had already agreed not to go, so she packed her basket early and hurried up the mountain with a few small animals. In summer, there weren't many wild vegetables on the mountain, and what was there was mostly old. People who knew how to live would pick and dry them, saving them for the lean season when they could be boiled and eaten. But obviously, Simple wouldn't pick any. Recently, I haven't been going up the mountain. The little ones are obviously getting restless. As soon as they get there, they rush to climb up. Simple isn't in a hurry either. They are all strong now and ready to see the world. She is carrying a basket on her back and follows slowly behind. In summer, there aren't many edible things on the mountain, but Simple still finds some wild fruits. Most are dark and black, since it's late summer. The sunny side still has some ripe ones, and Simple doesn't miss any. Further inside, she even sees some wild grapevines, but it's not the season yet, so they are all green. A few have darkened a bit. Simple tastes one and immediately pulls a face from the sourness. She drinks several sips of water to wash away the sour taste, thinking about marking the spot to come back after the harvest. Suddenly, she hears a loud noise ahead. It's noisy. She can tell there are many little ones' voices, but why is there also a deep voice from Black? Black is usually calm and steady, so this slightly anxious sound makes Simple feel tense. She forgets about the grapes and quickly tightens her basket strap, then rushes out. Over the past year, Simple has kept a low profile outside, but in the base, she has regained her skills. In these deep mountains, it's not exactly a no-man's land, but it's a clear path. Following the sound, she hears barking and fighting noises. In a somewhat larger clearing among the trees, several people are fighting each other. From their clothes, it's obvious there are two groups. The person in the middle wears a rough cloth shirt, and judging by their stance, they've trained before. Their looks seem familiar, maybe a little. There are 5 people on the other side, each dressed differently but all tall and strong, with muscular arms, definitely fighters. They fight fiercely, almost every move is deadly, and they keep glancing over here. Although they are not close, they are very alert to these little ones. Simple carefully hides behind a tree and doesn't show herself. The little ones keep shouting ahead, and Black is behind, ready to charge. From the look of things, they're prepared to jump in at any moment. They are now in a deeper part of the mountain, under the shade of trees, far from outside eyes. After watching for a while, Simple roughly figures out that the person in the middle is probably exhausted. "Hand over your stuff, and I'll leave you with a whole body," one of them says. Inattention causes her to get cut on her arm again, but she grits her teeth and persists. "You wish. Even if I destroy the items, I won't give them to you." They think that once they grab something, it's theirs. Who gave them that confidence? He could tell they were exhausted, and the other side no longer fought fiercely. They started teasing him, occasionally stabbing him with a knife. "Haha, we were careless. We've been hiding for so long before discovering your ambitions. But I guess you're already dead in your country, right?"
Ah.
The person in the middle staggered, receiving another stab in the back, and suddenly faltered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simple, hiding behind the tree, frowned and pressed his hand to his chest. Why did he also feel uncomfortable? What was that stabbing pain just now? His lips, stained with blood, looked strikingly beautiful. Even his smile carried a hint of madness.
Come on, kill me.
"You won't succeed. Even if I destroy myself, I won't let you take me away." There were 5 opponents, but now only 2 were standing. Simple secretly took out a small dart from his sleeve. It was specially made last time for self-defense and had served him well. You don't need to provoke me. Think about it, if I send news of you still being alive back home, would anyone risk everything to save you? Maybe your capitalist father and father-in-law. You're shameless." Speaking of shamelessness, can I compare to you? I consider you a brother. My sister considers you her love. And you're a liar.
Yes. Malia.
I told you I have my beliefs and my bottom line. You've crossed the line. The opponents clearly lost patience. 2 of them stepped forward, ready to grab him. A gust of wind blew, scattering the already yellowed leaves. The sound of wind mixed with the whistling of a sharp arrow shot out. The opponents reacted quickly, moving their ears to dodge. Before they could turn around, Simple's second and third arrows followed closely. The first arrow was meant to scare the enemy, but the second and third were the real aim. Indeed, the opponents didn't expect such rapid fire. They dodged the vital spots but couldn't avoid the arrows hitting their arms. One of them, with his back turned, was struck in the thigh. Angered by the sneak attack, they dragged their injured bodies toward him. One of the besieged, leaning on a big sword and kneeling on one knee, looked over anxiously. Simple silently counted behind the tree, counting slowly to 60. Then he stepped out. Sure enough, with 2 loud bangs, 2 opponents collapsed to the ground. The one with the injured arm had a small arrow pushed deep into his flesh. Fortunately, it didn't fail. To defend himself, Simple had coated his small darts with a powerful anesthetic. The dose was enough to anesthetize an elephant in later times, so these 2 men were no match. Seeing this, Simple slowly stepped out. The person holding the sword looked very surprised. Although he was dizzy and could barely see clearly, it was obvious he was a young girl. However, his surprise was quickly replaced by worry. Comrade, you need to leave quickly. This place is dangerous. Those two are bad people. Since they were already exhausted and far away, his voice was faint and broken. He started walking toward them, trying to be clear but still hard to hear. It's okay, they've already fainted. Can you move? Me. Hearing that the others had passed out, he felt a little relieved. His body wobbled, and then he suddenly collapsed forward, fainting as well. His big sword fell to the ground and twitched a few times before settling down. The small animals nearby were frightened and called out several times. When they saw he was no longer moving, they finally calmed down. After a moment of silence, Simple stepped forward and turned him over. His face and body were badly bruised. She wanted to help him, but didn't know how. Looking around, she couldn't find any caves or shelters nearby. She had no choice but to pull him under a tree. She took out a water bottle from her basket, hesitated for a moment, then poured water on his face. It was a good way to wake someone up. He quickly opened his eyes. Simple didn't waste time. Do you need help? Should I take you to the police station or the hospital? As he got closer, the man looked steadily at Simple and gently smiled. Is this a deep mountain? Yes, she replied. There was no need to ask. A girl who could enter such a remote mountain area would naturally know how to defend herself. If it's convenient, can you help me find the local military station? It was the military again. Simple realized her connection with the military was really complicated. Sure, but do you know where this is? The man looked confused. Just past the border, not far from here. It's in the mountains. It should be Linbei province, but I don't know which county or commune. Simple curled her lips. He was surprisingly clear-headed.